Chapter 234. Zichen hated the monk to begin with. At this moment, when he saw the ice lotus that he had painstakingly found being snatched by the monk, Zichen's hatred for the monk reached a monstrous level. This damn monk! If the monk was a piece of meat, Zichen would have eaten him alive. He would have even chewed on his bones and swallowed them without spitting them out. This *king damn monk! Zichen was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. The monk's speed was very fast. Carrying the small ball, he used some unknown method to avoid the big water monster and the three monsters. Furthermore, when he landed, the golden light around his body trembled. All the water monsters were forced to retreat, but many of them were directly killed by the shock. Ha! The monk grinned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Monk, stop it! Zichen could no longer care about hiding and directly sent out a message. Kid, wait till I get the ice lotus. I'll settle the score with you. The monk laughed and walked past Zichen. There were tens of thousands of water monsters around Zichen. However, they were all taking a nap. They didn't even react when the monk walked past them. Moreover, some of the water monsters that were pushed back just now were heading towards Zichen. Then, they closed their eyes and took a nap. Are these guys who haven't slept for hundreds of years? Zichen was speechless. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything to Zichen. Haha, you can continue hiding. The monk grinned. The ice lotus was inside the cave and there was no danger at all. The three fools fought against the water monster while Zichen, the fool, was trapped in his own trap. No one fought with the monk for the ice lotus anymore. Getting the ice lotus was a surefire thing. Let's go, little fool. The monk was very excited and was about to enter the cave. Go to hell, monk! Zichen was furious. He roared and golden light surged around him. Then, a surge of energy surged out. It was like a cannonball had exploded. A huge amount of energy rushed out in all directions. The water surged and a shockwave appeared. Following that, a shockwave blasted away the tens of thousands of water monsters. Because he had used all his strength and the water monsters were all coiled up together, the moment they flew out, it looked like a huge bunch of them had landed on the monk's head. The water monsters were awakened by the huge impact. At the same time, Zichen removed the light shield around him and retracted all his energy. Buzz! Tens of thousands of water monsters went berserk at this moment. They went completely berserk as they danced around, baring their fangs as they charged towards Zichen and the monk. Brat, you're crazy! Monk's face changed. These were tens of thousands of water monsters. If they were to attack, someone would definitely die. Not only will you attract those three idiots, you will also kill me! The monk roared, and the golden light around him became even more intense. I want to kill you! Zichen didn't care. He retracted his aura and charged towards the monk. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he wanted to perish together with him. Buzz! After the tens of thousands of water monsters lost the power of Zichen's lightning, they went berserk. They opened their mouths and a white light appeared. This was lightning. Every single water monster shot out a bolt of lightning. There were tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared in this small area. If they were to explode, the power would be unimaginable. This was definitely going to kill someone. Monk's face changed completely. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Ma! The six-syllable mantra appeared once again. It was as if it had appeared in his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Zichen's heart felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. However, he didn't lose his focus. The mysterious heart was still strong. As for those water monsters, even though they lost their focus, their lightning bolts didn't stop. They continued to charge forward. Damn it, I used it wrong! Monk cursed. At this moment, he should have used the Buddhist sex lion's roar. Roar! Monk mustered all his strength. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. It was like the roar of a divine lion. A huge shockwave surged out and spread in all directions. In the loud explosion, a quarter of the lightning bolts were dispersed by the roar. This was Monk's full-strength attack. It was indeed terrifying. However, 3/4 of the lightning bolts still exploded in this small area. Rumble! Boundless energy exploded. The aura of the lightning bolts surged. A terrifying aura rushed towards Zichen and Monk. In this aura, Monk could only feel destruction. However, Zichen could feel a familiar energy. He could absorb this energy completely. However, if the energy was too strong, it would bring about destruction. Thus, at this critical juncture, Zichen dodged and drilled into the cave. The lightning bolts were raging. It was like a lightning net that landed on Zichen's body. However, the latter didn't care. He didn't react at all. As if nothing had happened, he rushed straight into the cave. The monk was dumbfounded when he saw how Lin Fan was able to withstand the lightning without even putting up a protective light barrier. But soon after, more lightning energy exploded from his body. Rumble! The lightning bolts were violent. A huge wave that was hundreds of meters high was raised on the lake. Monk was even sent flying hundreds of meters away. Puff! He coughed up blood. Obviously, he was injured. Zichen, you and I are irreconcilable enemies, Monk said in an unwilling voice. At this moment, Zichen had already rushed into the cave. He went deep into the cave and took away the ice. Even the ice lotus disappeared. Rumble! But then, with a loud sound, the entire cave shattered and began to collapse. Pieces of rolling stones appeared and crushed Zichen inside. Monk was seriously injured. Zichen was crushed by the rolling stones. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Roar! An angry roar was heard. The strange movement below had angered the big water monster. The latter summoned a group of small water monsters and rushed down quickly. It was only a few dozen meters. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Monk, it's you. Evil good monk. You actually snuck into this place. The 3 monsters arrived in a flash as well. When they saw the monk, their faces turned extremely ugly. Don't misunderstand. Monk waved his hand. Misunderstand? Evil good monk, you must have gotten the ice lotus for sneaking in. Hand it over. Song Meng took a step forward. The saber in his hand shone coldly. Hand over the ice lotus. Otherwise, we will fight to the death, Li Hao said coldly. As for Wu Yuan, he locked his eyes on Zichen. I didn't get the ice lotus. Zichen took it away. Monk felt wronged. He was seriously injured because of the ice lotus. Nonsense. You are the only one here. Where did Zichen come from? You were the one who tried to sow discord. Li Hao looked at Monk. Monk, don't try to deny it. Hand over the ice lotus. Song Meng was aggressive. His saber was flickering. I really didn't take it. It's Zichen. He's here. Monk was about to say that Zichen was crushed by a huge rock and his life was uncertain. Woo! But before he could say anything, the cave collapsed. The giant water monster roared angrily. The sound wave interrupted Monk's words. It turned around and glared at Monk. Monk was selfish. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. They were so powerful that even he was injured. Zichen's thunderbolts were no weaker than his. Plus, he was greedy and only thought of snatching the ice lotus. He didn't even activate his protective light shield. Even if he had an extraordinary body, he would definitely die. Thinking of this possibility, Monk didn't say anything. After all, the dead wouldn't move. He could just run away and come back for the secret manual in the future. As soon as the giant water monster finished speaking, countless smaller water monsters moved. They rushed towards Monk. At the same time, the giant water monster also rushed towards Monk. Go to hell, you despicable monk. Song Meng was enraged. He raised the long blade in his hand. A pitch-black blade radiance flashed. He was about to slash down. The 3 of them were sure that Monk had snatched the ice lotus. Then, Li Hao and Wu Yuan attacked too. Ma. Monk was prepared. He opened his mouth and the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra appeared. Then, he turned into a ray of light and escaped upwards. He was very fast. Woo! The giant water monster recognized Monk as his enemy and chased after him. Then, the smaller water monsters swarmed towards him. Then, the three monsters turned into lightning. Humph. Seeing everyone chasing after him, Monk sneered. He had a plan in his mind. Pen. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor on the surface of the lake. Then, a golden figure appeared. Monk Evilgood was the first to run out. Zichen die. However, at this moment, a strong cultivator appeared in the void and raised his hand to strike out a palm. This was a Zephyr cultivator who had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the golden light appear, he struck out with a fierce strike without thinking. Because Zichen's energy was golden. Me. Monk had the urge to curse. He couldn't believe that Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. He was going to take the attack for nothing. So, he turned around and rushed into the lake. Boom. The palm landed on the surface of the lake, creating huge waves that were hundreds of meters tall. Terrifying energy surged in the lake. Instantly, there were many floating corpses of the water monsters. It was martial ancestors Yukong. After the attack, he felt extremely embarrassed and hid in the void again. There were some cultivators who came late. They didn't dare to go down when they saw that the lake had turned red. They hid in the distance and watched. Seeing that Yukong had attacked the wrong person, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Seems like Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. Everyone was speechless. How could they encounter such a situation? The surface of the lake surged again as if there was a fierce battle going on. Then, the golden light flashed again, and the monk rushed out again. But this time, he was carrying a few water monsters with him. One of them even bit his butt and refused to let go. Swoosh. Yukong did not attack again. After Tyrant soared into the air, he flew toward the surface of the lake. Shortly after, his body turned into a golden light and sped off into the distance. Damn, another one of the best. The monk had a bald head and he had a few water monsters on him. There was even one on his butt. He fled as if he was flying. The water monsters were still swaying non-stop. This scene made everyone speechless. That's Evilgood Monk. Heavens, he actually came as well. Why does he look so pathetic? That monstrous monk. Bullshasters T evil monk. This is an evil monk, a scoundrel. He is good at swindling, and stealing. I wonder which temple he came from. Someone spoke. Obviously, he didn't like the monk very much. P.S. I worked so hard, but I didn't get a recommendation. I'm in a very bad mood. This is an indescribable feeling. Disappointment, loss, all kinds of negative emotions are surging up. Since he was in a bad mood, his efficiency would naturally be lower. He would save up 1 or 2 chapters to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Please forgive me, please understand. Chapter 235. The appearance of the monk was already surprising enough. But soon, another 3 voices were heard. Li Hao, Tsung Meng, and Wu Yuan also rushed out and chased after Tyrant like shooting stars. That's Li Hao from the Li family. Oh my god, he's a monster! He's chasing after the monk too. Did the monk steal something? The crowd exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar again. Who's that man with the blade? He's burly and he's not any slower than Li Hao. Oh my god, that's Tsung Meng, the monster of the Tsung family. His blade skills have reached perfection. Someone exclaimed again. There's another one. Could he be a monster too? The 3 of them seem to be similar. Am I seeing things? That's Wu Yuan, the monster of the martial ancestor. Oh my god, the 3 monsters are chasing after the monk. The hundreds of cultivators who came earlier were tricked by the monk into jumping into the lake. None of them survived. Those who came later were excited to see the 3 monsters for the first time. Weren't the 3 monstrous geniuses chasing after Zichen? Why are they chasing after a monk now? The monsters of the 3 factions came out to kill Zichen and caused a huge uproar. But now, they were chasing after the monk, which confused the crowd. Who knows? Maybe the evil monk did something weird. Could it be that the monk stole the ice lotus? That's possible. The monk has a bad character. He's a swindler and has done all kinds of bad things. Now that he appeared from the bottom of the lake, he must have stolen the ice lotus. Just as the crowd was discussing, the surface of the lake surged again. Then, a giant creature appeared. It was 10 meters tall, and had small horns on its head. It looked like a small dragon. As soon as it came out of the lake, it seemed to have sensed something. It raised its head and looked at the sky with fear in its eyes. Then, it turned back and let out an angry roar. Oh my God, that's a water monster! A water monster that's more than 10 meters tall. It should be the king of the water monsters. That's terrifying. Everyone's expression changed and they retreated again. Yukong, who was hiding in the dark, did not know what was going on. When he saw that his young master was actually chasing after the monk, each of them appeared from the dark and turned into a ray of light, charging towards the monk. A total of 6 Yuzongs disappeared from the sky, which once again caused a wave of astonishment. One had to know that they had been here for a long time, but they had never discovered any Yuzongs hiding in the dark. Just as everyone was feeling that the events that had happened today were truly inconceivable, another explosion sounded from the lake. Following which, a golden figure appeared. It was Zichin. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters and there were many wounds all over his body. After rushing out of the lake, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The cave collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. Zichin was severely injured and even fainted. It was Aamo who woke him up and told him that they had already left to chase after the monk. Zichin cautiously avoided the enraged water monster and rushed out of the lake. With a sweep of his eyes, Zichin saw the water stains on the ground and immediately knew the direction that the monk had fled in. Monk, thank you. Grinning, Zichin aggravated his wounds once again. After snatching the ice lotus and letting the monk take the blame, he was elated. The intense pain made him grimace, and then he flew in the opposite direction. As for the monk's life or death, Zichin did not care at all. Since the evil monk was willing to take the blame, he definitely did not have good intentions. This was something that Zichin could guess. Who is that person? He looks familiar. I don't know, but he does look familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. The cultivators who had not left yet all asked curiously after seeing Zichin. He's Zichin. Oh my God, he's in there too. He's even at the bottom of the lake. But why did the 3 monsters abandon him and chase after the monk? Zichin. He's the Zichin who offended several major forces. The 3 monsters came out for him and threatened to kill him. That's Zichin. I've seen him before. He used an ancient weapon to kill Li Hua and killed Sung He. Zichin heard the exclamations, but he did not stop. Instead, he sped up. He came out from the bottom of the lake and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He should be injured. Zichin has a precious treasure on him. Now that he's injured, he'll definitely die if he encounters someone from a major family. That's right. Zichin has a precious treasure that even the martial ancestor would be jealous of. He also has the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect. He's a moving treasure trove. Some cultivators were discussing. Then why aren't we chasing? What are we waiting for? A cultivator reacted and shouted, chasing after Zichin. Yes, Zichin is injured and his strength is less than 10%. Once we kill him, we'll definitely gain a lot. He's a moving treasure trove. He has something that even the major forces would be jealous of. Everyone reacted and greed grew in their hearts. After a shout, they quickly chased after Zichin. Kill! Don't let him escape. All this time, it had been the major forces chasing after Zichin. It was the first time that independent cultivators were chasing after him. They were all independent cultivators, a motley crew. Although they were weak, they seized the best opportunity, which was when Zichin was seriously injured. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from behind as one figure after another caught up. Among the independent cultivators, there was no lack of experts, including true energy boundary cultivators. Zichin was seriously injured. Even with the world's fastest speed, he was not very fast at the moment. Every time he breathed and moved, Zichen felt intense pain all over his body. Go to hell! The sound of something breaking through the air was getting closer and closer. Finally, a cultivator caught up. A first celestial layer cultivator shouted and smashed a heavy hammer in his hand at Zichen. The sharp whistling sound was extremely ear-piercing and carried a terrifying aura. If Zichen was at his peak, he would not be afraid of such a blow. However, he was seriously injured at the moment. Once he was hit, his injuries would worsen. A cold light flashed in his hand and the ancient weapon appeared. It drew a silver light and directly pierced forward. Puff! The heavy hammer was instantly pierced through by the long spear like tofu. Then, a spear light shot out from the tip of the spear and pierced the cultivator's heart. A first celestial layer true energy expert was killed in one blow. Even though Zichen was seriously injured, he was still strong. Huff, huff! Zichen gasped for breath. The blow just now had affected his injuries. The wounds that were about to heal started to bleed again. He is already at the end of his rope. Let's attack with all our strength. Someone shouted and signaled for everyone to come forward. Clang! A red light flashed and a sharp blade appeared, stabbing towards Zichen's heart. The angle was sharp and the attack was decisive and ruthless. Swoosh! A bright light flashed and a thick blade light came from the distance with a terrifying aura. Clang! In Zichen's hand, the long spear was like a poisonous dragon. It touched the sharp blade, and with a crisp sound, the sharp blade broke. At the same time, the long spear swept and pierced the cultivator's body. Swoosh! Then, the long spear moved and the cultivator was instantly split in two by the blade light. At the same time, Zichen's long spear drew a silver light and pointed at the cultivator's throat. 2 more people died. The ancient weapon was very sharp. Wherever it passed, the soldiers were broken and people were killed. Almost no one could block Zichen's second attack. Puff! The silver light flashed like a poisonous dragon. A cultivator was hit between the eyebrows by the spear light. The materialized sharp light shot out from the back of his head, and he died a violent death. Swoosh! The long sword swept and fell from the sky like a sharp blade. A cultivator was split in two, and the scene was very bloody. His fierce battle strength shocked everyone. Even if he was seriously injured, Zichen still told everyone that he was an inviolable person. His eyes swept across the area, and his might spread out in all directions. Everyone was frightened and retreated backwards. Zichen had successfully intimidated everyone. The bloody corpses next to him were all killed in one blow. They were the foundation of deterrence. Ahem. Zichen coughed softly. His injuries worsened again. Even the mysterious heart couldn't recover in time. Zichen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. He's already at the end of his rope. The opportunity is right in front of him. If he backs away now, he will be struck by lightning in the future. The inheritance treasure is right in front of him. If he doesn't, he will still be mediocre for the rest of his life. The bewitching voice sounded in the crowd again. I'm just a nobody. No one cares about me. If I kill Zichen today and get the inheritance, I will become famous. This is a chance. A connate cultivator appeared with a long blade in his hand and walked out of the crowd. This guy seemed to be a gambler. He dared to show up with a blade at the early stage of the connate level and bet his life. I'm also a nobody. Another person walked out. He looked ordinary and was stronger than the gambler. He was at the mid-stage of the connate level. I want to try too. Another person appeared. Zichen is seriously injured today. If you don't try, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If you win, you will be respected by the world. If you lose, you will only lose your life. 20 years later, you will be a hero again. The provocative voice sounded again. It was full of bewitching and tempting. Kill. A few more cultivators walked out. They all wanted to bet on Zichen for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Zichen didn't say anything. These people were either gamblers or had been blinded by greed. It was useless to explain. He could only use battle to speak. If he lived, he would be the winner. If he died, he would be eliminated. Kill! With a loud roar, the army formed by gamblers and greed once again charged towards Zichen, full of killing intent. Zichen stood with his spear. He didn't know how to use the spear, but he knew how to kill. He moved his spear like a poisonous snake, fierce and fast. Poof! One hit, one life. The gambler was the first to die. He was just an early-stage Khanate level cultivator. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning, but he still wanted to die. Bang! The spear shook like a dragon coming out of the sea, bringing a large silver light. 2 more people became dead souls under the spear. These people were crazy and fearless. At this moment, their brains were filled with blood and they didn't know what death was. There were no living souls under the ancient weapon. They were all dead souls. Poof! The last person fell in front of the spear. At this moment, there were already more than a dozen corpses in front of Zichen. He stood with his spear, his eyes emotionless and his figure majestic. There were still many cultivators in front, and the bewitching person hadn't appeared yet. Chapter 236. Zichen stood tall with his spear in hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Beside him was a corpse lying on the ground in a miserable state. Blood splattered all over the ground. None of the souls survived under the ancient weapon. He was like a god of death, decisive and merciless. Everyone retreated with fear in their eyes. Cough, cough. But with a light cough, Zichen spat out blood. His face turned pale once again, and his endless deterrence disappeared in an instant. He can't take it anymore. He's like a lamp that has run out of oil. Again. The instigating voice once again sounded. However, this time around, before he could finish speaking, his voice came to an abrupt halt. A long spear had already pierced into the other party's mouth, instantly penetrating it. Come up yourself if you have the ability. Hiding behind the crowd and instigating is the behavior of a despicable person, Zichen said coldly. The long spear in his hand flashed and appeared in his hand. Fast. Too fast. Everyone was shocked. No one noticed when Zichen appeared in front of them. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the crowd, there was one person who was about to leave quietly. But Zichen stared at him coldly. In an instant, he felt a chill in his heart, as if he was in an ice cellar. You're even more despicable than a despicable person. I'll send you on your way. The silver light flashed again, and another instigator fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from his wound. Cough, cough. Zichen coughed out blood again, and his face turned even paler. But no one dared to have any evil thoughts. Because everyone who had evil thoughts had already fallen into a pool of blood. Moreover, Zichen had been coughing blood since the beginning. But until now, he was still as fierce as ever. He never used a second attack to kill. Zichen, you can't let these people live. They'll expose your whereabouts. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and no one dared to have any ideas about Zichen. Under Zichen's cold gaze, they all retreated one by one, obviously intending to leave. However, at that moment, Amo spoke. Zichen stood with his spear and did not move. If you let them go, they will turn around and tell the big powers. When that happens, we will be hunted down again. Only by killing them can we prevent future troubles. Seeing that Zichen was indifferent, Amo became anxious. I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Zichen turned around and flew towards the distant forest. Childish, really childish. In the world of cultivators, it's either you die or I die. Everything is for profit. Everything is for profit. Do you understand? Amo said bitterly. I only know that I have to stick to my heart. Zichen said indifferently. Everything was for the sake of profit. He naturally knew this, and he had used his life to experience it. Everything was for profit. But Zichen couldn't do it. He killed people like flies, but he never killed the innocent. Everyone he killed deserved to die. He was cold and heartless, but he had a kind heart. It was laughable that a person who killed people like scything flax was a kind person. But that's what happened. Ferocious, this is too ferocious. He spat out blood while killing people. Under the ancient weapon, no one can survive. Monk fled all the way and spent a lot of effort to get rid of the pursuers. But before he reached the ice lake, he heard the cultivators discussing. Ancient weapon. Monk frowned. It seemed that Zichen had an ancient weapon. He is indeed ferocious. That is an existence comparable to a monster. Even if he is seriously injured, he still killed several true energy realm experts. Zichen is indeed Zichen. The two of them were discussing, shaking their heads and sighing. They didn't have the guts to gamble with their lives. What? What do you mean by Zichen? Could it be that Zichen is still alive? Monk suddenly appeared and asked coldly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. You are that evil monk. A cultivator saw Monk and his expression changed. But he knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Tell me, what is going on with the Zichen you were talking about? If it was in the past, Monk would have put his palms together and pretended to be righteous. He would have called them almsgivers and asked them about it. But ever since he met Zichen, Monk's life changed. He was always unlucky. Every time he met Zichen, he would be at a disadvantage. It was as if he had met his nemesis. At this moment, he stopped pretending. It was meaningless. It is Zichen. He started a massacre near the ice lake and killed many true energy realm experts. He is not dead yet. No, he is just seriously injured. His combat strength is still there. The cultivator was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He said whatever he knew. This monk was not a good person and was notorious. He didn't dare to lie. Ah, Zichen, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. The monk let out a thunderous roar. His roar was deafening. The two cultivators almost fainted from the roar. They quickly covered their ears and fled in panic. After roaring, Monk chased after Zichen. He was anxious and miscalculated again. Why did he use the word again? This was because the monk, who always took every possibility into account, had already miscalculated many times in front of Zichen. Monk turned into a golden light and chased after Zichen. Not long after they left, 3 figures appeared in the distance. They were the 3 great monsters. I knew this monk would not be honest, Li Hao said coldly. Then, he stopped the 2 cultivators. Encountering another 3 monstrous geniuses, the 2 cultivators were shocked. In just a few hours, the 2 of them had encountered 5 monstrous geniuses. The 2 of them answered honestly, telling him everything about Zichen and the questions that the monk had asked. That monk did not lie. The ice lotus must have been taken by Zichen, Song Ming said. But if Zichen took the ice lotus, why didn't we see him when we went down? Wu Yuan was confused. We did indeed see the monk alone. However, there were many rocks in the surroundings. I believe that a mountain collapsed underground and buried Zichen. The monk thought that Zichen was dead, so he lured us away. Li Hao analyzed after a moment of silence. That monk is indeed greedy and cunning. The other 2 were furious. If we knew Zichen was under the stone, we would have killed him no matter what. Now we missed the chance. What happened next was simple. They chased after him. Zichen fled aimlessly. During this period, he kept swallowing pills and his injuries were slowly recovering. Zichen, I, Li Hao, will kill you. Li Hao stood on the back of the Rock King and shouted coldly. Zichen, I, Sung Meng, will give you 10 moves. Come out if you can. I'll kill you with the 11th move. Sung Meng held a huge saber in his hand and looked like a giant. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. Zichen, even if you run to the end of the world, I, Wu Yuan, will kill you. Martial Ancestor was not to be outdone. The appearance of the 3 forces was very strong. They chased after Zichen all the way. At the same time, Evil Good was also looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Zichen's incident shocked the world. All the forces and cultivators were paying attention to Zichen. Did he escape alive or was he killed on the spot? Latest news. Zichen just escaped from Nimbus Martial Ancestors' range and went south. Song Meng chased after him and slashed. All the cultivators in the world were paying attention to Zichen's incident. Zichen is injured, but he escaped successfully. Song Meng lost Zichen. The successful escape caused an uproar. Li Hao caught up with Zichen and unleashed a sky full of flames, burning an entire mountain. All the beasts and creatures on the mountain died. What about Zichen? He escaped injured. Oh my God, he escaped again. Is he a cockroach that can't be killed? News about Zichen spread in the major cities. Wu Yuan used Destruction Palm. Martial Ancestor used his battle techniques repeatedly. A plane was turned into a canyon. Zichen escaped again with serious injuries. However, Evil Good and Evil Good caught up with him. Damn it, that monk only knows how to sneak attack. He's not a good person. This was the news a few days ago. All the cultivators rushed to the location of the incident. The ground collapsed and a huge crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared. Boundless energy was still surging even after a few days. It was obvious that a huge battle had taken place. Zichen is so fierce. Even though he's seriously injured, he still fought fiercely with the monk and left behind such a miserable battlefield. By the time everyone arrived, Zichen and the monk had already disappeared. A few days later there was another news. The monk was slightly injured. How can that be? Evil Good and Evil Good is so strong that even the monsters can't injure him. Zichen is already seriously injured. How could he injure the monk? On this day, the world was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Evil Good and Evil Good's combat strength was not weaker than the three monsters. Some people even guessed that the monk was stronger than the three monsters. Even though his character wasn't that great, there was nothing to be said about this monk's combat strength. Zichen used a forbidden weapon. Another day later, the reason for the monk's injury was announced. Once a forbidden weapon was used, who could fight against it? It was natural for the monk to be slightly injured. Zichen went all the way south, attracting the attention of everyone. During this period, there were a few more huge battles and Zichen escaped successfully. The people of Assassin's Pavilion attacked with a sure-kill attack. That sword light is like the sun in the sky. It's so bright that people can't open their eyes. Someone saw this scene from afar and spread the news. Is Zichen dead or alive? I don't know. I only heard the assassins of Assassin's Pavilion roaring. Zichen escaped all the way. However, he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Every time he met a monster, he would be injured. However, he would recover quickly. News! News! The three monsters surrounded Zichen at the Broken Mountain Canyon. It's said that the monk is hiding in the dark. When the news spread, the world sighed. It's over. A monster of a generation has fallen. It's a pity. Zichen's combat strength is unparalleled, but his cultivation realm is too low. Moreover, he's a rogue cultivator. He's definitely at a disadvantage against the monsters of the major factions. He's definitely going to die now that he's surrounded by the three factions. A monstrous genius had fallen in the end, and the major powers had won. The independent cultivators had once again lost the battle with the major powers. This was a result that had long been expected, but it was also very disappointing. He still hasn't created a miracle. He's just a rogue cultivator. Naturally, he can't go against the major factions. He's not heaven-defying after all. On this day, the world sighed. No one thought that Zichen could survive after being surrounded by the three factions. He had no backing, no power, and no influence. Zichen's death was an inevitable and necessary outcome. He was not like the monk. Although the monk was evil and had a bad reputation, he had a strong backing and no one was willing to provoke him. Even the major factions had to be polite to him. Unfortunately, Zichen was just a rogue cultivator, and no one cared about him. Chapter 237. The three forces surrounded Zichen. Everyone thought that Zichen would definitely die, but the result was beyond their expectations. The latest news is that Zichen fought a fierce battle with the three evildoers. He was seriously injured, but he escaped successfully. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. First, they checked whether the news was true or false. A day later, it was confirmed that the brother of a friend of an itinerant cultivator's uncle, who was a servant of the Li family, gave the accurate news. Zichen was still alive. Oh my God, he's really alive! He didn't die in the face of the siege of the three forces. After a fierce battle, he escaped with serious injuries. Miracle, this is a miracle. Zichen is the creator of miracles. He's going to defy the heavens. Zichen escaped again, which shocked the world. All the itinerant cultivators were happy for Zichen. At this moment, Zichen represented all the powerless itinerant cultivators in the world and counterattacked the major forces. He created a magnificent feat and performed a miracle. Bullshit, what fierce battle! This thief is very slippery. He actually found the entrance to the underground water and escaped. The three forces felt wrong. There was no fierce battle at all. They just surrounded Zichen. Many people didn't even see Zichen's face before he escaped. But now the outside world was abuzz with the news that Zichen fought with the evildoers of the three forces. After the battle, the world shook and the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Although he was seriously injured, he escaped successfully. The three forces were in a difficult situation, but they couldn't speak of it. The high-profile comeback of the three evildoers actually made the itinerant cultivators in the world stand on Zichen's side. Various versions appeared. All of them were unfavorable to the three forces. Although none of them were true, everyone liked to hear about it. Sometimes, even they didn't believe what they said. It was pure imagination. However, the three forces became the object of imagination of the itinerant cultivators in the world, which was somewhat embarrassing. It's all because of this greedy monk. He's greedy and despicable. If it weren't for him, Zichen would have been dead. The tyrant was also plotting for Zichen's belongings and had been following him all the way. However, he was not on the same path as the other three forces. Naturally, there were some small conflicts between them. However, this conflict was fatal at the critical moment. Zichen's repeated attempts to escape had something to do with the monk. After the shocking battle in the canyon, Zichen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace. No matter how hard the three forces and the assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion searched for him, they could not find a single clue. Lightning Dominion. It was rumored that the lightning region was formed after a corner of the mysterious lightning divine hall was shattered, and for the sake of this corner of the lightning region, a large sect was destroyed. And this large sect was the Boundless Sect. After seeing the lightning territory and understanding its origins, Amos sighed endlessly. It was as if he had returned to 10,000 years ago, an era filled with war. What exactly is the Lightning Divine Palace? Zichen hid in the fourth level of the lightning region and asked. After escaping all the way to the south, Zichen finally hid in the lightning region. This was probably something that no one would have thought of. Furthermore, to the outside world, the lightning region was a dangerous place. Even those who came by flying would not dare to enter, but Zichen could enter unimpeded. This was the best place to hide. It is rumored to be the inheritance of a god. If someone could enter the depths, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Lightning Divine Hall. From then on, they would become immortal and indestructible, becoming the Lightning Divine Hall. Amo hid in the Taiji diagram. This was the lightning region, and lightning was a fatal threat to a soul like him. Could there really be immortal and indestructible gods in this world? Zichen was astonished. I don't know. In any case, I have never seen it before. Everything is just a legend. However, the Lightning Divine Hall truly exists. Every once in a while, it would appear. Then what about your old master? His battle strength was unparalleled. Could it be that he was not a god? Zichen asked. My old master's strength was unprecedented. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a god. Gods are known to be immortal and indestructible. Everything that is destroyed and killed is not a god. A true God is immortal and indestructible. Mo's voice was somewhat melancholic. Since he is immortal and indestructible, then why is there a God's inheritance? Where did the inheritance come from? What about the previous lightning god? Zi-Chin was unwilling to accept this. Mo was startled. Clearly, he had never thought of this question. Everyone was blinded by the lightning divine hall. It was enough that there was an inheritance. Who would think about where the inheritance came from? After pondering for a moment, Mo said, I also do not know. Everything is just a rumor. I have never seen what the lightning divine hall looks like. Back then, when the sects attacked the lightning divine hall, I also do not know. What was the lightning divine hall? Practically no one could explain it clearly. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there was only one version that was passed down. That was that the lightning divine hall contained the lightning god's inheritance. Once one obtained it, they would be immortal and indestructible. However, countless years had passed, and no one had ever ascended the lightning divine hall. Lightning Region's 4th level. With the spatial spirit ring, there was no need to worry about food and drink. Zi-Chin simply went into seclusion here to recover from his injuries. Stalk after stalk of spirit herbs were swallowed by Zi-Chin into his stomach, refining them to recover from his injuries. 7 days later, after refining all of the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, Zi-Chen's bones began to emit popping sounds, as if beans were being fried. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. His injuries had already completely healed. After a series of fierce battles and continuous fleeing, Zi-Chen's strength had once again improved a little. He was now one step closer to the true energy boundary. Within abdomen, the golden Jinshi was even denser. However, it was still far from enough to step into the true energy boundary. When others broke through to the true energy boundary, a single true energy pill was enough. However, Imo insisted on not letting Zi-Chin use the true energy pill. Instead, he worked hard to raise his strength. Once the Jinshi in his body reached a certain limit, it would naturally transform into true energy. What you cultivated before was the heavenly lightning body tempering art. If I'm not wrong, this cultivation technique's early stage is to temper the body. Only when you reach the true energy boundary is the true tempering of the body. Furthermore, you also cultivated a supreme secret technique. The combination of the two techniques allowed you to cultivate a perfect body. This is an extremely terrifying physique. It is said to be perfect, without any flaws. Perfect body cultivation is not easy to come by, and breaking through is even more difficult. When you break through to the true energy boundary, there might be some changes. Before you break through, you have to prepare in advance. Imo hid within the Taiji diagram and warned. His words were not without reason. The heavenly lightning body tempering art had already completed the tempering of the body. Presumably, the next step would be the true tempering of the body. After recovering from his injuries, Zi-Chin sat cross-legged for another 2 days to completely stabilize his state of mind. After making all the preparations, he took out the ice lotus. The ice lotus had been sealed in ice for 5,000 years. At this moment, it appeared, emitting a brilliant light. Every lotus petal was crystal clear and exquisite. It was like a perfect ice sculpture without any flaws. Ka. As the golden Jinshi was injected, cracks appeared on the solid ice. As the cracks spread, it finally exploded. The 5,000-year-old ice lotus appeared in Zi-Chen's hand. The ice lotus was like a piece of solid ice. It was cold to the touch and crystal clear. It emitted a rich spiritual energy. As soon as it appeared from the solid ice, the spiritual energy began to dissipate. Even the air was cold. Zi-Chin took a deep breath and prepared for the breakthrough. Pop! With a golden light in his hand, a lotus petal shattered and turned into a ball of rich spiritual liquid. Zi-Chin took a big breath and the spiritual liquid was pulled into a line of water and was sucked into Zi-Chen's mouth. As the spiritual liquid entered his mouth, it was cool and very comfortable. As it entered his stomach, it turned into a cool energy and flowed into his meridians. Zi-Chen's entire body was glowing with a golden light. The supreme secret technique, along with the heavenly thunder reshaping incantation, was constantly circulating. Before this energy entered the dantian, it was first absorbed by the body. The energy contained in a lotus petal was almost unimaginable. It took a full 2 days for it to be completely absorbed. The golden light around Zichen's body was even brighter. Pop, pop! Another 2 lotus petals shattered, turning into spiritual liquid and entering Zichen's abdomen. An even denser spiritual energy surged towards his limbs and bones, and even into his body's bones. A 5,000-year-old spirit herb contained immense spiritual energy. Zichen absorbed it very carefully. However, the perfect body, which should have reached its limits, was like a huge desert under the rich spiritual liquid. No matter how much spiritual liquid was injected, it couldn't satisfy the desert. At this moment, Zichen realized the uniqueness of the perfect body. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. His strength didn't break through, but his perfect body was still growing. It hadn't reached a limit. Golden quintessential energy surged in abdomen. It was just a little short of perfection. Pop, pop! The lotus petal exploded and the energy entered his stomach. This energy was absorbed by his heart, and then through his blood, it entered his bones and meridians. Finally, it was completely refined by the supreme secret canon. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Zichen had refined 5 lotus petals. There were still 4 petals and 1 stamen left. The golden light around him became even richer. His perfect body became stronger again as golden lightning surrounded his body. Pop, 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 pop! The golden light in his hand tapped 4 times. With 4 consecutive sounds, the 4 petals shattered and the rich spiritual liquid entered his stomach. Zichen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body shimmered with golden light as he looked solemn. His perfect body was constantly transforming. At the same time, golden lightning lingered on his body. This was a sign that his lightning quintessential energy was about to reach perfection. The energy of the 4 petals was also absorbed bit by bit. Pop! Time passed. In the end, the stamen exploded and turned into pure spiritual liquid that entered Zichen's body. This was a 5,000-year-old ice lotus. The spiritual energy it contained was indescribable. Zichen originally imagined that it wouldn't be used up, but he never expected that just his perfect body would absorb 2/3 of the ice lotus's energy. Only when the final third was reached did he give some energy to abdomen. The golden light around Zichen trembled as streaks of golden lightning swam around his body. When the stamen's energy was completely absorbed, Zichen finally reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. He had finally broken through to Kane perfection. At this moment, the quintessential energy in his body reached a limit. When the conditions were right, it would naturally transform into quintessential essence. Boom! But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The entire Thunder Dominion began to tremble. Boundless lightning exploded and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly piercing through the Thunder Dominion's light barrier and landing on Zichen's body. It was a bolt of heavenly lightning. After Zichen's strength reached perfection, the heavenly lightning body tempering art finally played its role and began to temper his body. Chapter 238. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from above Zichen's head. It was as though 5 bolts of lightning had struck him. A destructive aura rippled as the power of lightning wreaked havoc. The expected scene of Zichen being crushed by the lightning did not happen. Golden light overflowed from Zichen's body as streaks of golden lightning circled around his body, blocking the attack for him. It's indeed heavenly lightning striking the body. Zichen, you have to survive it. The benefits in the future will be great. Amos sent a voice transmission to Zichen with an excited tone. In the past, the limitless sect dominated the southern region, but no one had heard of a true essence realm cultivator experiencing a lightning tribulation. Although Zichen's talent wasn't high, he had cultivated a terrifying perfect body. Now that he was about to experience a lightning tribulation, his future achievements would be limitless. Got it. Zichen had already opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as a powerful aura filled his body. After refining a 5,000-year-old ice lotus, his strength had become even stronger, and his perfect body was even more terrifying. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with a terrifying aura. The light barrier around the lightning dominion was like a decoration in front of the heavenly lightning. It was instantly pierced through, and the heavenly lightning struck. Pun! Zichen clenched his fists and flew up into the sky. His perfect body was completely revealed as golden light blinded one's eyes. He brandished his fist and smashed at the second bolt of heavenly lightning. Dong! With a loud bang, the world trembled. The lightning in the lightning dominion became even more violent. The second bolt of heavenly lightning wreaked havoc, but it was shattered by Zichen. The powerful perfect body was very terrifying. The heavenly lightning was dispersed, turning into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichen sucked it into his body. Then, he circulated the Supreme Mystic Manual, and refined the heavenly lightning energy. Boom! The lightning was terrifying. Each bolt was stronger than the last. When the third bolt of lightning struck down, the world emitted a blinding light. Zichen punched out as his body shone with golden light. Exuberant lifeblood surged into the sky and shattered the third bolt of lightning with a boom. This perfect body is too terrifying. It actually dispersed the heavenly lightning. Aemo was extremely shocked in the Taiji diagram. Boom! There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. All the heavenly lightning seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no need to accumulate power at all. The fourth heavenly lightning quickly fell. It was even more powerful and had a destructive aura. It caused the space to tremble as it fell on Zichen's head. Pun! This time, the perfect body, which had always been successful, was injured. Zichen's figure flew backward, and cracks appeared on his fist that was emitting golden light. The fourth heavenly thunder already injured me slightly. I wonder how many there are in total. Zichen looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The heavenly thunder was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The heavens and earth trembled as a destructive aura appeared. The fifth bolt of lightning descended, causing the space to tremble. Boom! When the lightning struck, Zichen used his perfect body to block it. Following that, blood splattered. His fist was injured, revealing eerie white bones. The protective light shield around Zichen also shattered. Boundless lightning energy entered his body and began to wreak havoc in his body. Each bolt of lightning was stronger and faster than the last. Boom! Just as the fifth bolt of lightning fell, the sixth bolt of lightning appeared. It was even stronger and more powerful. Before Zichen could react, it struck Zichen's head. Boundless lightning energy entered his body, almost splitting the top of Zichen's head. However, there was still a bolt of lightning energy that entered his sea of consciousness and converged with his will. Zichen could not help but cry out in pain when his will was attacked by the lightning. The heavenly thunder was attacking his will, surging with a destructive aura. However, if he was baptized by the lightning, Zichen's will would be strengthened again. Heavenly thunder tempering body was not only tempering the body, but also the will. However, there was half blessing and half disaster. It was up to him to see if he could avoid this calamity. Zichen gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept circulating his cultivation technique. The true chi and abdomen was mobilized again, filling the surface of his body. His eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at the sky. An unyielding fighting spirit rose in his heart. Zichen, you have a perfect body. It's just a single lightning tribulation. It's not worth mentioning. Once you survive it, your strength will increase greatly. Moreover, you will be able to cultivate the yin-yang's secret art and become a well-deserved monster. Aemo encouraged from the side. Boom! The seventh bolt of heavenly lightning landed on Zichen's body. The terrifying energy caused Zichen's body to be covered in blood. White bones were exposed in many places. The scene was very frightening. Ha! Zichen gritted his teeth and persevered. He activated the innate true chi in his body. With a loud shout, he went against the sky and rushed towards the eighth bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder boomed, and the entire thunder region trembled. Zichen was struck down by the 8th bolt of heavenly thunder, smashing into the ground. His entire body was charred black, like a piece of charcoal, accompanied by a faint trace of life. Zichen, you have to persevere. It's just a single lightning tribulation. Once you survive it, you will truly transform. At that time, you will see the true terror of a perfect body. Imo shouted from within the Taiji diagram. Zichen, hope is in front of you. The yin-yang secret art is beckoning to you. Only when you break through to the true essence realm will you become a true monster. Zichen's charred body trembled slightly as if he was replying to Amo's words. In his heart, a steady stream of life energy was replenishing. Zichen's life aura also became more and more vigorous. Zichen's body trembled as rays of golden light appeared once again, breaking through his charred skin. His pitch-black eyes once again became bright and resplendent. Come on, the 9th bolt of lightning. Zichen's fighting spirit surged again. His heroic spirit soared into the sky, emitting an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, the 9th bolt of lightning fell. Boom! The last bolt of lightning exploded, but the sound covered the entire lightning territory. It was as if this bolt of lightning was the only thing left in the world. It fell from the sky, flashing with silver light. It was dazzling and had an aura of destruction as it went straight for Zichen. Zichen's body emitted a brilliant golden light. His entire body soared into the sky like a golden sun, rushing towards the 9th bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning collided with Zichen, and an unparalleled aura erupted. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. The silver light and golden light continued to be entangled in the air. Then, the silver light overshadowed the golden light and directly swallowed Zichen. Pun! A pitch-black figure fell from the sky. It was like a charred body, emitting black smoke. It smashed into the lightning territory without a sound. The world was silent. The first lightning tribulation had disappeared. Even the lightning territory had stopped raging. The first lightning tribulation had 9 bolts of lightning. After the 9 bolts of lightning fell, the world returned to calm. Everything was silent. Zichen. Amo's roar sounded from the Taiji diagram. With a flash of light, Amo appeared. He saw the charred corpse on the ground. It was completely silent. Zichen, you can't die. Amo shouted. You have a perfect body. A mere first lightning tribulation is nothing. Are you going to be knocked down just like that? Zichen had already turned into charcoal. His body was emitting black smoke. There was no sign of life, but Amo was still shouting. Zichen, don't forget about the hatred of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The Grand Elder is watching you from the sky. He's waiting for you to avenge the Nimbus martial ancestor. Amo shouted, trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts. And Lin Shui. She's also waiting for you. Su Mingyao's fate is unknown. How can you die now? Amo was roaring at the charred corpse, but the charred corpse was indifferent. There was no sound. The lightning tribulation was terrifying. It had an endless aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by a rich vitality. Amo did not believe that Zichen would die. He was trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts that were about to die. Amo shouted loudly, his voice echoing over and over again. Pop! Zichen's charred body suddenly made a sound. Although it was very soft, it reached Amo's mind. Zichen, wake up quickly. Amo shouted loudly, his face filled with ecstasy. Spiritual senses surged out. He knew that Zichen's thoughts were still alive. Pop! Another sound was heard. The charred body trembled slightly as a golden light seemed to appear. Zichen, lightning tribulation has completely transformed your perfect body. You have broken through to quintessential essence. You are a true monster. Suddenly, a rich vitality appeared. It was like a huge storm that appeared out of thin air. The rich vitality surged out from the charred corpse and spread in all directions. The charred corpse was nourished by the vitality. Zichen's aura gradually became stronger. This was a sign that he was about to recover. Pun. When the boundless vitality reached a limit, a loud sound was heard. The charred body exploded completely. A naked man appeared from within. He was surrounded by a golden light, like a golden sun that bloomed with endless golden light. The lightning tribulation had a terrifying aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by vitality. This vitality allowed Zichen to reconstruct his body and complete another transformation. This was a true transformation. From innate stage to quintessential essence, and after going through the lightning tribulation, it formed a perfect body. At this moment, Zichen could be considered a perfect body. Perfect body. This is the perfect body. Zichen clenched his fists and felt a terrifying energy hibernating in his body. He had an illusion that if he punched out now, he could even shatter a mountain. In addition to the changes in his perfect body, Zichen's consciousness also became golden. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his consciousness became stronger. If Zichen's consciousness could extend dozens of meters before, then after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Zichen's consciousness increased several times. It was almost comparable to the consciousness of those monsters. At the same time, the true qi in Zichen's abdomen had also successfully turned into quintessential essence. The golden lightning true qi turned into lightning quintessential essence. It became purer and richer. True qi turning into quintessential essence is the true beginning. The lightning tribulation technique has taken shape. In the future, it will be continuous lightning tribulation. Now I can cultivate the yin-yang art. Aemo was very happy that Zichen had survived the first lightning tribulation, but his voice was a little low. The yin-yang art was a cultivation technique that sought a way out of a dead end. Every breakthrough was a narrow escape. You have to be careful. You must make yin and yang compatible. Yin and yang must be balanced. Aemo warned again. The yin-yang art represented the compatibility of extreme yin and extreme yang. The two extreme energies could coexist. This cultivation technique was very powerful, but once cultivated, it was a narrow escape. Back then, the Wuji sect had also selected a group of talented geniuses to cultivate the compatibility of yin and yang. However, none of them could achieve the old master's achievements. Chapter 239. The yin-yang art was the coexistence of extreme yin and extreme yang. When Zichen first received the inheritance, he knew how difficult it would be. If not for the mysterious heart, he would have died long ago. Hearing Amo's low voice, Zichen's emotions were affected. He chose his own path. Whether yin and yang coexisted or collided, it was also Zichen's choice. The feeling of loss was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. His enemies were all over the world, and each of them was a powerful force. If he couldn't produce something decent, he would be mediocre, and would be hunted down all over the world. Not to mention counterattacking, he could die at any time. At this moment, with the yin-yang art, he could take a gamble. Once he succeeded, he would still be hunted down in the future, but he would have some capital to counterattack. If the yin-yang art is successful, you will naturally be able to suppress those powerful forces. The martial ancestors' art, and the secret manual of red clouds, I've never heard of them before. They must be mediocre techniques. These were Amo's words to encourage Zichen. Cultivate the yin-yang art. Without hesitation, Zichen made up his mind. In the future, he would walk on a single-plank bridge. Once he fell, he would die. He would seek survival in the midst of a dead end. But before that, I have to understand what's going on in my heart. Zichen sat cross-legged, mobilized his mind, and began to look inside himself. When he was in the Xiantian realm, Zichen already had the ability to look inside himself, but he couldn't see through his heart even after trying a few times. This time, after the baptism of thunder and lightning, his mind became more solid and golden. Zichen looked towards his heart. With his mind strengthened this time, it was easy to look inside himself. Everything was as old Emo had said, success was achieved naturally. His mind went through his heart and looked into its depths. At this moment, Zichen finally saw the mysterious heart that had brought him back from the dead and helped him resolve all the crises he faced. It was a small silver ball. The silver light was as bright as pure silver. A round ball the size of a walnut was in his heart. That's it! Zichen saw Lei Yuan. Its entire body was glowing with silver light, and it looked very much like the lightning energy that he had cultivated in the past. Furthermore, this energy was very pure. However, the round bead did not look like a pure energy body. Instead, it looked more like an object. It was this thing that not only could release lightning energy, it could also release life energy. It was very mysterious. After looking at it for a long time, Zichen still couldn't figure out anything, so he simply stopped studying it and withdrew his consciousness. Now, he finally knew the secret behind the mysterious heart. Although he didn't know what the silver ball was, it definitely wasn't a bad thing. Alright, let's begin. Zichen adjusted his mood, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate the yin-yang formula. Buzz! Extreme yin and extreme yang yuan qi appeared in Zichen's body. These were the energies that had been hidden in his meridians in the land of legacy. Now, with the circulation of the cultivation method, they all appeared. When yin and yang are compatible, they will be very powerful. However, if they are not compatible, they will explode with a destructive aura. Try using a little bit of yin and yang yuan qi first. Zichen carefully controlled these two grain-sized elemental energies and slowly merged them together. Boom! Under the activation of the yin-yang formula, the yin and yang yuan qi came into contact with each other. A violent aura emerged. When yin and yang were incompatible, it directly caused an explosion. The destructive aura began to wreak havoc in Zichen's body. Zichen's body was surrounded by a resplendent golden light. The energy of the explosion was not much. Although it was terrifying, it did not destroy the perfect body. It only destroyed his meridians. However, in the next moment, a life aura emerged from the Lei Yuan and began to repair his damaged meridians. Imo was very nervous. Even though Zichen had a pure perfect body, he felt that the chances were slim. After all, Zichen's talent wasn't very high. He was able to obtain the recognition of extreme yin and extreme yang because of his perfect body. This physique was very suitable for cultivating the yin-yang formula. However, in the past, there were also people with perfect bodies who cultivated the yin-yang formula in the Boundless sect. In the end, both of them were destroyed. What a pity! If Zichen only had a single inheritance, extreme yin or extreme yang, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. His future achievements would be limitless. However, with the inheritance of the yin-yang formula, there are many variables. Imo was very anxious. At that moment, he felt that Zichen's body was filled with a destructive aura. This is... Imo's expression changed drastically. However, the aura soon disappeared. I failed. Thankfully, it's a perfect body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded. Imo secretly rejoiced. Before obtaining the Lei Yuan, Zichen had cultivated for a few years and was only at the 4th level of true energy. His talent wasn't high at all. Now that extreme yin and extreme yang were compatible, he failed time and time again. However, Zichen wasn't discouraged, nor did he give up. Instead, he endured the danger of his body exploding and walked alone on the bridge. On both sides was a bottomless abyss. If he fell in, there would be nothing left of him. Boom! With another loud quake, Zichen's face distorted. The destructive aura extended from his body and rushed to the surface of his body. Blood surged, and Zichen instantly turned into a bloody man. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices and pores. He failed again. Imo was very nervous as he kept staring at Zichen. The first time he cultivated the yin-yang formula was very crucial because he couldn't grasp the trick. In the past, many people were stuck at this step and directly destroyed. The destructive aura was blocked by the perfect body. The Lei Yuan once again transmitted the aura of life. It was only at this moment that Zichen realized the importance of a perfect body. He experimented over and over again. If he didn't have a perfect body, he would have long self-destructed. The destructive aura surged again. Zichen's body emitted a resplendent golden light. Following that, a crack appeared in between his eyebrows, emitting cracking sounds. Blood flowed out from the crack. Ah Mo's heart trembled as he watched. Zichen had almost been split into two just now. Lei Yuan once again accelerated the transmission of energy. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Zichen was walking on the edge of death. With every step he took, he could die. In this world, only people with great perseverance would dare to do so. Failure after failure. Zichen's talent wasn't high, but he was never discouraged. Over and over again. He had suffered fatal injuries several times, and was only a hair's breadth away from death. Finally, after countless failures, Zichen succeeded. His entire body shone with a golden light. Extreme yin and extreme yang finally began to coexist. Although they were only the size of a grain of rice, this was the beginning of success. Zichen had been missing for 3 whole months. During this period, the experts of the 3 forces were all out. They had spies in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were even spies around the silent jungle. However, Zichen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without a trace. During this period, the 3 forces didn't give up on the search. At the same time, the elusive assassin pavilion didn't slack off either. They hid in the dark and searched for Zichen. Just like Monk, one always wanted to sneak attack while the other wanted to kill. 3 months without any clues. Could Zichen be dead? Impossible. He should be cultivating in seclusion. After 3 months, Zichen's fame didn't diminish. Everyone was talking about him in the streets, inns, and restaurants. Zichen's name could be heard everywhere. He's indeed a monster. His combat strength is unparalleled. He could even escape in the end after fighting with 3 monsters. Even Monk was severely injured when fighting with him. In a 3-story restaurant, there were cultivators drinking and chatting. The topic of their conversation was naturally Zichen. Zichen is nothing. He's just a mere Khanate. I can kill him with one hand. At the table next to them, a young man frowned and snorted. Friend, be careful of your words. Zichen's combat strength is unparalleled. Even Monk Evil Good was injured. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Someone next to him said. He's just a trash Khanate. What monster is he? He's just trash. If I meet him, I can kill him with one hand. The young man was very arrogant and said disdainfully. As for him injuring Monk Evil Good, he only used a forbidden weapon. It's not considered combat strength. You're too arrogant. Even if he didn't use a forbidden weapon, Zichen has already killed an expert at the 2nd sky of true essence. Someone next to him was disgusted by the young man's arrogance. That's why I said he's trash. He's already in his 20s, but he's only in the Khanate realm. He could kill a 2nd sky with the help of an ancient weapon. He's useless. I can kill him with one slap. The cultivator was very arrogant and wore a luxurious robe. Someone next to him wanted to refute, but unexpectedly, a powerful aura surged around the young man and true essence surrounded him. 4th sky of true essence. Someone cried out in alarm, and his expression changed greatly. This young man was definitely not more than 25 years old, but he was already at the 4th sky of true essence. He was very talented. Zichen is nothing. If he dares to appear, I'll kill him with one slap. True essence surrounded the young man and a cold aura surged. The temperature in the air dropped instantly, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. It made people feel cold. He's just a coward. If he dares to appear in this decapitation conference, I, Chu Xiong, will kill him. The young man left a vitality stone and turned to leave. He was tall and strong, and his cold aura made people feel cold. Chu Xiong, he's the organizer of the decapitation conference. He's from the Chu family of the Floating Snows City. The Floating Snows City's Chu family actually came. Chu Xiong's departure caused a commotion. Just like the Tsungli family of the Tsungli city and the Wang family of the Cloud city, the Chu family was a big family in the floating snow city. Although Chu Xiong's combat strength was not as good as a monster's, he was a true genius. He had cultivated to the fourth sky of true essence at such a young age. So he was the one who organized the decapitation conference. He's not alone. Some geniuses from several big factions are dissatisfied with Zichen's reputation. They specially organized the decapitation conference and invited many big factions to participate. This Chu Xiong is just one of the participants. Zichen has no enmity with the Chu family. Why did the Chu family send someone to kill Zichen this time? Who knows? Maybe it's for some great treasure. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Some people were filled with anticipation for the decapitation conference. With so many geniuses gathered, they would spar and display their skills. There would also be good food and wine. It would definitely be lively. Decapitation conference, Chu family. Chapter 240. Tsungli City, Lin family. The towering mahogany door was covered with a layer of dust. There were also a lot of things piled up in front of the door. A gust of wind blew the dust into the air. This was originally the Lin clan, a medium-sized clan in Tsungli City. However, at this moment, it looked as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Dust was flying everywhere, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. A young man had been standing in front of the door for a long time. "Young man, are you looking for someone?" A peddler passed by and asked when he saw the young man in a daze. "Oh, uncle, this is the Lin family, right?" The young man smiled and asked kindly. "It is the Lin family." The young man's smile was very gentle. The peddler also smiled. "Uncle, where are the people of the Lin family?" the young man asked doubtfully. The peddler shook his head and said, "I don't know. They should have all moved away. A year ago, the head of the Lin family dismissed all the servants for some unknown reason. Then, overnight, there was not a single person left in the family. It caused quite a stir at that time." "Quite a stir?" The young man did not understand. "That's right. The Lin family had a few businesses in the city that were very profitable. However, everyone from the Lin family disappeared overnight. There was no one to take care of these businesses. Many people benefited from it. At that time, it was very chaotic." The merchant laughed. "Oh, thank you, uncle. Uncle, do you know where they moved to?" "I don't know. No one knows. At that time, many peddlers wanted to buy the businesses of the Lin family. They were all looking for the Lin family, but they could not find them." The peddler shook his head. The young man smiled and thanked the peddler. Then, he turned and left, looking a little lonely. The young man was Zichen. He was worried about Lin Shui's safety, so he went to Tsungli City as soon as he came out of the Thunder region. But who knew that there was no one in the Lin family? "A year ago, wasn't that when I had just come out from the ruins? At that time, everyone was paying attention to me. No one should have paid attention to the Lin family. The Lin family's leader chose to flee at that time. It was a wise decision. But where are they now? And Shui'er, she got the inheritance. No one should suspect her. Will she be in danger?" At night, Zichen snuck into the Lin family. He was very careful, but he did not find any clues. It was as if the Lin family had disappeared into thin air. "It's good that he disappeared. Only then can we be truly safe." Zichen finally left. However, he did not leave Tsungli City. Instead, he quietly waited for the start of the Imperial Decapitation Assembly. Since those major powers didn't want to let him go, how could he not swallow this anger? The Decapitation Assembly organized by a group of geniuses. Very good. There was a cold light in Zichen's eyes. His strength had increased, his perfect body had transformed, and he had cultivated the yin-yang art. Zichen was eager to find someone to test his strength. The Qin Severing Assembly was not held in Tsungli City. Instead, it was held several hundred miles away from Tsungli City, in a gigantic canyon. This was the famous Jianing Valley of the Tsungli City. In the 10,000 years of foundation of the Tsungli city, at least 3 major events were related to the Jiangning Valley. 2,000 years after the establishment of the Tsungli city, a young hero appeared. He was powerful and his combat strength was comparable to a monster. Back then, the Tsungli and Tsungli families were impetuous. It was inevitable that their disciples would be frivolous and impetuous, resulting in them doing some outrageous things. For some unknown reason, these young disciples offended this hero. In the end, they were all slaughtered. The Tsungli and Tsungli families were shocked and sent out experts. However, this monster was powerful. The more he fought, the braver he became. That time, the Tsungli and Tsungli families suffered the greatest loss since the establishment of the Tsungli city. Many experts perished and many geniuses perished. Although the hero's combat strength was unparalleled, he could not withstand the many experts. In the end, he was slain in a huge canyon. And this canyon was called Demon Slaying Valley back then. Later on, it felt inappropriate, so it was named Jiangning Valley. It meant that it was a place where heroes were slain. The last 2 times, one was 1,000 years apart, and the other was 2,000 years apart. The process and outcome were similar. 3 powerful monsters were slain here. For the Qin severing assembly to be held here, it was clear that Zichen was a hero. Although it was more likely to lure Zichen here, according to Zichen's battle record, he could also be called a hero. It was just that the hero's strength was much weaker than his predecessors. Roar! When the Qin severing assembly was held, geniuses appeared one after another. Many of them rode on strange beasts and roared loudly. This was a gathering of geniuses. Moreover, for the sake of the success of this assembly, the several great factions had spent a great deal of money. In the canyon, there were many tables with many fruits, wine, and delicacies. There was no lack of rare spirit fruits, and all of them were used to entertain the geniuses. In the canyon, there was even a 10-meter-high platform that was several hundred meters high. It was for the cultivators to spar. On! A rock screeched, its voice sharp and ear-piercing. The martial ancestors' geniuses arrived one after another. Leading them was a blue-clothed youth named Wu Zhi. He was at the 4th layer of true essence, and behind him were several 3rd layers. The earth trembled, strange beasts roared, their voices rumbling like thunder. The geniuses of the Tsang and Li families also arrived one after another. The geniuses of the 3 great factions arrived one after another. At the same time, horses neighed and hooves sounded. A few people appeared at the end of the canyon, greeting these geniuses from afar. These were the geniuses of some small factions. There were also some loose cultivators, and their strength was at the true essence realm. Among them was the young master of Little Orchid Town's Zhao family. The latter had actually broken through to the true essence realm, but his strength was only at the 1st layer of true essence. It was somewhat awkward here. Those who dared to participate in the Qin severing assembly naturally had strength. Most of them were at the 3rd layer of true essence. As for those at the 1st or 2nd layer, they were purely here to join in the fun. Of course, there were also some geniuses who came with ulterior motives. Zichen's battle prowess is comparable to a freak, but his strength is low. He can escape time and time again because his luck is too good. There were also some cultivators who previously supported Zichen and disliked these great factions. However, when they arrived here, their words changed, and they changed from fans to haters. That's not necessarily true. Zichen has killed many geniuses since his appearance. He is strong and fully deserving of the title of freak. His strength might not be strong, but his battle prowess is unparalleled. Some people stood from a neutral point of view, and did not want to offend anyone. They talked loudly, and at the same time, enjoyed the fine wine and delicacies. Of course, there was no lack of people who came specifically to eat and drink. At the next table, a young man ignored the strange gazes around him and buried his head in eating. He ate ferociously, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost. This is delicious. It's actually a spirit fruit. And very good. The taste of this dish is very good. This is very ordinary. The young man was like a hungry ghost. He had not eaten for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was eating to his heart's content. He spoke as he ate, his saliva splattering everywhere. The dishes on the table were almost inedible. Where did this hungry ghost come from? How can you be so unruly? That's right. Don't you know that there are many people here? Someone at the side said unhappily. The young man raised his head and grinned, revealing the half-chewed food. He smiled and said, You guys eat too. Eat. He started to speak before swallowing the food, and immediately spat it all over the table. You! Someone was furious and stood up. What? The young man looked at him. Humph, you really have no manners. After that, everyone at the table left. Only the young man continued to eat and drink, which attracted dissatisfied gazes. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. How can he be so unruly? That's right. How can such a person participate in the decapitation conference? The young man ate and smacked his lips, which attracted even more dissatisfaction. Among them, many disciples of the major forces also cast dissatisfied gazes. What is a mere Zichen? As long as he dares to appear, I can kill him alone. You need one person, but I only need one hand. TSK, I only need one finger. Chen fans became Chen haters. Adding on the fact that they had drunk too much wine, they became even worse at this moment, and all of them began to boast. It was as if he had transformed into an ancestral master-level powerhouse. Everyone, we only have one goal in organizing the decapitation conference, and that is to kill Zichen. On the high platform, a major force spoke. Kill Zichen! Kill Zichen! Cheers came from below, each louder than the last. If you want to kill Zichen, you must find Zichen. Here, I hope that everyone will do their part to help find Zichen. Whoever can provide accurate clues will be rewarded with 1,000 source stones. On the high platform, a genius spoke again. 1,000 source stones reward was definitely a huge sum of money for these true energy realm existences. All of them were breathing rapidly, and greed shone in their eyes. Kill Zichen? It's easy for you to say. That Zichen has monstrous battle strength. Even those monstrous geniuses can't kill him. Do you think you can? Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads, and when they saw that it was that hungry ghost, they all looked at him with disdain. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Don't you see that the few geniuses are speaking? Immediately, someone criticized the young man. I'm speaking the truth. Zichen's battle strength is unparalleled, comparable to a monstrous genius. You're offering a reward of 1,000 source stones. It seems very high, but who can guarantee that you won't be killed by Zichen when you see him? The young man said coldly. On the surface, you're offering a reward, but your intention is to kill us. Are our lives only worth 1,000 source stones? The young man said loudly. But not everyone agreed. Some cultivators said disdainfully, Don't flatter yourself. Someone like you isn't even worth 1,000 source stones. The young man's words caused a wave of criticism, but it also made the genius on the high platform speechless. He had prepared a lot of bold words. I'm speaking the truth. Recently, the 3 major forces have been suffering losses. Even the monstrous geniuses were sent out, but they still couldn't kill Zichen. Now, these geniuses aren't even comparable to a monstrous genius. What right do they have to brag here? The young man laughed disdainfully. Everyone around stepped back. There were already people who could see that this was a person who came purely to cause trouble. Good, good, good. Today's decapitation assembly has a segment of mutual learning. Since there are people who can't wait and want to experience our methods, then feel free to come up. On the high platform, the geniuses of the major forces said their last words. Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Let me see how powerful the techniques of your major forces are, to be able to let Zichen escape again and again. The young man laughed loudly, and in a flash, he went up to the high platform. P.S. It's really painful to live without a manuscript. It's finally done. Chapter 241. The platform was at least 10 meters high. The young man's aura surged as he rushed up in an instant. His movements were clean and nimble. Sure. However, what he thought was natural and unrestrained did not lead to cheers. Instead, he was booed. I thought he had some tricks up his sleeve. I didn't expect him to only be a level 1 cultivator. A pewter spearhead that looks like silver but is useless. This guy ate an entire table of food and drank 3 jugs of wine. He must have drunk too much. A mere level 1 cultivator dares to be so arrogant here. He's simply courting death. The boos from the crowd grew louder and louder. After seeing the young man's strength, the geniuses shook their heads with disdain in their eyes. Ha, come on. Let me see the skills of your big families. The young man laughed. His voice was deafening. He's really courting death. With such strength, he dares to challenge the skills of the big families. He won't even know how he died. He's so arrogant when he's not strong. He's simply a brainless foodie. Disdainful voices came from all around again. Humph, I don't need the big families. I can kill you. In the crowd, a figure flew up quickly and flashed onto the platform, standing opposite the young man. A murderous aura surged. Kill me. The young man was stunned and asked, Isn't this a friendly match? Don't tell me you want to fight to the death? Of course. My time is precious. I don't have time to fight to the death with you. The person was very arrogant. His aura surged. He was a level 2 cultivator. The young man turned his head and looked at the person from the big families in confusion. He asked, Isn't this a friendly match? Can it be a life and death battle? Of course. We cultivators go against the heavens. We walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why can't we have a life and death battle? Chu Xiong suddenly said. From the beginning, he disliked the young man. He didn't eat properly, sat properly, and even spoke like a normal person. This made him feel disgusted and murderous. Hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. He said, Then I won't fight. You can find someone else for the life and death battle. I'm just here to spar. With that, the young man walked off the platform. What is it? Are you scared after hearing about a life and death battle? What courage do you have? Or are you afraid that I will kill you? The opposing cultivator said disdainfully. Grandpa said that I can't fight to the death with others, because if I hit too hard I might kill them. The young man's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. Ha! A burst of laughter came from below. Ha! The laughter grew louder and louder. Hey, listen to this. What a funny reason. You're clearly afraid of a life and death battle, yet you can come up with such a dignified reason. You're definitely a genius. Only a genius could come up with such a hilarious reason. Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. The crowd burst into laughter. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in front of the young man. It was Chu Xiong. He then said coldly, Those who don't want to fight will die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded out. Under this aura, the young man was forced to take a few steps back. When he reached the center of the high platform again, his face turned pale. Brat, this is the result of your words. Today, no one can protect you. Seeing the young man return, the eyes of the opposing cultivator flashed with killing intent. He appeared at this moment to curry favor with the major powers. If he could kill such a hothead, he would naturally gain the favor of the major powers, or even friendship. I have no choice but to fight. Do I have to kill him? The young man stared at Chu Xiong. Kill him if you can, Chu Xiong said coldly. Now, he couldn't wait to kill this cowardly and stubborn guy. All right then. The young man's face turned pale. He looked at the opposing cultivator and said, I'm going to kill you. Brat, did I hear wrongly? What did you say? The cultivator laughed and looked at the young man mockingly. I said I'm going to kill you. Are you ready? The young man said seriously, but he didn't have the confidence to speak. Laughter came from all around again. Everyone looked at this scene mockingly. Ha! The cultivator laughed. You really know how to be funny. Haha, the joke is very good. Since you told me a joke, I can leave your corpse intact after killing you. The cultivator laughed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. You're at level 2, and I'm at level 1. Don't you want to give me a handicap? The young man asked. The cultivator was stunned and didn't know how to react. In a life and death battle, there was a handicap? Handicap. Handicap, handicap. Handicap. The voices of the cultivators came from below. They were purely here to join in the fun. Now that they heard the young man's joke, they all agreed, but the smile on their faces became wider. Facing the shouts from below, the cultivator turned his head and made a move that he thought was cool. He slowly opened his mouth and said word by word, "All right, since everyone says so, I'll give you a handicap." The cultivator was at level 2, and the young man was at level 1. The difference in strength was too big, and the cultivator was very confident. Haha, then wait for your death. The young man didn't hear the mockery in the words. He just laughed as if giving him a handicap gave him confidence. However, his laughter was once again met with disdain from the crowd. Cut the crap, hurry up and make your move. Chu Xiong was a little impatient and urged. All right, watch how I kill you. The young man seemed very confident. He walked towards the cultivator step by step. His steps were slow but firm. Of course, in the eyes of many, this was a timid step. What is he going to do? Didn't he give him a handicap? Why isn't he attacking? Why is he walking over? Is he going to fight in front of him? Close combat? Oh my god, this is too weird. Everyone was ready to see a joke, but the young man didn't attack. Instead, he walked towards the cultivator. Although his steps were slow, he eventually reached the cultivator. Walking in front of the cultivator, the young man raised his palm, and rays of light flashed. Come on, kid. After one move, I can finish you in one move. The cultivator had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. With a vibration, the young man's true yuan surged, and a light shield appeared. He agreed to give the opponent a handicap, but he didn't say that he couldn't defend. At this moment, with the defense of the second sky, he believed that the opponent couldn't break through the light shield. With a flash of light, the young man's palm landed on the cultivator's face. Bang! The high platform shook slightly, and a soft sound was heard. Haha, you want to kill someone with such an attack and break through my defense? You must be dreaming. You're just at the first sky, and you dare to be so arrogant. You're just a glutton. The young man's palm landed, and it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Of course, not everyone was laughing. More than half of the people were not laughing. Instead, they all had their mouths wide open and were tongue-tied, as if they had seen something unbelievable. How could this be? Oh my god, what did I just see? The people who were laughing before looked at the high platform again, and they were extremely shocked. On the high platform, the cultivator was slapped down by the young man. Blood flowed out of his mouth as if he was in great pain. His body kept twitching on the ground, and after a few breaths he stopped moving. The cultivator's eyes widened, and there was a touch of horror in his eyes. Then, his vitality disappeared. A single slap killed a second sky cultivator, and this person was a first sky cultivator who looked like a brainless glutton. Such a contrast made some of the cultivators who were watching the show want to vomit blood. How could this be? What happened? I didn't hear the light shield shatter, and this guy is dead. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. I know. It must be because of his arrogance. Before the opponent's attack landed, he automatically removed the light barrier and blocked the attack without any warning. After thinking for a long time, one person pretended to be smart and explained. That's right, I think I saw the light shield disappear in advance. Then another person said, Damn, I felt it too. That kid was too careless. Then a third person said. After that, a few more people spoke. Everyone said so, and it was naturally the truth. Therefore, the cultivator died in vain. Even the geniuses couldn't figure out what was going on. I already said I'm just sparring. Because it's a battle of life and death, I'm very ruthless. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. The young man retracted his palm and said innocently to the cultivator on the ground, "No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. This guy is too shameless. Does he really think he killed the other party? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now." The young man's words caused a wave of dissatisfaction. Then, with a flash of light, another cultivator appeared. As for the previous cultivator, he was directly killed. Of course, before that, the young man groped the other party's body in front of the world for a while, saying that he wanted his spoils of war. "You want to spar with me too?" The young man put away his spoils of war, looked at the cultivator in front of him, and asked doubtfully, "Kid, cut the crap. It's a battle of life and death. I only came here because I saw how shameless you are. I don't have the time to spar with you." This cultivator was very domineering. He was also at the second sky, but he was obviously stronger than the previous one. "But why should I fight with you?" the young man asked. "If you don't fight, you'll die." Chu Xiong spoke again, his voice cold. "Ha ha, kid, you heard that. If you don't fight, you'll die. Of course, if you fight with me, you'll definitely die, but you'll die a little later." The second cultivator laughed. The young man frowned, obviously displeased. After hesitating for a while, the young man said, "If you want to fight, I'll bet you 50 primary stones. If you don't have it, then scram. Also, you're stronger than me, so you'll have to give me a chance." The young man's performance this time was very tough. He even bet 50 primary stones. Such a big bet shocked everyone. The cultivator opposite him had an ugly expression. "How about it? If you don't want to bet, then scram." The young man became very arrogant and domineering. Chapter 242. Do you want to bet or not? 50 primary stones, get the F***ck out of here if you don't want to bet. The young man was aggressive and tough. The second cultivator on the stage had an ugly expression on his face. After being forced into a corner, he said, "I'll bet." "Why wouldn't I bet?" "Fine, take out 50 primary stones, I'll do it now." The young man was still tough as he took out a bag of primary stones and placed it on the ground. There were exactly 50 of them. 49 of them were primary stones, while the remaining one was made up of 100 primary stone fragments. The second cultivator was a little hesitant at first, but after seeing the primordial stones that the young man took out, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, kid, looks like you've taken out all your assets. At least you know your place. Since you know that you're going to die and the primordial stones are going to fall into my hands, you might as well go all out and bet with me. I've taken out my primary stones. What about you? Get the F***ck out of here," the young man said coldly. Everyone could hear the anger, unwillingness, and even a hint of despair in his voice. "Mother F***ker, 50 yuan stones, what a huge sum. If I had known earlier, I would have gone up. This kid is quite bold, still willing to bet before his death. Seems like he's a gambler." 50 primary stones was enough to make most people jealous, and they were all complaining. "Humph, it's only 50 primary stones, I'll take it if you give it to me." The second cultivator harumphed, then turned around and said to the cultivators below, "Who has primary stones, lend me 10, I'll return 15 after the battle." Borrowing 10 primary stones to return 15, it was a good deal. Soon, 10 primary stones were thrown to the second cultivator. "Kid, let's see how you're going to die." The second cultivator let out a hollow laugh as his eyes flickered coldly. He then placed the 50 primary stones together with the previous 50. "Fine, let's begin," Chu Xiong said impatiently. "Fine, stand there and take my punch." The young man stepped forward again. This was what they had agreed before, to let him have a punch first. "Come, I'm not as stupid as the previous one." The second cultivator was confident. Before the young man arrived, he had already set up a light shield and looked at the young man with disdain, as if he was saying, "Kid, I'll let you hit me, but you won't be able to break through my defense. The young man strode forward. His palm glowed brightly as he struck down once more. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. The young man didn't seem to have used much force, but a light palm strike landed on the second cultivator's face. The latter was knocked down just like the previous one. His eyes were filled with shock, and he was twitching like a shrimp. After a few breaths, he stopped breathing. He was dead. He died again. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if they looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. I've already told you that I'm very heavy-handed. You guys didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? The young man spoke again. This time, he was overjoyed. After searching the man's body for a while, he didn't find any vitality stones. He cursed the poor man and put away the 100 vitality stones. In just a few breaths of time, he had earned 50 primordial stones. The youth felt that he had made a huge profit. Mother Asterisk Cur! My 10 primal stones! An angry curse came from the crowd. A cultivator howled like a wolf. What are you doing? The young man put away the vitality stones and was about to leave the stage when he was stopped by a cultivator. This was someone from the 3 major forces. Nothing. It's just that the battle isn't over yet. I want to fight you. This was a cultivator from the Lee family. At this moment, he spoke coldly with a strong killing intent in his eyes. I've already fought 2 battles, and you still want to fight me? Do you want to take turns to fight me? Is this how you major forces do things? The young man's eyes were burning with anger. The cultivators below had the urge to curse. He even fought 2 battles. Bull*T, he didn't even fight a single battle. He just stood there and took 2 attacks for nothing. He didn't use up any energy at all. I can also bet 50 vitality stones with you. The cultivator from the Lee family spoke and stopped the young man again. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm at the 1st level, and you're at the 3rd. How are you going to fight? The young man sneered. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The cultivator from the Lee family was aggressive. No wonder Zichin killed the disciples of your major families. You're all so arrogant. Where is your justice? The young man sneered. His tone was very unfriendly. Wow! His words caused an uproar. No one expected the young man to say such words. It was a blatant slap in the face. Kid, you're courting death. At the same time, dozens of murderous gazes swept towards the young man. This kid must know that he's going to die, so he might as well say a few words. I think so too. Looking at the current situation, it's impossible for him to live. Everyone looked at the young man, waiting for his reply. If you want to fight with me, you can bet 100 vitality stones. Damn it, you're from a major force, but you bet 50 vitality stones. Shame on you. The young man finally compromised, but he didn't lose out. He scolded loudly. The cold, murderous intent came again. Everyone looked at him fiercely, but no one made a move. A 1st level versus a 3rd level. This was a death match. It was just a matter of time. The young man took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The cultivator from the Lee family also took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Stop blabbering. If you want to fight, just say it. The young man was very direct. All right, then die. The cultivator from the Lee family shouted. His aura surged and he was about to kill the young man. Wait. Suddenly, the young man shouted, shocking the cultivator from the Lee family. Do you know the rules? Even a level 2 expert gave me a chance. You, a level 3 expert, want to sneak attack me? Do you want to be a laughingstock? The young man mocked again. Then what do you want? The cultivator from the Lee family suppressed his anger, but in his heart, he had already killed this young man hundreds of times. At this moment, he swore that he would torture this guy 10,000 times before letting him die. I'm not going to give you a chance. 2 moves. If I can't kill you in 2 moves, then you can do whatever you want with me. The young man stretched out 2 fingers and made a 2 sign. All right. The cultivator from the Li family agreed without hesitation. This time, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the young man carefully. They wanted to see what he was going to do. The young man took a big step forward and walked to the front of the Li family cultivator. He then stretched out his hand and slapped twice. Slap. Slap. It was a very simple 2 palms that only carried the first layer of Jinyuan. Left and right, it did not seem to be heavy at all. However, these 2 slaps, which were not heavy at all, knocked the expert over. Blood frothed from the expert's mouth. He wanted to say something but was unable to. After a few twitches, his head tilted to the side, his eyes widened, and he breathed his last. He's dead again. Just 2 simple slaps can kill people. That's too strange, isn't it? They didn't even blink their eyes. They watched carefully, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Even the other geniuses were puzzled. He was only at the first heavenly layer, and he had only used the first heavenly layer's Jinyuan. How could he kill a 3rd heavenly layer? No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand. Kid, I'm not convinced. I'll fight you. The martial ancestor flashed and landed on the high platform. Cut the crap. I'll bet at least 200 yuan stones. The young man didn't waste any more time and said, All right, I won't waste any more time. I'll bet 100 yuan stones, but I won't let you win. If you die, I'll take the 200 yuan stones. If I die, you can have the 300 yuan stones. The martial ancestor was obviously ordered by the martial ancestor. He wanted to test the young man's strength. Put down the yuan stones and let's fight. The young man pointed at the yuan stones on the ground. The martial ancestor didn't waste any more time and threw down a bag of yuan stones. There were exactly 300 of them. Obviously, he had prepared this beforehand. He knew that the young man would agree, because he didn't have a second option. Go to hell. With killing intent flashing in his eyes, the martial ancestor attacked. The true yuan of the 3rd sky surged, and he threw a palm at the young man. A huge palm print appeared, with a terrifying aura, and fell on the young man's head. You can kill someone with such a weak attack? Even the martial ancestor isn't that strong. The young man sneered. He didn't care at all. He clenched his right fist, and the true yuan of the 1st sky revolved around his fist. He then threw a punch at the palm print. The 1st sky against the 3rd sky. He's courting death. You think he'll just stand there and let you hit him? This time, he'll definitely be smashed into pieces. Voices came from the crowd. No one was optimistic about the young man. With such a huge gap in strength, no one thought that he could win. Bang! The palm print and the fist collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The scene of the young man being smashed into pieces didn't happen. Instead, it was the fist that broke the palm print. After the explosion, the palm print turned into energy and dissipated. What? Such an ordinary punch is so terrifying. But the energy on the surface of his body is very ordinary. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with disbelief. I know. He's not strong, but his body is very strong. That's the only explanation why the previous 3 people were all killed in one hit. That's right. Only a strong body can withstand such an attack. After the attack, the young man strode forward. His eyes were cold. He clenched his fists, and streams of 1st sky true yuan surged. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it carried a terrifying power. Dong! With a loud sound, the heaven and earth shook. The martial ancestor's destructive attack was shattered again. It was very easy. Bang! The young man threw another punch, and the martial ancestor was blown away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with malevolence. This is the martial ancestor's powerful battle skill. It's just SOSO. The young man sneered and threw another punch. The level 3 warrior was blown away again. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was completely suppressed. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The martial ancestor was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost all his face, and in his anger, he threw out a powerful attack. In the sky, a destructive aura rippled, and a terrifying palm print appeared. The destruction palm was the martial ancestor's attack skill. However, this person obviously only learned a little bit of it, and couldn't display the power of the battle skill. Chapter 243. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire platform began to shake violently. The terrifying palm print was once again shattered by the young man's fist. The young man was terrifying. His fists were like iron fists that could break and destroy anything. The martial ancestor flew backward again and almost fell off the platform. He coughed up blood and looked very embarrassed. He's so strong. He's not strong, but his body is ridiculously strong. He's been pretending to be weak all this time. Below, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Those who were clamoring to kill the young man shut their mouths and hid in the crowd. Everyone knew that the young man was fierce. And he was a fierce person who dared to challenge the three forces. In the current world, there weren't many people like him. After a few rounds, the young man finally arrived in front of the martial ancestor and threw out an ordinary punch. Dong! With a loud sound, the sky and earth shook. The martial ancestor felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. His chest caved in, and he coughed up blood again. The martial ancestor's battle skills are only SOSO. The young man continued to taunt him. Then, he suddenly stepped out and stomped on the martial ancestor's body. Immediately, the latter coughed up blood again. Stop it! Another martial ancestor shouted in dissatisfaction. Apparently, he wanted to stop the battle. Humph, I'll send you to hell. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. He stomped his foot again. This time, a terrifying chi flowed and stomped on the young man's head. It was like stepping on a rubber ball, making a loud sound. A martial ancestor was stomped to death. Fierce, too fierce. He just stomped a strong cultivator to death. Is he really only at the level 1? Everyone was dumbfounded. They found it unbelievable. Kid, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The martial arts grandmaster stepped forward, his vital chi surging around him. He was a level 4 martial arts grandmaster, but he was not a genius. The genius martial ancestor, Wuxia, was sitting in the distance. Apparently, he had no intention of showing himself. No matter how strong the young man was, he was only at the first celestial layer. There was no need for a genius like him to step in. This is a battle of life and death. He hasn't died yet, so why should I stop? The young man looked at his opponent with a mocking smile. The level 4 powerhouse was furious, but he could not answer this question. He could only coldly snort and say, Since that is the case, then I will fight you. We will fight to the death. Taking turns to fight? You major powers are truly shameless. The young man sneered again. However, the 4th layer powerhouse coldly said, You have no other choice. Good, 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 you're shameless enough. However, I can't change my rules. If you want to fight me, you have to prepare enough purity stones. Now I'll raise the price. 500 purity stones per battle. If you want to be shameless, very well, use purity stones to pay for your shamelessness, said the young man coldly. There was an irresistible calmness in his voice. Below, gasps could be heard. The bet of 50 purity stones had now become 500 purity stones. It was 10 times the original amount. If the young man won again this time, then he would win 1,000 purity stones. In a short period of time, he had earned 950 purity stones. This speed of earning purity stones was terrifying. Of course, it was already a miracle for a level 1 celestial layer to defeat a level 3 celestial layer. It was unrealistic to think that a level 4 celestial layer could defeat him. Everyone thought that the young man was just gambling before his death. After all, if he died, then the purity stones would be gone. All right, I agree. The martial ancestor nodded. Soon, Wuxia gathered 500 purity stones and placed them on the side. At this moment, there were 1,000 purity stones on the ground. This was a huge number. If evil good monk was here, he would be jealous. There was a hint of greed in the young man's eyes. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle began. This level 4 cultivator was obviously not ordinary. He used the destruction palm right from the start. Moreover, he had comprehended it to a very deep level. In the sky, the palm print emitted a black light. It was like a rolling demon chi. A terrifying aura spread out and struck towards the young man. The young man did not dodge. He waved his fists and struck towards the palm print. Dong! The fist landed, causing the sky to shake. The palm print started to shake violently, but it did not explode. Then the young man punched again, and the palm print exploded, turning into the energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the martial ancestor arrived in front of the young man and struck out a black blade. It was the destruction cut. Dong! The young man blocked with his fist. The two collided, and a metallic sound burst out. Both of them retreated a few steps. Kid, I underestimated you. You are only at the first sky of true essence, but you have such a terrifying body. The level 4 cultivator's eyes turned cold. He approached again, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I did not overestimate you. In my opinion, you are just here to give me purity stones. The young man sneered. A trace of disdain appeared on his face as he rushed forward. Dong! The fist landed like a heavy hammer. It carried a terrifying power. The air screamed as if it was about to be pierced through. Pun! This time, the martial ancestor was directly pushed back. The blood in his body was boiling. One! The young man's body trembled. He was still at the first sky, and his yuan qi was not strong. However, his body had become stronger. With a whistling sound, the fist landed again. Poof! The huge blade was shattered. The fist landed on the martial ancestor's body. The latter felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He spat out blood and flew backwards. Oh my God, he actually sent a level 4 flying. This is unbelievable. Is he really only at the first sky of true essence? This is impossible. How can a first sky defeat a level 4? At this moment, not only were the cultivators below dumbfounded, but even the geniuses looked serious. A first sky with such combat power was almost the same as a monster. They had to take him seriously. Who is he? How can he have such a terrifying body? Wuji's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. His strength is average, but his body is extraordinary. His combat power is also strong. The genius of the Li family thought. They were also at the fourth sky, but they were geniuses. They had learned powerful techniques and learned offensive battle skills. Naturally, they were not afraid of a first sky young man. Even if he was comparable to a monster, he could not kill a genius who was 3 levels higher than him. After all, geniuses could also fight above their level. Pun! Ever since the martial ancestor felt that the young man's body had become stronger, he could not fight back. He was constantly suppressed and spat out blood. He was seriously injured. Light flashed around his body. One after another, powerful battle skills appeared. However, they were easily broken by the young man. The face of the martial arts grandmaster turned pale as he cursed his bad luck. He had actually met a tough opponent, a demon. Boom! The young man threw out his last punch with a heavy aura. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a terrifying aura flowed around his fist as it landed on the martial ancestor realm expert's chest. Pun! With one punch, the martial ancestor realm expert's defense was broken and his chest caved in instantly. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura surged through his fist and into his opponent's body. In the next moment, boundless energy exploded within his body. His internal organs were instantly blown to pieces. The martial ancestor, a fourth sky, fell down just like that. Many pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth. A fourth sky of true essence was killed. Such battle prowess intimidated everyone on the scene, causing them to be shocked. It was supposed to be a decapitation conference, but it was ruined by a young man. They thought that he was a brainless foodie, but who knew that he was a difficult character? At this moment, he used his own strength to kill a fourth sky of true essence martial ancestor. This is too scary. He's so strong, but he pretended to be stupid and let the other party give him a handicap. If those guys who died knew the truth, I wonder what their expressions would be like. Would they suddenly stand up and come back to life in anger? He actually dared to let someone who could kill a fourth sky of true essence attack him with a handicap. Everyone exclaimed. The young man's combat power was beyond their expectations. At this moment, no one dared to mock him. Thinking back to the young man's words, some people could already tell that he was looking for trouble with the major forces. Is there anyone else? After killing the martial ancestor, the young man's gaze swept across the crowd, looking at the major forces. This was obviously a provocation. The young man had already killed a fourth sky of true essence. With his strength in front of them, no one dared to be careless. At this moment, only the few geniuses could make a move. This decapitation conference was started by them. I'll do it! A loud shout rang out. A tall man walked out. With one step, the high platform shook. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing a wave of exclamations. That's Chu Xiong. He actually came out. A fourth sky of true essence Chu Xiong is actually going to make a move. This young man's combat power is terrifying. Only geniuses can suppress him. Since Chu Xiong is going to make a move, this battle should come to an end. That's right. Although he's a monster, his strength is too low. Since Chu Xiong is going to make a move, the young man is doomed. The young man stared at Chu Xiong with a mocking smile. Don't you know the rules? Don't you see how many primal stones are here? As he spoke, the young man pointed to the side. There were 1,000 primal stones there. They were quietly lying there, emitting pure primal energy. True essence realm cultivators could absorb the energy within primal stones to increase their strength. At the same time, primal stones were the common currency of the Tianwu continent. No one would complain about having too much. Chu Xiong's expression was very ugly. This was 1,000 primal stones. What? You can't afford it? Then get lost. The young man coldly shouted, sweeping his gaze over the major forces. You guys are shameless enough. You want to wear me down. That's fine, but you have to pay for your shamelessness. I only want primal stones. If you want to make a move, then take out 1,000 primal stones. The young man was very arrogant. His voice spread throughout the entire place. Enough. Chu Xiong suddenly shouted. Isn't it just 1,000 primal stones? I'll give it to you. As his voice fell, a light flashed in his hand. Bags of primal stones appeared out of thin air. There were 5 bags, and each bag was 200 primal stones. Pa. Chapter 244. Throwing down the essence stones, Chu Xiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. You are from the Chu family, from the floating snow city. You actually came here to initiate the decapitation assembly. Could it be that Zichun has a grudge with you? The young man did not attack immediately, but asked. He killed my younger brother, Chu Fei. I came here to kill him. Of course, I will kill you first, Chu Xiong said coldly. The young man was Zichun, and he was relieved at this moment. The news could spread to the floating snow city because of the forbidden artifact. Some busybodies spread the news. After all, when Zichun took out the forbidden artifact, many people saw it. I heard you boast shamelessly that you could kill Zichun with one hand. I wonder how strong you are, so I came to see for myself. The young man sneered. Boom! Chu Xiong did not waste any time and directly attacked. Just like Chu Fei, a cold aura surged around him, as if he was in a 10,000-year-old ice. The surrounding air was white like a layer of ice, emitting a cold temperature. Let me send you on your way today. Chu Xiong's hand was flowing with brilliance like ice, and he quickly slapped at Zichun. Ha ha, genius! Then let me see how strong you are today. Zichun laughed. Chu Xiong was very strong, and there was no need for him to hide. His body emitted a golden light, and his perfect body appeared. He also stretched out his palm. It seemed light, but it emitted a golden light, and met Chu Xiong's ice palm. Pun! The sound was very loud, and it spread throughout the entire place. The two palm prints collided, and golden ripples rippled out like water waves shining with golden light. Everyone below widened their eyes. Such a battle was rare, and they did not want to miss a single second. Zichen stood on the high platform, his clothes fluttering, and his body shining with golden light. Under the attack, he did not move at all. On the other hand, Chu Xiong actually took 3 steps back, his face as cold as ice. Chu Xiong actually retreated. Could it be that even he can't deal with this young man? Everyone found it hard to believe. Even the geniuses frowned. Good boy, I underestimated you. Just now, I only used 30% of my strength. Take another palm from me, shouted Chu Xiong. The white light gathered on his palm again. This time, it was much denser. The cold chi dispersed, and the temperature dropped even lower. 30%? I only used 10% just now. Zichen sneered. Golden light shone from his body as he waved his hand and struck out again. Boom! A crisp explosion rang out like the roar of thunder. It was deafening and spread throughout the entire Jianing Valley. When the two palms collided, a large amount of golden light was released. A figure flew out from the golden light and landed on the edge of the high platform, almost falling down. It was Chu Xiong. At this moment, his palm was deformed and dripping with blood. Even his face was distorted. Here! Seeing such a scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A first celestial layer versus a fourth celestial layer genius, injuring the opponent in one strike. Who are you? Chu Xiong's expression became very ugly. This was the first time he represented the Chu clan, but he was injured, and the clan's face was greatly damaged. I'm the one who will kill you! The golden light around Zichen became even denser. He took a step forward, bringing along a large amount of golden light as he slashed towards Chu Xiong. Wang! Chu Xiong's body trembled. As a member of the Chu clan, he naturally had more tricks up his sleeve. A light flashed in his hand, and a sharp blade appeared. It emitted a cold light as if it was made from 10,000 years old cold crystal. This was a sharp weapon, second only to a spirit weapon. It was very sharp, and on the blade, there were ripples of water, but it was incomparably cold. Sword of Ice. With a loud shout, a sharp sword chi appeared. It flowed with a terrifying aura and rushed towards Zichen. Its speed was very fast, like lightning. Dang! Zichen did not dodge. He only stretched out his palm, and a large amount of golden light scattered. The next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the sword chi was instantly cut down. What? Chu Xiong's expression changed. There was actually someone who used his palm to block a sharp weapon, and he was unharmed. Swoosh! The surrounding air became even colder, filled with a vast expanse of white cold air, like small ice grains. Chu Xiong held his sword and struck out again. Frozen heaven and earth. Chu Xiong struck out with a powerful move. This was the killing technique of the frost arts. Its power was unparalleled, and the surroundings were covered in ice, as if there were thousands of years old icebergs floating, emitting a terrifying chill. At the same time, Zichen felt that his movements were hindered, and his thoughts became sluggish. This move attacked both the body and the mind. It was a double killing move, and it was very terrifying. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body. Golden blood soared into the sky, and all the discomfort disappeared under the perfect body. At the same time, he punched towards the blade. Dang! A soft sound rang out, and with a flash of golden light, Chu Xiong was sent flying. With a flash of golden light, Zichen flashed forward and punched continuously. A bell-like sound rang out continuously, and Zichen used his fist to block the sharp weapon. Peng! After a dozen punches, cracks began to appear on the sharp blade, and it finally exploded. Heavens, am I seeing things? That youth actually used his fist to shatter a sharp blade. What a terrifying physique. It's even stronger than the sharp blade. If this strike were to hit him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Such a powerful physique is unheard of or unseen. To actually shatter a sharp weapon, isn't this even more terrifying than Zichen's physique? Someone exclaimed, comparing the youth to Zichen. With a breakthrough in strength and the lightning tempering of his body, Zichen had undergone a true transformation. His strength had increased exponentially, and his perfect body was several times stronger. It was normal for him to shatter a sharp weapon. With the sharp weapon shattered, Chu Xiong's expression turned ugly. He threw away the sword hilt in his hand, and white light surged out from his body. Then, the entire air seemed to be frozen, producing cracking sounds. Kid, you have some tricks up your sleeve, but I want to see how you break through my move, Frozen World. Boom! Boundless energy instantly went berserk, and a white light rushed towards Zichen like a huge wave. This was one of the killing techniques of the frost arts. When cultivated to a high level, it could freeze the sky and earth. Its power was terrifying. The white light was like a 10,000-year-old ice aura. It rushed towards Zichen, and instantly, cracking sounds could be heard from Zichen's body. It was as though he was being frozen, and a layer of white ice crystals appeared. Crack! Crack! The sound of ice being frozen continuously rang out, and the white ice crystals became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became a large piece of solid ice. Humph, you're courting death by fighting me. After using this move, Chu Xiong had expended a lot of energy, and his face was a little pale. How terrifying. A single frozen world move is enough to end the battle. What a terrifying killing technique. Once it's used, who can defend against it? Not only did the onlookers' expressions change, but even the few geniuses had fear in their eyes. The floating snow city's Chu family indeed had some means. The white ice crystals emitted a sparkling light under the sun, and a blurry figure could be vaguely seen within. Is he dead? Could it be that the monster died just like that? He was so powerful before, but why is there no sound now? Of course, not everyone thought that the young man was dead, and some people were waiting for a change. The ice crystals emitted a dazzling light, and Chu Xiong walked forward to collect his spoils. Did I say you could move? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and then, cracking sounds could be heard from the solid ice. Not good, Chu Xiong, retreat quickly. Wu Zhi's expression changed, and he reminded Chu Xiong. Boom! The solid ice exploded, and a blazing energy emerged. Then, a dazzling golden light rushed towards Chu Xiong. Dong! A loud sound shook the air, and the high platform was almost shattered. The golden light rushed towards Chu Xiong and hit him, and the latter was sent flying again. You! Chu Xiong's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're not dead. Oh my God, he's still not dead. His aura is still strong, and he's obviously not injured at all. This is too terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. Did I say you could use the vitality stones? Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he glanced at Chu Xiong. The latter's expression changed drastically. Ice World. He gritted his teeth and once again unleashed a terrifying move. Boundless icy aura surged out like a huge wave, surging violently. Humph, just a small trick. Zichen sneered, and he did not care. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and the yin-yang art was activated. Extreme yang energy appeared in Zichen's body, and streaks of blazing lightning surrounded his body. The yin-yang art was finally completed, but the energy in Zichen's body was still lightning. It was divided into two types, extreme yang lightning and extreme yin lightning. Under the blazing extreme yang lightning, all the cold energy dissipated automatically when it was 3 meters away from Zichen. Chu Xiong's face turned even paler, but his terrifying attack did not come close to him, which was very strange. All right, I'll send you on your way now, Zichen said calmly, and his body flashed, and a golden light flashed, directly rushing towards Chu Xiong. Pfft! Chu Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. After stabilizing his body, he turned around and ran, obviously knowing that he was not Lin Fan's opponent. You want to leave? Not so easy. Zichen snorted, and chased after him again. Dong! With a loud sound, Chu Xiong was sent flying again, coughing out blood. He was seriously injured. Stop! Enough! Suddenly, a few people shouted, and then several figures flashed past. The three geniuses of the three forces stopped Zichen. This is a battle of life and death. How can you stop before he dies? Zichen asked coldly. I said enough is enough. Wu Zhi's face darkened, and he said coldly. Who do you think you are? Do I know you? Zichen glanced at him, and said disdainfully. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're invincible? The genius of the Li family looked at Zichen, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 245. A young man who had suddenly appeared and taunted the three forces. He even said that he would kill Chu Xiong under the protection of the three of them. The development of the situation was really unexpected. No one would have thought that the glutton from before would have such powerful combat strength. Brat, you want to kill in front of the three of us? You're just boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are? The three of us together can even fight a monster. Who do you think you are? The three of them were very disdainful. They sneered and their eyes were filled with killing intent. The decapitation conference was ruined by him, and he had killed so many people. They naturally couldn't let him go today. In their hearts, this person was already a dead man. As for Zichen, he didn't have any intention of leaving. He wanted to kill all the people from the major forces. He pointed at Chu Xiong behind the three of them and said disdainfully, Hey Chu Xiong, didn't you boast shamelessly that you wanted to kill Zichen with one hand? Didn't you say you were strong? Why are you scared now? Where's your pride? If you have dignity, then come out and let me kill you with one slap. Chu Xiong was a genius, but in Zichen's mouth, he was like a fly that could be swatted at will. This made everyone speechless. They thought to themselves that they had met another ferocious person who wasn't any weaker than Zichen. He was even more arrogant, and showed his arrogance. Chu Xiong was furious. His expression kept changing. He was arrogant and domineering, but after exchanging blows, he already understood that the difference in strength between the two of them was huge. The other party really had the strength to kill him. Brother Chu, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Your combat strength is unparalleled. Killing Zichen is no problem at all. As for him, he actually came here today to cause trouble. Naturally, we can't let him go, Wu Zhi said sarcastically. That's right. If we don't kill him today, where will the face of our major forces go in the future? The Li family genius also said. Disrupting our decapitation conference and harboring evil intentions. We naturally can't let such a person go. The Tsung family genius took a step forward. A killing intent locked onto Zichen. Face? In my eyes, the three of you have lost all face a long time ago. Furthermore, none of you can even dream of leaving. The killing intent in Zichen's eyes exploded. Then, golden light flashed around his body. Thunder and lightning appeared under his feet. Like a golden lightning bolt, he rushed toward Chu Xiong. Go back. A cold light flashed in Wu Zhi's eyes. He took a step forward and suddenly struck out with his palm. A pitch-black palm print rushed towards Zichen. You are courting death. The Li clan cultivator roared. The flames around him surged and turned into a flaming palm. It emitted a scorching heat as it rushed towards Zichen. The space trembled as the genius of the Tsung family punched out with his fist. The fist was resplendent, and contained a terrifying killing intent. The combined attack of the three geniuses was extremely terrifying. Swish. Swish. Under Zichen's feet, light flashed, and he moved as fast as lightning, dodging the two attacks in an instant. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched towards the fist aura coming from the other side. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the high platform trembled. The fist light of the Tsung clan genius was dispersed. Then, Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Chu Xiong. Seeing Zichen charging through the defense of the three geniuses, Chu Xiong's feet flashed, and he quickly retreated. He didn't have any battle intent in his heart. However, no matter how he retreated, his speed couldn't compare to Zichen's. Swish! Zichen arrived in front of him and swung his fists. The golden light continued to scatter, and large patches of it rained down. Dong! The punch was like a heavy hammer. Chu Xiong felt his brain go blank and he almost fainted. Dong! Then, another punch followed. Chu Xiong's body swayed and his eyes rolled back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. In front of Zichen, Chu Xiong was like a little chick. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Today, I will fulfill your wish. I will kill you with one hand. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. The last punch caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was like a mountain was pressing down on Chu Xiong's body. Chu Xiong's bones emitted cracking sounds. Boom! With a loud sound, a terrifying aura exploded and destroyed Chu Xiong's life force. Chu Xiong fell to the ground and his life force dissipated. Chu Xiong is dead. This young man killed Chu Xiong. This is too scary. Who is he? With the strength of the first sky, he can actually kill a fourth sky genius. This is too scary. Everyone was shocked. They felt that everything was inconceivable. A genius was killed just like that. You actually killed Chu Xiong. The three geniuses' faces turned ugly. Killing someone in front of them was like slapping their faces. Moreover, they didn't even stop the young man. This made their faces turn white. I will kill you! The three were furious. They had lost all their face today. Only by killing the young man could they wash away the shame. Zichen ignored the three. Instead, he bent down and took Chu Xiong's spatial spirit ring. Then, he walked to the other side and put away 2,000 yuan stones. With a flash of light, the spatial spirit ring and the yuan stones disappeared. At this moment, everyone realized that Zichen also had a spatial spirit ring. You actually have a spatial spirit ring? Who are you? The three's faces changed. They felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for a first sky true energy cultivator to have such a thing. Even they didn't have a spatial spirit ring. Moreover, the reason why their families gave those geniuses spatial spirit rings and forbidden weapons was for the inheritance in the ruins. Spatial spirit rings? These things are like cabbages. What's so rare about them? Zichen waved his hand and several spatial spirit rings appeared. One was as black as ink, one was surrounded by flames and had a flame pattern engraved on it. There was also one with a small Tsung character. These are the Tsung family's spatial spirit rings. And our martial ancestors. These belong to our Li family. After seeing the spatial spirit rings, the three's faces changed. They asked in unison, Who are you? These spatial spirit rings were given to me by Tsung He and Li Hua. You guys are holding this meeting to kill me. Who do you think I am? Zichen turned his head and asked with a trace of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. You are Zichen! Wu Zhi exclaimed. His face changed dramatically. The other two were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Heavens! He is Zichen! Zichen! He is actually Zichen! The guy who escaped from the three geniuses! Exclamations came from the crowd. They all felt that it was inconceivable. However, when they thought of the young man's strength, only a genius could have such battle strength. After hearing Zichen's words, the faces of those Chen heathens from before changed even more. Previously, when they were drunk, they had said that they could kill Zichen with a single finger. Moreover, they had said it right in front of Zichen. No, you are not Zichen. Zichen is only at the peak Xiantian realm, but you are at the true energy realm. Who are you? The three still couldn't believe it. Idiot, don't tell me that I can't break through and stay at the same realm. Do you think I will let you trash kill me? Zichen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. When Zichen had been in the Xiantian realm, although his battle prowess had been strong, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Chu Xiong. He might have even been weaker than Chu Xiong. However, after breaking through, Zichen had undergone a qualitative transformation. His battle prowess had increased by several times. Zichen, how dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that the experts of the three powers will come here to kill you? Wuja said coldly. Experts? Didn't you organize this decapitation assembly to kill me personally? Aren't you experts? Come, I'll give you a chance, said Zichen. He was very calm, but his words were filled with mockery. He emphasized the word strong cultivator. Before coming, he had asked old Amo to sense the surroundings. There was no one in the air. Therefore, he showed himself without hesitation and killed without hesitation. Swoosh! 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 Rays of light flashed, and experts appeared one after another. There were more than 20 of them, and the weakest was at the third sky of true energy. They surrounded Zichen. They were the subordinates of the three of them. Are you going to gang up on me again? Are you guys from the major powers only capable of this much? Zichen sneered and mocked. Since they had completely fallen out, he naturally wouldn't say anything nice. After breaking through, his battle strength had increased by many times. He really didn't put these people in his eyes. Even if Li Hao and the others came again, Zichen wouldn't have to run away in a sorry state. Humph, let's see how strong you are. Wuja snorted. The killing intent in his eyes exploded. He shouted, Kill! 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 The other two didn't want to be outdone, and they shouted. There were more than 20 true energy realms. The weakest was at the third sky, and there were even 2 fourth sky. They all rushed towards Zichen. Then, a series of terrifying attacks appeared. Saber light, sword chi, palm prints, and sharp blades appeared one after another. They emitted colorful lights and powerful auras as they rushed towards Zichen. On the high platform, beautiful attacks appeared. Zichen's body flashed with a golden light. He looked like a war god in golden armor. His eyes were cold, and his attacks were ruthless. Under the perfect body, a mere third sky of true essence was nothing. What was a mere third sky of true essence? His heroic spirit soared to the heavens, mighty and domineering as he charged towards these experts. Golden chi and blood dyed the entire high platform. Boom! An expanse of golden light appeared as Zichen punched out with a terrifying might. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed down on the head, causing a great tremor. A third heaven cultivator was killed. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, bringing with it an extremely cold aura. It flashed past the cultivator's body. His weapon and his body were cut open by the golden light. His intestines spilled out onto the ground, and blood dyed the platform red. Puff! Using the 9 passing lightning steps, Zichen moved as fast as a ghost, instantly arriving in front of a person. His finger was like a golden sword chi as he tapped that person's forehead. The sword chi pierced that person's forehead, causing blood to flow out. Another person died. This was simply a massacre. None of them were able to make a second move against Zichen. They were all killed in one move. His attacks were ruthless and clean, as if he was cutting melons and grass. He looked casual and easy. Clang! Fortunately, 1 or 2 attacks fell on Zichen, but they made a sound of metal clashing. Without a decent weapon, they couldn't even break through Zichen's defense. Poof! Zichen slapped the cultivator's head. A violent aura appeared. The cultivator fell to the ground and died. His skull was directly crushed. Chapter 246. On the high platform, facing the siege of dozens of Jinyuan masters, Zichen seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. No one could survive a second attack from him. Blood covered the high platform, and then flowed down the edge of the platform. It was a bloody scene. This is too scary, He's unstoppable. He never needs a second attack to kill people. Monster, this is a true monster. Mere geniuses are not even worth a fart in front of him. Seeing the one-sided battle, everyone was shocked. As for those Chinheis, they were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. Boom! The sky shook, and a huge golden seal appeared. Its surface was flowing with a terrifying aura, emitting a blazing golden light, and smashed down. The green peak seal, under the extreme yang lightning, was even more powerful. In an instant, it disintegrated the attacks of the three experts. Then, it suddenly smashed down, blasting a huge hole in the high platform. The three experts died an unnatural death, without leaving behind any corpses. Golden Sun Chop! Zichen made a hand seal and shouted. This was a move that Zichen created by combining the Green Peak Chop. It was a fusion move, and although it couldn't be compared to the extreme Yang Lightning, it was enough to kill the enemy. The huge golden sword emitted a blazing light, carrying with it the destructive aura of thunder and lightning as it charged forward. Pooh! 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 In an instant, several heads flew up, their eyes filled with fear and shock. They flew out of the high platform, leaving behind headless corpses, spurting blood. This was a bloody and terrifying scene. No one could stop Zichen. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unimpeded. All resistance was futile. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of the 20 experts had died. The remaining ones had lost their courage and were terrified. Die! But Zichen didn't want to let anyone go. He made another hand seal, and this time, extreme lightning appeared. Zichen's abdomen was filled with Jinyuan. However, these two energies were like a ball, constantly rotating. Every time Zichen used extreme yang, he would use extreme yin. He wanted to balance yin and yang, or he would have to bear the brunt of the explosion. First, it was blazing hot, then it turned cold. It was still violent, and it still carried the destructive aura. Another person was killed. Go to hell! The genius of the Li clan flashed behind Zichen and unleashed a terrifying attack. The entire sky was filled with flames, it looked like a godly fire. At that moment, even the air seemed to have been ignited and the flames were spreading towards Zichen. Extreme yin! Zichen's eyes were cold. A madra appeared in his hand. This time, it was an extremely yin madra. It was a simple madra, but it carried the mysterious aura of the Great Path. As the last madra fell, a blinding golden light appeared and rushed towards the divine fire in the sky. Boom! There was a loud tremor as if the world was collapsing. The divine fire instantly dissipated under the golden light. At the same time, the golden light was like a sharp blade, sweeping across the body of the Li family expert. Pfft! With a soft sound, a single arm flew up. The genius of the Li family let out a miserable cry, but he managed to preserve his life. If he didn't dodge at the critical moment, the golden light would have rushed towards his head. Boom! Wu Zhi made his move. He took a step forward and the high platform trembled. An earth-shattering energy surged out, followed by the martial ancestor battle skill. It was like a tidal wave pouring out, crazily rushing towards Zichen. Extreme Yang Jinyuan surged in Zichen's body and gathered on his fist. In the next moment, a mountain-like aura appeared. The fist-emitting golden light collided with Wu Zhi's attack. The world shook as the power of the perfect body completely erupted, instantly destroying Wu Zhi's attack. Then, the latter coughed up blood and flew backwards. Zichen, who had displayed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. Even the genius was injured in one strike. At this moment, Zichen's combat strength was close to the monstrous geniuses of the three major factions. The last genius of the Tsung family was in an even more miserable state. He was almost killed by Zichen's punch. After flying backwards, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. You bunch of scum! What decapitation conference! You are truly shameless and ignorant. Today I'll send you on your way. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he swept his gaze towards the genius of the Li family. The latter had lost an arm, and his face was pale. Blood was flowing out from the broken arm. Seeing Zichen's gaze sweep over, his eyes were filled with horror. Swoosh! A golden light flashed and charged towards the genius of the Li family. The latter let out a miserable cry as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but the golden light had already flashed past. Gulp! A horrified head flew up and fell outside the high platform. Another genius had been beheaded. In the distance, all the onlookers were shocked. Some of the people who had never seen Zichen felt a chill in their hearts. Not to mention the strength of these people, just this identity alone was enough to make them think twice before killing someone. However, Zichen didn't care. He killed them cleanly and decisively. It was as if he wasn't killing someone from the three major factions, but an ordinary cat or dog. I'll fight it out with you. The genius of the Tsung family stepped forward and displayed all his potential. He unleashed all the energy in his body and struck out a destructive blow. An energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged forth, crazily crushing towards Zichen. Boom! But what welcomed him was a huge fist that emitted a dazzling golden light. With a loud bang, all the light in front of the genius of the Tsung family dissipated. His head tilted as he fell. Killing geniuses was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This was Zichen. Having cultivated the yin-yang art and the terrifying perfect body, he was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. Even if he faced a monster of the same level, he wouldn't be defeated. Zichen, how about letting me go? Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed down the high platform like a small river. All the people brought by the three major factions were dead, leaving only the injured Wu Zhi. He was begging for mercy. The decapitation conference had turned into a human decapitation conference. The three factions were simply digging their own graves. Zichen didn't speak. There was only killing intent in his eyes. Zichen, let me go. Tell me what you need. I promise that I won't deal with you again in the future. Wu Zhi began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. There was still hope if he was alive, but there was nothing if he died. Identity, resources, women, all of them were gone. I only want your life, Zichen said coldly. He walked forward step by step, leaving bloody footprints under his feet. Zichen, is there no room for negotiation? For Miao Kong's sake, how about it? I have a good relationship with Miao Kong. Before we came, we even drank together. Wu Zhi was very flustered. He retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the high platform. If others say so, there's naturally room for negotiation. But martial ancestors' people can only die when they encounter me. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment, Wu Zhi turned around and flew down the high platform, fleeing in panic. Zichen didn't chase after him. He just watched him flee. In his hand, a simple seal was forming. Boom! A large golden light appeared, carrying a blazing light. It rushed towards Wu Zhi. Then, there was an explosion. It was like a golden fireball had exploded. The golden light scattered, turning into energy and disappearing. However, Wu Zhi's figure was nowhere to be seen in the air. Only some ashes were floating in the air. With one strike, Wu Zhi was blasted to pieces. All the people from the three forces were dead. The protagonists of the decapitation conference fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Blood gathered into a small river, sprinkling down from the high platform. Zichen stood on the high platform. His eyes were cold and emotionless, sweeping across the crowd below. Everyone was terrified. The decapitation valley was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of the wind could be heard from afar. It was ridiculous. They had held the decapitation conference here to kill the hero Zichen. But the reality was the opposite. These people were slaughtered instead. No one was left alive. Wang. Suddenly, a tremor appeared from Zichen's body. Then, a destructive aura rushed out from his body. The appearance of this aura caused everyone's expression to change. Some people were so scared that they retreated. They thought that Zichen was going to kill them. Ka. A light sound rang out. Boundless golden light filled Zichen's body. Then, a crack appeared in between Zichen's eyebrows. This crack spread from between his eyebrows to below his chest. What is that? I saw a crack. Everyone turned pale with fright as they looked at Zichen. They saw a dazzling golden light emerging from the crack. It contained an extremely terrifying aura. And Zichen's face showed a painful expression. He endured the pain and sat down cross-legged. The yin-yang secret art was constantly circulating. Previously, he had used too much energy, causing the yin and yang to lose balance, causing a violent collision. This was a cultivation technique that sought survival in a dead end. He could face death at any time. While bringing a powerful combat power, he also had to be vigilant of destruction. What's wrong with Zichen? Why is his body cracking? Could it be that he has gone mad? Below, there was a commotion. Zichen sat cross-legged. His face was full of pain. The cultivation technique in his body was constantly circulating. In his heart, rich vitality was like a tide, gathering into his body. He's in pain. He must have gone mad. Seeing Zichen's painful appearance, many people's eyes began to flicker. Their expressions were constantly changing. Boom! On Zichen's body, the aura was even more violent. In the dazzling golden light, there were two extreme auras that constantly collided. Ah! Zichen looked up and howled. The crack between his eyebrows was so obvious that it was shocking. Hold on, Zichen. You must hold on. Don't rush. Slowly circulate the yin-yang secret art and try to balance the two energies. Amo shouted anxiously. In Zichen's abdomen, the two energies were completely chaotic. Although they were still circulating, they were no longer compatible. Instead, they erupted with a destructive aura. This aura emerged from the abdomen, entered his meridians, and directly destroyed his body. He must have cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. Although he's powerful, there's a certain danger. Below, some people saw some clues. Their eyes kept flickering. Zichen was known as a mobile treasure trove. He had many things that made many big forces jealous. Moreover, he had the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect 10,000 years ago. This was a supreme cultivation technique that could create a big sect. Swoosh! A light flashed. A level 3 cultivator suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform. Clang! Chapter 247. Human nature was greedy and selfish. Zichen had killed all the experts of the three forces with a wave of his hand. They were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to make any moves, fearing that they would be slaughtered. But at this moment, Zichen's body was covered in cracks, and he had gone mad. Many thoughts were running through their minds. Swoosh! Eyes flashing, one of the cultivators couldn't hold himself back and flew up into the air. He was a third heaven cultivator. His strength was neither too high nor too low, but he was definitely the most courageous of them all. Clang! A rainbow light flashed. The moment he flew into the air, his sharp weapon was already unsheathed. It turned into a cold light and pierced towards Zichen's forehead. The crack between his eyebrows was very clear. It was blooming with bright golden light and was still extending. Zichen's face was full of pain. He was focused on suppressing the destructive aura of extreme yin and extreme yang. He didn't notice the changes in the outside world. Amo didn't notice it either. A cold light flashed and a murderous intent shot towards his forehead. Zichen felt it, but he didn't have the time or strength to dodge. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the sharp weapon in the cultivator's hand pierced Zichen's forehead. Is he going to die? A monster of a generation with unparalleled combat strength. Is he going to be killed by a sneak attack like this? Everyone looked up and saw the sharp weapon about to pierce Zichen's forehead. Ha, die! The cultivator's face was already filled with a hideous smile. Boom! But at this moment, a destructive aura appeared between Zichen's eyebrows. The energy from the collision of extreme yin and extreme yang surged out from between his eyebrows and landed on the cultivator's weapon like a tide. Bang! The sharp weapon instantly exploded, destroyed by the energy. At the same time, after the destructive energy shattered the sharp weapon, it rushed forward and landed on the shocked cultivator. Boom! Dazzling golden light scattered and landed on the cultivator's body with a loud bang. The destructive aura surged and a cloud of dust floated in front of Zichen. The level 3 cultivator didn't even have a complete corpse. He was directly smashed into pieces and dissipated. He died without a complete corpse. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded. How could this be? There was still a pained expression on Zichen's face, and the crack on his glabella grew increasingly large. Additionally, his life force was becoming chaotic. This was clearly a sign of cultivation deviation. However, the cultivator who had launched a sneak attack on Zichen was utterly incapable of resisting and was blasted into smithereens. He must have attacked from the wrong direction and just happened to run into that destructive energy. Someone guessed. The others nodded. Immediately after, many people's eyes flickered. Zichen had a precious treasure on him, something that even the major powers would covet. Now that he was suffering from cultivation deviation, this was the perfect opportunity. Swoosh! In less than 3 breaths of time, another figure appeared. He was holding a long blade in his hand. The instant he rose into the air, he suddenly slashed out with his blade. Chi! The saber light was 10 meters long, and carried a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Zichen's head. With the previous lesson, this expert did not dare to get close to Zichen at all. He only attacked from afar. Suddenly, Zichen opened his eyes. His face was still in pain, but his eyes were cold and ruthless. He pointed his finger, and an extremely cold aura appeared and pointed towards the cultivator. Pop! With a soft sound, the sword chi arrived first and pointed at the opponent's glabella. It was as if a bloody plum blossom had bloomed from the glabella, obliterating his life force. The cultivator died. The saber light dissipated in the air, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless and shocked. At this moment, the pain on Zichen's face was getting more and more intense. The crack on his glabella was also getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that he would be split into 2 at any time by the destructive aura. He has already suffered from cultivation deviation and can't use the energy in his body. Every time he attacks, his injuries will worsen. He is now an arrow at the end of its flight. Another person spoke and made an accurate judgment. Looking at Zichen again, it was indeed so. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the third cultivator soared into the air and made a terrifying attack. This was a level 4 powerhouse. He was powerful and finally found a perfect opportunity to attack. Zichen opened his eyes again. His eyes were cold. 2 golden lights shot out from between his fingers. They were like 2 sharp sword chi that directly rushed towards the opponent. Clang! With a flash of cold light, the cultivator destroyed one of the sword chi. However, immediately after, another sword chi penetrated the defense and landed on the opponent's glabella. Another bloody plum blossom bloomed. After the attack, Zichen closed his eyes again. The pain on his face intensified and even his facial features were distorted. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen's expression was very painful. The crack on his glabella was getting bigger and bigger. The destructive aura rippled around him. He could explode and die at any time. However, Zichen still killed 3 people. That's too scary. Many of the cultivators were shocked. He is definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Every time he attacks, his injuries will worsen and he will be closer to death. Yes, look at his painful appearance. He can't hold on any longer. Someone else spoke. Swoosh! Swoosh! Someone's eyes flickered. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they would be struck by lightning. Then 2 figures flew out. Obviously, they didn't discuss before. They looked at each other and were stunned. Then, they tacitly attacked. Boom! 2 attacks appeared with a terrifying aura and slashed towards Zichen's head. Zichen opened his eyes again. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He pointed his fingers and golden sword chi appeared. Clang! Clang! First, 2 sharp blades were cut by the sword chi. Then, 2 more sword chi rushed through the glabella of the 2 people like lightning. Pop, pop, blood bloomed like a bloody plum blossom. It was red and extremely beautiful. Then, the 2 bodies fell from the sky. Zichen closed his eyes again. The expression on his face was even more painful. I don't believe it! Someone didn't believe it! He flashed and rushed towards the high platform. 1, 2, 3 people rushed towards Zichen. They launched a terrifying attack from 3 different directions. Pop, 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 pop. Between Zichen's fingers, golden sword chi kept surging with a terrifying aura. 3 blood flowers appeared and 3 people fell. Their vitality dissipated. Zichen's face was still in pain. It seemed like he would explode at any time. Even so, he killed several people. Moreover, the strength he showed was stronger than before. A few more people rushed forward. After they were all killed, no one was confident. What's going on? Didn't he go berserk? Why is his combat strength getting stronger? And he's not dead yet. Look at the pain on his face. It doesn't look like he's faking it. But what's going on? The crowd did not know what was going on and felt a chill in their hearts. Even Zichen, who had gone mad, was extremely terrifying. Come on, continue. Hurry up. Amo's dissatisfied voice came from the Taiji diagram. Amo didn't notice the first attack. It was purely luck that Zichen didn't die. But for the second attack, Amo signaled Zichen to attack. Because he used the energy in his body, Zichen would have to bear less of the explosion. Therefore, Zichen attacked again and again. It looked like he was in extreme pain, but the danger of his body exploding was slowly dissipating. Pop! Another spurt of blood appeared. This time, Zichen had closed his eyes and struck out with this attack. Although the golden sword chi was only a single energy, there was a little bit of another energy in it. So, Zichen's attack didn't decrease but increased instead. Pop, pop, streaks of golden sword chi appeared one after another, bringing with them a terrifying might. One cultivator after another who didn't believe in evil fell just like that. Amo shouted in a voice that Zichen could hear, signaling for everyone to attack. She wanted everyone to attack and let Zichen slaughter them. Pop! The golden sword chi appeared again. But after killing more than 10 cultivators who didn't believe it, someone finally saw the signs and felt that something was wrong. Because the crack between Zichen's eyebrows didn't become bigger. Instead, it became smaller. Everyone was terrified and didn't dare to go up to die. Swoosh. 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 After that, Zichen pointed his finger continuously, and streaks of golden sword chi shot into the air. The dazzling golden light dyed the entire Jianying Valley, and every cultivator who had a shocked expression on their faces was dyed golden. In total, Zichen had unleashed several hundred rays of golden sword chi. Only then did the terrifying aura around him slowly dissipate. The crack between his brows also gradually healed. This is too scary. If hundreds of sword chi were shot at us, wouldn't it kill everyone? 1 sword chi for 1 person. Even if all of us died, it wouldn't be enough for the golden sword chi to kill us. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. Their eyes were filled with fear and they all retreated. The golden light around Zichen's body receded and the crack between his eyebrows disappeared. In abdomen, the extreme yin and extreme yang were balanced again and slowly circulated. This is too scary. Opening his eyes, Zichen felt as if he had survived a disaster. The yin-yang secret art was indeed powerful, but once it went berserk, it would be very powerful. Now, Zichen finally understood what Elder Mo meant by seeking survival in a dead end. This was a road where he could die at any time. Opening his eyes, Zichen looked tired. The previous battle and the subsequent consumption, as well as the continuous suppression of his injuries, had consumed a lot of his true essence and will. Everyone could see that Zichen was tired, but they didn't dare to go forward. In the case of chi deviation, they couldn't even kill Zichen, let alone a tired man. So, under everyone's shocked gaze, Zichen walked towards the corpses and began to loot, ignoring the blood on them. Primeval stones. The perfect body was like a bottomless pit that required a huge amount of energy. Without primeval stones, it was simply a dream for Zichen to break through. Moreover, he needed a lot of primeval stones, a lot. In addition, the energy of the yin-yang lightning was also very rich and pure, so it required a lot of energy. In the future, Zichen would be a machine that constantly devoured primeval stones. Without primeval stones, he couldn't move an inch. Pauper! You're just at the true energy realm, but you only have these few primeval stones. During the looting, Zichen's complaints could be heard from time to time. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zichen left suavely. Zichen. Chapter 248. Boom! Murderous intent swept across the Shanning Valley like a flood. Many cultivators who had yet to leave felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zichen! Li Hao shouted furiously. He stood on the back of the rock and a terrifying aura surged around him. The Shanning Valley was a few hundred miles away from the Tsungli city. When he received the news of Zichen's appearance, he immediately rushed over, but he was still too late. On the high platform, corpses were strewn everywhere. Their blood had dried up and turned dark brown. The broken limbs were a shocking sight. Many of the Li family members didn't even have a complete corpse. Boom! The aura was violent and murderous. The high platform couldn't withstand the aura and exploded instantly. Where's Zichen? Li Hao glanced at the people below who hadn't left yet. Seeing the crazy murderous intent in Li Hao's eyes, everyone's heart trembled, and they felt a great pressure. Someone said in horror. He left. Puff! A red light appeared in the sky and instantly cut the level 3 cultivator in half. Li Hao's cold voice resounded in the sky. Can I see that he left? His words were cold, and his attacks were ruthless. One person was killed in an instant and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked and could feel Li Hao's anger at the moment. Obviously, he was infuriated by Zichen. Zichen was just a rogue cultivator, but he had always been slapping the faces of the major forces. He escaped in this direction. Someone was very smart and pointed out the direction Zichen left. The word was also very accurate. He said that he escaped, not left. Humph! Li Hao coldly snorted. The rock beneath him let out a piercing cry. It turned around and chased after Zichen. Phew! Li Hao's departure caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Killing without a word, Li Hao's tyranny caused many people to break out in cold sweat. However, at that moment, another bestial roar resounded through the air. The monstrous genius of the great sect, Wu Yuan, had appeared. However, the other party didn't stop. He directly chased after Li Hao and urged the strange beast to chase after him. Tsang Meng carried a black blade on his back and rode on a strange beast, quickly passing through the Shanning Valley. The 3 monstrous geniuses are here. Looks like Zichen is going to cause a sensation again. He has slain all the major factions at the Severington conference. This time, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, and the major factions will lose all their face. What follows will obviously be a series of pursuits. I wonder if Zichen will be able to escape. Zichen was very slippery. Ever since his debut, he had always been hunted down, but he lived on like a cockroach. Everyone was afraid that the 3 monstrous geniuses would find trouble with them if they couldn't find Zichen, so they left in a hurry. On that very day, the news that Zichen had personally hurried to the Severington Assembly and killed all the members of the 3 great forces had already spread, causing a great commotion once again. Zichen has appeared again. His strength actually made a breakthrough. Furthermore, he cultivated an evil technique that nearly caused his cultivation to go berserk. Zichen's battle prowess is unparalleled. He can kill a level 3 or level 4 expert in one hit. The news about Zichen spread throughout the major cities on that very day, causing a huge commotion. At the same time, several major factions announced in a high-profile manner that anyone who provided clues about Zichen's death would be rewarded with 1,000 yuan stones. Just as the three factions sent experts to hunt down Zichen, the latter was hiding in a secret place, counting his gains. Beside him were 4 spatial spirit rings. The items inside had already been emptied, and in front of him were piles of yuan stones. In addition, there were some spirit herbs and pills. Everything in front of him was all the gains he had made during this period of time. Zichen was counting them today. The shiny white yuan stones emitted rich yuan qi, dazzling one's eyes. After careful counting, Zichen obtained an accurate number. 5,049. 5,000 yuan stones was a huge sum. Zichen was excited when he saw this. It's only 5,000 yuan stones. Not only does it have to be used to temper the perfect body, but it also has to provide yuan qi in the body. It won't take long. Aimo appeared from the Taiji diagram. When he saw Zichen's excited expression, he curled his lips. It was only 5,000 yuan stones, yet he was so excited. 5,000 yuan stones isn't a small sum. At the very least, it's enough for a period of time. Zichen smiled. Elder Emma was someone who had seen the world, so he naturally didn't care about a mere 5,000 yuan stones. However, Zichen knew that if he took out 5,000 yuan stones, not to mention others, even the monk would go crazy. Apart from the yuan stones, there was also a weapon comparable to the blazing sword. It was very tough, and its price wasn't low. Zichen decided to find an opportunity to sell it. With a breakthrough in strength and a transformation of the perfect body, every bone in Zichen's body could be changed without any clues. Therefore, he wasn't worried that the factions would be able to find him in the vast sea of people. Having just killed so many people from the 3 factions, it would naturally cause a commotion. Zichen simply hid for a few days. Zichen, come out! Just as he left the dense forest, Zichen heard the cries of the rock and Li Hao's angry voice. Idiot, I'll deal with you when I have the time. Zichen turned his head and sneered. His bones crackled as golden light flashed. In a few seconds he had transformed into another person. After walking for dozens of miles, Zichen saw a small town. Walking into the town was like a dragon entering the sea. It was simply a dream to find him in the vast crowd. Zichen settled down in the small town and began to cultivate. He had 5,000 yuan stones and could be considered rich. He constantly absorbed the yuan stones' yuan qi. Last time in the land of inheritance, many of the extreme yin and yang energies were hidden in his meridians. Now that he had broken through, Zichen wanted to slowly refine the dormant yuan qi by activating the yin-yang art to increase his strength. There were 9 levels of quintessential energy, and each level was harder than the last. Relatively speaking, it was relatively easy to break through from the first level to the second level. Pa! In the room, a yuan stone had all its yuan qi absorbed. It instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Zichen took out another yuan stone and activated the yin-yang art to absorb it. On the ground, there were more than a dozen shattered yuan stones. Zichen was cultivating in the town. In the outside world, the 3 factions were almost crazy. They posted wanted posters in almost every town outside Sungli City. At the same time, they also spent a lot of money to hire assassins from the Assassin Pavilion to kill Zichen. As long as Zichen was alive, it would be the greatest insult to the 3 factions. It would make them feel a burning pain in their faces. In the streets and alleys, in the mountains and dense forests, there were always figures. They were all looking for Zichen. 5 days later, Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His body was filled with a strong aura. His yuan qi had reached the peak of the first level, and was not far from the second level. Apart from absorbing some of the lightning energy when he was refining his body, the reason he could have such a big breakthrough in such a short time was because Zichen had refined a lot of the dormant energy in his meridians. Zichen guessed that if he refined all of this energy, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level. But it would take time. Walking out of the room, Zichen ordered some food. Then, he strolled around the town. During this time, he saw many unfamiliar faces. Then, he saw a lot of wanted posters. Wanted posters? Humph, who do you think you are? Zichen snorted with disdain. He could now change his appearance at will. Even if he flew, he would not be able to see through it. So he was not afraid. 1,000 yuan stones. What a big deal. Seeing the reward of 1,000 yuan stones, Zichen curled his lips. Now that he was worth 5,000 yuan stones, a mere 1,000 yuan stones was nothing to him. In the streets and alleys, in the tea houses and restaurants, people were talking about Zichen. Who is this Zichen? He can make a big force pay 1,000 yuan stones to find him. Who knows? He should be an expert. Even some mortals were talking about him. It was obvious that Zichen was famous. Zichen's original intention was to go to Tsungli City and sell some useless things in exchange for yuan stones. But after seeing the wanted posters, he changed his mind. The most important thing now was to break through his strength. This time, Zichen went into seclusion for 7 days and consumed hundreds of yuan stones. His yuan qi finally reached the peak and was about to break through to the second level. Your breakthrough will definitely attract a lightning tribulation. This time, it will be the second level lightning tribulation. It will be very powerful. You have to be careful. I am warned. So on that day, Zichen left the town. 100 miles away, there was a large mountain forest suitable for him to break through. This was an extremely large forest. Ancient trees stood tall, and the leaves were lush and lush. Zichen walked into the forest and found a high ground. The mountains and rivers here were beautiful and the scenery was beautiful. Waterfalls poured down from the mountain streams like heaven and earth chains. Zichen traversed through the forest, looking for a high ground as his breakthrough point. Suddenly he heard a voice. Find him for me. If there are any suspicious people, capture them immediately. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Zichen hid in the forest and looked for the voice. Through the branches and leaves he found 4 figures. Could they be people from a big force? Zichen frowned. These 4 people were sturdy and their eyes were filled with ferocity. There was a terrifying yuan qi flowing in their every movement. They looked very extraordinary. Damn it, that damn Zichen. I don't know where he is hiding. We can't find him after so long. One of them cursed. If I find him, I will definitely crush him. They are at least at the 5th sky of true yuan. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He could tell that they were looking for him. Obviously, they were from a big force. Big brother, could this Zichen be in this forest? We have been looking for him for so long and killed a few people, but none of them were the real deal. Someone asked. Humph, we would rather kill by mistake than let him go. Zichen is very cunning. He has always been hiding in the forest. I think it will be the same this time, the big man said coldly. We would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let him go. Zichen must die. If anything happens, the family will take responsibility. We would rather kill by mistake than let him go. You guys sure talk big. A cold snort was heard. Zichen walked out of the forest. Which family are you guys from? How dare you be so arrogant? Chapter 249. Hearing the man's words, Zichen's face turned cold. Obviously, the big forces were crazy. In order to kill him, they wanted to kill everyone who entered the forest. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. With a cold snort, Zichen strode out and coldly glanced at the 4 men. Which family are you from? How arrogant! The 4 men were stunned at first. Obviously, they did not expect someone to be hiding in the dark. When they looked up again, they saw an unfamiliar young man. Kid, who are you? Why do you look so familiar? One of the men frowned. Humph, I don't think you guys look familiar. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He is Zichen. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the side. Zichen, you are Zichen. That's right, it's him, just like the picture. Zichen didn't change his appearance and showed his true face. Now, he was recognized. Good boy, we have been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. The four men separated and slowly approached Zichen. At the same time, waves of yuan qi emerged from their bodies. Not bad. 3/5 firmament true essence and 1/6 firmament true essence. Zichen's eyes gleamed. Of course, we are here to kill you. The leading sixth sky man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He snorted and said, Kill. Immediately, a tyrannical aura appeared as the man rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He slapped forward with his palm. The golden palm print was like a cattail leaf fan, exuding a blazing aura. Boom! Under the attack, the two retreated. Only Zichen retreated 3 steps while the man retreated 5 steps. Swoosh! A terrifying killing intent emerged as a stream of blade light appeared from the side, slashing towards Zichen's head. Dong! Zichen punched out, causing a huge tremor. The entire forest trembled. The blade light was shattered, and the fifth sky cultivator retreated. Chi! Sensing the killing intent behind him, Zichen turned around and slapped out with his palm, sending out a large amount of golden light. Another person was knocked back. Scram! At the same time, Zichen let out an explosive roar and performed a side kick. The golden light that resembled a waterfall blocked the last person. After 4 attacks, the 4 of them retreated and surrounded Zichen from all sides. The previous attack was just a test. Brat, you do have some skills. However, you are merely at the first sky of true yuan. No matter how monstrous you are, you will still die today. The large man's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand was red and swollen. It was clear that he had suffered a loss in the previous test. Cut the crap. Today, I'll kill you first. Another day, I'll kill the monster behind you. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kill! Another loud shout sounded out, and the 4 figures moved almost at the same time. Carrying dense origin energy, they struck out a terrifying attack that crushed towards Zichen. Zichen's body flickered with a golden light. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he shot out a large amount of golden light like a sharp blade. The whole forest was shaking. A tyrannical aura circulated, and one ancient tree after another exploded under the sweeping power. Boom! The waterfall-like blade light was shattered by Zichen's punch. However, before he could kill his opponent, the other 3 attacks had already arrived. Clang! Zichen's body surged with a golden light, blocking the attack. Although the 4 of them were powerful, Zichen was not afraid. He could kill them in a one-on-one battle. Even if they joined forces, he could still kill them one by one. However, the 4 of them seemed to know some kind of joint attack technique. Their attack and defense were almost perfect. Even Zichen could not do anything about it. Brat, this is our Li family's joint attack technique. We have practiced it for dozens of years. Today, even if you have wings, you will not be able to escape. The leading man was very arrogant. He was at the 6th sky of true yuan and was the strongest here. The other 3 were half attacking and half defending. Go to hell. Zichen did not believe it. He rushed up again. Streaks of golden light flashed as he shot out a series of powerful attacks. The forest trembled, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountain stream. Green Peak Seal. With a loud shout, Zichen's fingers flashed with golden light. Each of his fingers became golden as if they were made of pure gold. He quickly cast out a seal. Boom! The world shook. A huge seal appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. It flowed with extremely cold destructive energy, and fell towards the head of the man. Help me! The man shouted. Then, the other 3 all shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy merged with the man's energy in the air, forming a huge palm print. The palm print shone brightly, emitting a terrifying aura. It hit the golden seal. Boom! The void shook. A terrifying aura circulated in the air. The huge palm caught the golden seal. The 2 collided violently. In the end, the golden seal exploded, and cracks appeared on the palm. Go to hell! The man roared. He used his mind to control the palm print, grabbing towards Zichen. Dong! Zichen flashed forward, his golden blood surging into the sky. He clenched his fists tightly. His perfect body provided endless energy as he smashed into the palm print, causing a loud bang. The entire forest shook as the palm print was shattered. Kid, it's futile. We've been together since we were young. We've cultivated a joint attack technique, and our teamwork is flawless. Even if a sixth firmament genius was here, we're confident of killing him, let alone a mere first firmament like you. The man sneered, thinking that victory was in his grasp. Boom! The golden light around Zichen's body became brighter. He was like a giant. With a step, the forest trembled. Golden light scattered, illuminating the entire forest. Zichen, be careful. Yin and Yang must be balanced. Amo reminded him in the Taiji diagram. Zichen was only at the first firmament of true energy. Facing the joint attack of 3/5 firmament and 1/6 firmament, he was not at a disadvantage. This showed how extraordinary the yin-yang art and perfect body were. Boom! Boom! Zichen waved his fists and unleashed a terrifying attack. Blazing golden light covered the entire forest, followed by an extremely cold aura. Yin and yang energy constantly circulated as Zichen launched a powerful attack. He's actually taking the initiative to attack. The 4 burly men were helpless. At this moment, they were forced to defend. Furthermore, they were being suppressed by a first firmament kid. Boom! Zichen waved his fists, and the more he attacked, the more ferocious he became, suppressing the 4 of them. This is useless. When you're exhausted, we'll naturally be able to kill you, said the burly man. At this moment, the 4 of them were defending, so their energy consumption was not much. Furthermore, they were stronger, and the true essence in their bodies was richer and more robust. Needless to say, this joint attack technique was an extremely terrifying technique. Even a genius of the 6th celestial layer would be exhausted to death. However, the one they encountered today was a monstrous genius. Moreover, it was an extraordinary monstrous genius. The 4 of them were forced to retreat, their expressions ugly. Although they were not seriously injured, they felt embarrassed to be suppressed by a kid. Kid, when your true essence is exhausted, I'll definitely skin you alive. The burly man gnashed his teeth. It seems that you didn't prepare well in advance. You don't know that I'm not afraid of exhaustion. However, it's meaningless to waste my energy with you. Now I'll send you on your way. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Kid, stop dreaming. Our defense is indestructible. How can a puny first firmament like you break it? The burly man laughed. The other 3 also activated their defense. Is that so? Then let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and his killing intent was boundless. He rushed towards the 4 of them. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand, and a long silver spear appeared, emitting an ancient aura. This was an ancient weapon. Although it could not be activated by will, it was comparable to a spirit weapon. Pooh! The long spear flashed like a bolt of silver lightning. The defensive light shield that Zichen couldn't break was instantly pierced through like paper in front of the long spear. At the same time, the long spear rushed towards the burly man's neck like a silver dragon. With a flash, it pierced through. Ugh! The long spear pierced through his neck. The burly man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that his defense, which was full of confidence, would be so fragile. I'll send you on your way. A golden light flowed on the long spear. In the next moment, the burly man's body exploded. Big brother! Exclamations rang out. The other 3 burly men had grief in their eyes. The 4 of them grew up together and cultivated together. Although they weren't blood brothers, they had been inseparable for decades. They were closer than blood brothers. I'll kill you! The 3 of them rushed towards Zichen with determination. Brothers have a deep bond. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Zichen's eyes were only cold. There was no mercy. To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Pooh! The long spear flashed like a dragon coming out of its cave. It drew a large silver light and directly pierced into the chest of one of them. The long spear was pulled out. Hot blood spurted out, and another person fell to the ground. "I'll send you on your way." Out of the 4, 2 were dead. The remaining 2 couldn't form a joint attack. The outcome of the battle was already decided. A miracle couldn't happen. With the ancient weapon, everything became simple. Light flashed, and the light of the spear shot out, pointing at the throat of another person. Another person fell to the ground. Boom! The aura of the long spear surged, and the last person fell under the ancient weapon. After killing the 4, Chen plundered. But before he left, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. As far as the eye could see, another 4 people appeared. Obviously, they were from the Li family. It was another group that knew how to attack together. "It's you!" Seeing the 4 people lying in a pool of blood, the newcomers' faces changed. "You're Chen." At this moment, they just happened to recognize Chen. The strength of this wave was similar to the previous one. They could kill geniuses of the same level, but they couldn't kill Chen. Chen was really angry. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he raised his spear. "Kill!" The 4 people didn't want to be outdone. With a roar, they rushed towards Chen and attacked together. The result was still as expected. After a fierce battle, the 4 people fell in a pool of blood. None of them survived. Under the attack of the ancient weapon, the 4 people didn't last as long as the previous 4. Knowing that there were people from the Li family around, Chen deliberately took a detour and killed another 3 waves of 12 people. It could be seen that these people were carefully cultivated by the Li family. They were together since young, and they knew how to attack together. Naturally, the Li family would be heartbroken if they died. This was the effect that Chen wanted. On a mountain peak, Chen sat cross-legged. After adjusting the yin and yang energy in his body, he tried to break through to the second sky of true essence. Boom! Between heaven and earth, silver light shone, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Chapter 250. How many people in the true energy realm could experience a lightning tribulation? Imo didn't know because he had never heard of it before. Even those who cultivated the perfect body in the Wuji sect didn't experience a lightning tribulation at this time. Moreover, it was such a terrifying lightning tribulation. The sky was blue and clear without a trace of clouds. The setting sun fell from the sky and sprinkled on the body, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Boom! However, in such weather, lightning appeared out of nowhere. It was vast and majestic, filled with a terrifying aura as if it was going to destroy all living things in the world. Lightning appearing in a clear sky was a very strange thing. However, what was even stranger was that under the lightning, there was a young man who was only in the true energy realm undergoing a lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning fell with a terrifying pressure, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. However, he used his body to block it and didn't dodge. Boom! The lightning aura was violent and struck the young man's body, but it didn't destroy him. A suction force appeared on the young man's body and directly absorbed the lightning energy. When the heavenly lightning fell on his body, he was unharmed. Moreover, he absorbed the lightning energy to refine his body. The young man's physique was terrifying. The second lightning fell with even more power. It had a glaring silver light, like an angry dragon roaring ferociously. The young man clenched his fists. His eyes were as bright as Xingchen's. He went against the sky, his body emitting a glaring golden light as he collided with the lightning. The terrifying lightning was filled with a destructive aura. However, in front of the young man, it was like a docile sheep. It was directly scattered. Then, the young man sucked in and the exploded lightning was swallowed into his stomach. Boom! The world roared and the third lightning appeared. It was like a crazy lightning dragon with a long tail. It fell with a terrifying pressure. Extreme Yang! The young man shouted and a seal appeared in his hand. It was simple but full of mystery. Then, a glaring golden light appeared like a bolt of golden lightning. It went against the sky and rushed towards the lightning. Pung! The glaring golden light met the lightning and let out a loud bang. The lightning dissipated in the sky and the violent lightning energy raged. Haha, so this is God's retribution. It's just SOSO. Let it all out, let it all out. The young man laughed out loud. His entire body was shining with golden light, making him look like a god of war. Extreme. Following this, a golden light filled with an extremely cold aura appeared and destroyed the fourth bolt of lightning. This was an extremely shocking scene. There was actually someone in the true element boundary who was able to resist the heavenly thunder. Such a magnificent feat happened in this dense forest. No one saw it, and no one cheered for this magnificent feat. Another bolt of lightning was shattered. Ha! The young man laughed loudly. His voice was deafening, suppressing the thunder and lightning in the sky. A strong sense of self-confidence lingered in his heart. At this moment, the young man was in high spirits. Boom! The sky trembled once again. This time, an even more terrifying aura appeared. A thick bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a vast aura. It was as if there was only this bolt of lightning. The young man launched another attack. He was very relaxed and filled with confidence. Golden light flickered continuously as the golden light shot up into the sky. Boom! However, something strange happened. After a bolt of lightning appeared, another bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The two bolts of lightning lit up the entire sky almost at the same time. The bright golden light was instantly shattered by the heavenly lightning, and then the bolt of lightning landed on the young man's body. The destructive aura rippled. Under the ravaging of the lightning, the peak of the mountain fell by 3 feet. The young man's clothes were all torn apart, revealing his charred body. Black smoke was coming out of his head. Me. The young man was speechless. He felt wronged. Didn't the heavenly lightning appear one by one? How could there be 2 of them? It was so unreasonable. Boom! Before the young man could recover from his injuries, the sky trembled again with a rumbling sound. 3 dazzling lights appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they enlarged and turned into 3 terrifying bolts of lightning, crashing down. 3 bolts. The young man's eyes widened in shock. On his charred skin, streaks of golden light appeared as he tried his best to resist. The destructive heavenly lightning was enough to make the world tremble. The young man was powerful and could barely resist it. However, 3 bolts appeared at the same time. This was really strange. Boom! The 3 bolts of lightning fell at the same time, hitting the young man's body almost at the same time. The destructive aura, with the young man as the center, rippled out in all directions. This time, the peak of the mountain was cut in half. Cough! Cough! Smoke and dust were everywhere. The violent energy swept across the sky. The young man walked out of the debris with green smoke coming out of his body. He spat out a few pieces of gravel. God, you're playing with me! The young man raised his head. His black face was full of grievance. Boom! Boom! The tribulation lightning did not dissipate. This time, several bolts appeared in succession. Like a chain of heaven and earth, they shrouded the young man. The destructive aura rippled. This time, several bolts of lightning appeared. It was very terrifying. It was like a huge chain connecting heaven and earth. The destructive aura kept surging. Ah! The young man only had time to let out a cry of agony before he was drowned by the lightning. After that, the sound of thunder rang out, and the towering mountain peak disappeared, turning into a mountain stream. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and the aura of destruction lingered for a quarter of an hour before slowly dissipating. The sky was dead silent. Only the dust was rolling. No one knew whether the young man was dead or alive. After another quarter of an hour, a sound came from the mountain stream. A charred young man crawled out of the endless smoke. A total of 18 bolts of lightning almost turned the young man into ashes. However, he managed to survive. Although he was in a difficult situation, he was still alive. After that, the young man climbed onto a huge rock and sat down cross-legged. After a while, his charred skin peeled off inch by inch like an eggshell, revealing the new skin underneath. The new skin was crystal clear like jade. It was like a woman's body. It was a bit too white. After all the old skin fell off, the young man's body emitted a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura emerged. Second sky of True Yuan. I finally broke through. Li Hao, watch how I beat you up. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. His strength had increased once again. This time, he was full of confidence in facing those monsters. Breaking through the tribulation lightning had caused too much of a commotion. He had to leave now. He changed his appearance and hid in the forest. Just as he hid in the forest, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure was flying over from the horizon. It was a man in snow-white clothes. He had a heroic appearance. His eyes were as deep as the sea, shining brightly like Xingqian. He walked over from the horizon. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. In just a few steps, he arrived at the place where Zichen was undergoing his tribulation. This is the aura of the tribulation lightning. The man appeared from the horizon and stood in the air, looking down at the people below. His eyes flashed with a strange light that disappeared in an instant. However, when he felt the dissipating energy around him, he raised his eyebrows. Is this a little monster, undergoing a tribulation lightning? The man frowned. He shook his head and said, No, this tribulation lightning is not very strong. It is not an ordinary tribulation lightning. After that, the man examined his surroundings. He carefully observed every spot that was ravaged by the lightning. When he saw that the mountain had been forcibly turned into a mountain stream, his expression changed. This is the second level of the tribulation lightning. Although it is not very strong, there must be a reason for it to appear now. Could it be that I am lucky enough to meet a sky-level warrior or a mutated beast? The man's expression changed. He walked towards the horizon. In one step, he was already in the sky. He took another step and disappeared. After the man left, a sharp whistling sound was heard. One after another, silhouettes appeared from the horizon at breakneck speeds. These were all experts who were flying in the air. Clearly, they were all flying in the air. There were 3 of them, representing 3 different forces. What happened? This place is destroyed. The 3 of them flew forward and looked at the traces below. One of them asked, What a powerful lightning energy. Could it be that someone has passed the tribulation? The lightning energy is very strong. It should be the tribulation lightning. Oh my God, someone has passed the tribulation lightning here. Could it be that another ancestor-level powerhouse has appeared in the world? The 3 of them were shocked. They looked at the battlefield carefully. They were amazed that they had missed the scene of a strong cultivator passing the tribulation. A majestic mountain was blown to pieces. This tribulation lightning is really scary. The 3 of them did not stay there for long. If it was an ancestor-level powerhouse, they would not be able to defeat him. So, they left in a hurry. The Li family had been very angry recently. They had been slapped in the face by Zichen again. 5 of the hunting squads that were sent out had been lost. One had to know that those squads had been trained since they were young and knew how to attack together. They could even exhaust geniuses to death, but they had all been killed by Zichen. Moreover, he had killed 5 small teams. He had killed them so thoroughly. The huge losses made the hearts of the Li family bleed. The other cultivators were even more enraged and threatened to kill Zichen immediately. Have you heard? The Li family's hunting team lost 5 of them in a mountain forest. Hunting team? Didn't the Li family spend a lot of money to train them? They are said to be able to kill geniuses. Usually, they are not sent out. But now, because of Zichen, they sent out such a terrifying team. That's right. Zichen killed 5 of them from such a small team. The next day, the news that was tightly sealed by the Li family was leaked. For a time, the whole Tsungli city was talking about it. For a time, there was an uproar. The Li family had lost even more face this time. In the past, the Li family was arrogant when they went out, and everyone looked at them with envy. But since Zichen appeared, The Li family's reputation had been greatly damaged. They always felt that there was a sharp edge behind their backs when they went out and faced strange gazes. They sent out many strong cultivators, but they could not find Zichin. The latter suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated. Of course, it was fine if he had really evaporated, but it was like he was playing hide and seek. He disappeared for 2 days and appeared for 2 days. Every 2 days he would appear and kill a hunting team. Then, he would hide again and disappear without a trace. 2 days later, he would appear again. Over and over again, in this half a month, the number of hunting teams that had died had already exceeded 10. The Li family was completely furious. They heard bad news every day. Their hearts were bleeding, and they could hear the roars of the Li family all day long. Chapter 251. Zichin, come out and fight me if you dare. I can kill you 1,000 times with a single finger. Li Hao stepped on the Emperor Pink bird and traveled through the woods, but he was always a step too late. All he could see were cold corpses that had been cleaned up. He could not help but roar in anger, as he still could not find Zichin. Almost every time he arrived at a place, Li Hao would roar into the sky and utter some provocative words. After a few days, Zichin still had not appeared. On the other hand, Li Hao was so furious that he almost vomited blood, causing him to suffer internal injuries. Although the Li clan had been thoroughly humiliated, the Tsang clan and the martial ancestor did not dare to laugh at them, as they were not any better off. The experts they had sent out were also dying, and they could not even find the shadow of Qi Nan. Wanted posters appeared one after another. The streets and alleys were filled with Zichen's portrait, and the reward was as high as 5,000 yuan stones. Furious, the factions were completely enraged, as they offered a high reward. Zichin was like a loach, very slippery. No matter how they searched, no matter how tight the encirclement was, it was of no use. Zichin always managed to slip away. People died almost every day, but no one was able to discover Zichen's whereabouts. The latter was like a phantom, walking in the woods, hiding during the day and causing trouble at night. 5,000 primary stones. Once Zichin is found, each faction will pay 5,000 primary stones. The 3 factions were completely enraged. Each faction offered 5,000 primary stones, with a reward of 15,000 primary stones, causing everyone to go crazy. Find Zichin, and kill Zichin. Zichin had now become the nightmare of the 3 factions. They could not get rid of him, nor could they kill him. The 3 geniuses were full of confidence, claiming that they could kill Zichin 1,000 times with a single finger, but he had never shown himself, thus they could not kill him even if they wanted to. Each of them almost suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger. Although they had great strength, they did not know where to hit. A bounty as high as 15,000 could be said to have caused a huge commotion. This time, the 3 forces had joined forces to issue a bounty, so naturally, it couldn't be fake. Thus, many cultivators left the town and walked into the dense forest to search for traces of Zichin. Almost everyone was holding a portrait of Zichin. Zichin was now a household name. At the same time, the assassin pavilion was also under a lot of pressure. They couldn't find Zichin even after a long time and couldn't kill him. This was a huge blow to their reputation as assassins. They could only send out more assassins to find Zichin. In the dense forest, the ancient trees were like small hills. The humid air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Come out! Come out! A black-robed cultivator held a saber with both hands and screamed. His voice was sharp and filled with fear. His arms were trembling and he could not even hold his weapon steadily. Come out! Come out if you have the guts! What's the point of hiding in the dark and launching sneak attacks? There was another person beside him who was also shouting loudly. He was not much better. His face was filled with fear, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. Beside him, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. Their vitality had dissipated, and the fatal wounds were on their backs. A sharp weapon had pierced through their backs, causing blood to gush out. The smell of blood filled the air. "Come out! If you have the ability to kill, why don't you show yourself?" The man with the saber shouted loudly. However, his voice was trembling and he could not even hold his saber steadily. In the distance, beside an ancient tree, a cold figure appeared and looked at the two coldly. He was dressed in black and had a slender figure. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He held a long silver spear in his hand that emitted a chilling aura. "Zichen, I know it's you! Come out if you have the guts and fight me to the death!" The cultivator shouted and circled around on the spot. His saber was pointing forward, but it was shaking. "You've been following us sneakily and launching sneak attacks. What's the point of that? Come out if you have the guts!" The other person shouted in fear. They were martial ancestors' men. When they came, there were more than 10 of them. They were strong and had come in groups. Their goal was to kill Zichen. After staying in the forest for several days, they still could not find Zichen. The group cursed and swore that they could kill Zichen with a single finger. Since then, the nightmare had begun. Everyone felt as if they were being haunted by evil spirits. There would always be people who would die silently and fall to the ground silently. The fatal wounds were all on the back of their hearts. What was even more tragic was that they couldn't even see the other party's face clearly. Only 2 people were left. However, they did not know who the beast was. They did not even know if it was a human or a ghost. Panic, uneasiness, anxiety, and worry made them lose control of their emotions. When there were many of them, they did not feel it. They were all clamoring for the murderer to come out. However, as their companions fell and died in front of them, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Their bodies and minds were suffering unimaginable torment. When there were only 4 people left, boundless fear emerged from the bottom of their hearts. An inexplicable panic filled their hearts. The 4 of them were about to collapse. But now, 2 more people had died. There were only 2 left. They could no longer hold on, and completely collapsed. Swoosh! A ray of silver light appeared silently. With a strong killing intent, it pierced through the back of a cultivator. "Who is it?" The other person sensed something and turned around abruptly. He swung his blade, but there was no one behind him, not even a shadow. After a few slashes, his comrade's corpse fell to the ground. There was only a bloody hole in his chest, blood gushing out. Along the way, they had seen their companions die with their own eyes. Fear surrounded their hearts and destroyed their strong will. Now that his heart was pierced, not only was there no fear in this cultivator's eyes, there was a trace of relief instead. Instead of waiting for death in fear and suffering physical and mental torture, it was better to die directly. At this moment, death was a form of release for him. "Ah!" the last cultivator roared. His hair was disheveled, as if he had gone mad. The long saber in his hand was slashing wildly. The blade was cold and sharp, and rays of saber light appeared and slashed in all directions. This was a cultivator in the 5th heaven. He was very powerful. Logically speaking, he should not be like this. However, along the way, several cultivators in the 6th heaven had died, not to mention a cultivator in the 5th heaven. It was already a miracle that he could survive until now. However, this miracle would end here. He completely collapsed. The saber light kept flashing and slashing on the ancient trees. The branches and leaves in the forest danced wildly, blocking people's vision. Pfft! The long saber slashed wildly and his will completely collapsed. Then, a long spear appeared, piercing through the sky of leaves and piercing the cultivator's body from the back. Ugh! Looking at the long spear that pierced through his heart, the cultivator seemed to have been electrocuted. All his movements were frozen at this moment. He wanted to turn around and see if the murderer was Zichen. Unfortunately, all his strength was drained at this moment. Then, his head tilted and he died. This was a very large dense forest. The major forces predicted that Zichen would hide here, so they sent many experts. However, they guessed the front part but not the back part. In this dense forest, Zichen was like a ghost, a demon. He appeared without a sound, killed without a sound, and then disappeared without a trace. Just like how he came quietly, killed one life after another, and then left quietly, taking away all the vitality stones. In this dense forest, Zichen was in a no-man's land. He did not fight with the experts. When he saw the three great monsters, he immediately took a detour and killed the weak ones. He wanted to make the three great forces completely mad. Of course, he did not have a better way. After killing many people from the three great forces, Zichen finally left the dense forest 2 days later. He changed his appearance and walked into a town. During this time, Zichen heard the sound of air being torn apart above his head. One by one, people rushed into the dense forest. It was obvious that the three great forces were completely mad. They did not hesitate to send out so many people. The town was in front of him. As soon as he reached the entrance, Zichen saw 2 2-meter-tall portraits hanging on both sides of the city wall. Anyone who finds Zichen will be rewarded with 10,000 vitality stones each. Previously it was 5,000, but now it was increased to 10,000. Even Zichen was shocked when he saw it. His eyes kept flashing. If he had a clone technique, he would want to report him. 30,000 vitality stones was enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, his physique and cultivation method were very special. He needed vitality stones very much. In this period of time, Zichen had used up half of the 5,000 vitality stones. Although he had some gains from killing and robbing people, no one would complain about having too many vitality stones. More and more people gathered in the town. Almost everyone held a portrait in their hands and then rushed to the dense forest. 30,000 vitality stones was enough to attract many rogue cultivators. However, Zichen was not afraid. As long as he did not show himself, no one could find him. Damn it, damn monk! Suddenly, Zichen saw a familiar figure in the town. He was wearing a kasaya, had a big bald head and a big belly. It was Evil Good Monk. The latter walked in the crowd with a kind face. He had his palms together, and a smile on his face. He looked like an enlightened monk. However, Zichen could clearly see that the monk's eyes were flickering with golden light whenever he looked at someone. This monk is still looking for me. He really doesn't give up. Zichen cursed in his heart. However, he did not go up to the monk. Instead, he took a detour. There was something strange about the monk. Zichen suspected that he had seen something. Since someone had already gone to the forest, Zichen could not stay any longer. He planned to rest for 2 days before going to the next place. He wanted to kill until the great forces did not dare to send ordinary cultivators to hunt him down. Zichen, come out! I, Li Hao, can kill you 1,000 times with a finger. On this day, a huge creature appeared in the sky above the town. Li Hao stood on the back of the Rock King and shouted angrily at the town. Zichen saw Li Hao and just curled his lips. Zichen, go to the Decapitation Valley and the Decapitation Conference if you have the guts. I, Li Hao, will wait for you there. I can kill you with one hand. This was Li Hao's declaration of war. He did not know Zichen's exact location, so he shouted in every town and forest. After a few days, his throat was dry and smoking. Zichen, I will kill you at the Decapitation Conference in 3 days. Li Hao's high profile attracted a lot of attention. In the first Decapitation Conference, Zichen destroyed everyone from the 3 forces. What would happen in this Decapitation Conference? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Before the time was up, there were already cultivators rushing to the Decapitation Valley to witness a battle between monsters. Chapter 252. Beheading Valley, Beheading Conference. Early in the morning, many cultivators had arrived. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they were all waiting for Zichen's arrival. They were all looking forward to a great battle. Li Hao was eager to kill Zichen, so he appeared early in the morning. Following the piercing cry of the Rock King, Li Hao descended from the sky. His figure was elegant and handsome, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Li Hao stood on the 10-meter-high platform and scanned the surroundings. He was surrounded by a strong battle tent. Li Hao is here. What a terrifying Li Hao. The aura around him is terrifying. I wonder when Zichen will arrive. After a while, the ground trembled. Sung Ming walked into the beheading valley with a huge blade on his back. Another monstrous genius had arrived, causing a commotion. It's Sung Ming, the monstrous genius of the Tsung family. Compared to a few months ago, Sung Ming's expression was much gloomier. They were all monstrous geniuses, representing the strongest forces of the 3 major sects in the 7 major cities. However, they were fooled by a mere rogue cultivator. None of them were in a good mood. Wu Yuan also appeared at the right time. He emitted a cold aura, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Then, the crowd quickly made way for him. The monstrous geniuses of the 3 major forces were here to kill Zichen. A monk appeared in the crowd. His eyes flickered as he scanned the crowd. A faint golden light appeared in his eyes. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Then, his gaze landed on the platform again. Li Hao was emitting a crazy battle intent. He then scanned the surroundings. Idiot, do you think everyone is a fool? You guys are monstrous geniuses. His gaze swept around, and a faint golden light appeared. Monk cursed in a low voice. He was very annoyed, so he turned around and left. He must have guessed that Zichen would not come. Monk turned around and left. However, when he walked out of the beheading valley, he saw a young man standing in front of him. Monk frowned slightly. His eyes flickered with a golden light. However, when he looked again, he realized that there was no one there. It must be Zichen. Monk's mind moved, and he dashed towards the opposite side. He was like a ray of golden light. But when he reached the place, he didn't see anyone. Could it be an illusion? That's impossible. The monk shook his head and searched the surroundings again, but he didn't find anything. While everyone was waiting, Zichen did not appear. Disappointment began to spread, and the cultivators who wanted to watch the battle between the freaks could only shake their heads and sigh. Zichen, you are just a cowardly rat. If you have the ability, then appear at the Severing assembly. I, Li Hao, can give you 10 moves. Even after the sun had set, Zichen still didn't appear. Li Hao was so angry that he kept shouting and uttering bold words. Zichen, I, Wu Yuan, can also give you 10 moves. Show yourself if you dare. I'll kill you on the spot. The freak martial ancestor also spoke. They were no longer keeping a low profile. I can cut you into 10 pieces with 1 slash, as long as you dare to appear. The long blade in Sung Ming's hand exploded with a terrifying aura. They were very strong, but also very sullen. During this period of time, they had been searching everywhere for Zichen, day and night. They had no time to cultivate at all. Not only had Zichen slapped the 3 forces in the face, but he had also slowed down the cultivation progress of the 3 monstrous geniuses. No matter how the 3 of them clamored, no matter how strong they were, Zichen still didn't appear. Disappointed voices came from the crowd. Zichen is shameless. What unparalleled battle strength! Those are all rumors. That's right. How can a mere remnant of the Nimbus martial ancestor be a freak? It's just a rumor. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to appear? Such a piece of trash dares to call himself a freak. How shameless. He doesn't even have the guts to appear now. Dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. Many people agreed, and the discussion grew louder. You're exaggerating. Zichen's battle strength is unparalleled. He has killed many experts from the 3 forces. Weren't Song He and the others killed by Zichen? Also, many of the famous hunting teams of the Li family were killed by him. Zichen is definitely a freak. You're saying that Zichen is trash at this moment. I don't know what your intentions are. If you're not trash, why don't you go up? Someone couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. The sky gradually darkened, and Zichen still didn't appear. The crowd was divided into 2 groups. One was his fans, and the other was his haters. His battle strength is unparalleled. He's a freak. Why doesn't he dare to appear? He must be scared out of his wits and is hiding somewhere. Now that the three geniuses are here, if Si Chen's battle strength is really unparalleled, he would have come long ago. Why would he not show up? You bunch of morons don't know the truth. All you know is to clamor. The cultivators were very excited. Zichen didn't appear, which disappointed many people who wanted to watch the battle. The situation was one-sided. That day when the three geniuses were chasing Zichen, he was only in the innate realm. Didn't he successfully escape? Bullshit. That day, the three geniuses didn't even catch up to Zichen. They didn't even see his face before he ran away. That day at the decapitation assembly, didn't Zichen appear? He killed a few geniuses and killed everyone. Someone shouted loudly. Bullshit. Who knows who started the rumor? If Zichen had such strength, he would have appeared long ago. Someone retorted. The two groups were very excited, and their words were very extreme. King talk nonsense again. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Idiot. Zichen is trash. If he's not trash, why didn't he appear? How can such trash have people supporting him? You're all idiots. Many people were arguing, but they were threatened. The people who refuted Zichen were very strong, and each of them was extraordinary. We naturally know how strong Zichen is. I saw the battle that day with my own eyes. Instead, it's you people who keep slandering Zichen. I don't know what your intentions are. Are you people from the three major powers, or are you some despicable people? The two groups were arguing fiercely. The side that supported Zichen also had strong people who were arguing. Many of the people in the crowd were sent by the three major powers. Zichen was like the sun in the sky, and his fame was too great. He was constantly slapping the three major powers in the face. It was necessary to slander him and bring about some negative public opinion. Zichen, I'll wait for you here for 3 days. Let's see if you have the guts to come. The sky darkened, and torches were lit around the high platform. Li Hao stood on the high platform, and the light illuminated his determined face as he spoke. Li Hao is mighty. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, cheers rang out from below. In just one night, Li Hao had gained a lot of supporters. The Li clan is mighty, killing that despicable Zichen. A loud voice rang out from below. Li family is mighty and domineering. More people echoed. Zichen, I will definitely kill you. Wu Yuan also jumped onto the high platform, and his aura surged. Wu Yuan is mighty, Wu ancestor is mighty. Waves of voices rang out, each louder than the last. They were not any weaker than Li Hao's. Kill Zichen, destroy that despicable Zichen. The voices were so loud that it shook the sky. Sung Meng followed, and obviously, he also had many supporters. Sung Meng is mighty and domineering, killing that trash Zichen with one strike. In the entire canyon, there were actually many people who supported the three monstrous geniuses. Humph. In the crowd, many people sneered. Naturally, they knew what was going on. The three monstrous geniuses might have been very popular in the past, but with Zichen's appearance, the three factions lost face. How could they still be so popular? At the same time, they were secretly criticizing the three factions for being shameless. Zichen, come out quickly and kill those 3 pieces of trash. Some people were dissatisfied with the actions of the 3 factions and prayed in their hearts. In their hearts, the 3 monstrous geniuses were the 3 pieces of trash. Zichen did not appear until the sky darkened. More and more people were shouting at Zichen, and many rogue cultivators were affected and joined in. On that day, in the town closest to the Xiaoning Valley, Zichen's cold voice rang out. Li Hao Tsungmeng Wu Yuan, if you still have some dignity, don't be so shameless. That will only make people look down on you. There are at least 10 flight warriors around the high platform. You really think too highly of me. I wonder how you 3 pieces of trash will fare against 10 flight warriors. Zichen said, his voice was extremely cold. Xiaoning conference, do you think you're worthy? If it's one-on-one, I'll definitely kill you. I think you know that, so you shamelessly came to flight warriors. That's all you have, and the factions behind you are shameless to the extreme. That night, the town was in an uproar. No one expected Zichen to be here, and many people wanted to report to him and earn the 30,000 yuan stones. I don't know how you shameless factions grew, but I'm sure that if you continue to be so shameless, you'll definitely be destroyed. Everyone was in an uproar. Zichen had said a lot of things that night, but this sentence was the most disgraceful. Many people were looking for Zichen, but no one could find him. Only the cold voice rang out in the sky of the town. You guys are so shameless that you want to kill me. Very well, I'll make you guys pay the price for your shameless acts. After his last sentence, Zichen left the town and walked towards the next dense forest. That night, Zichen turned into a demon, and like a ghost, he harvested one life after another. Pooh! Silver light flickered, illuminating the dark night. A cultivator's eyes were filled with shock as he fell into a pool of blood. This was one of the martial ancestors' men, and he was killed by Zichen. There were several corpses beside him, dripping with blood. Whoosh! The silver spear was like a venomous dragon, releasing a blinding silver light. It instantly pierced through a person's throat, and beside him, there were 3 people lying in pools of blood. The Li family's hunting team had a total of 4 people. They had cultivated together since they were young, and were good at joint attacks, but they were all killed by Zichen. The Li family, the Tsung family, the martial ancestor, and all the cultivators in this dense forest met with a great disaster that night. Zichen was like a ghost, floating in the forest. Wherever he went, corpses fell. This was a night filled with slaughter, and it was also the nightmare of the 3 factions. One expert after another was killed, and one expert after another fell into pools of blood. You all will pay the price for being shameless. That night, Zichen spent his time in slaughter. When the sky was about to brighten, he quickly flew away, changing his appearance. P.S. Alright, I'll say a few words. It's naturally unrealistic to want a book to be good for everyone who reads it. Not to mention a small writer like me who can't even afford to eat and wear. Even a great god can't do that. I'm very glad that I only see people cursing the protagonist and not the author. I hope everyone can keep it up. I'll explain 1 or 2 comments here. If you read the book carefully, you should see that after Zichen broke through and returned, he first went to the Lin family to find Lin Shui. The reason he came back was because he was worried about Lin Shui. After that, there was the decapitation conference, and then there was a series of pursuits. Why didn't I describe the scene of Zichen being pursued in detail? If I wrote it carefully, there would definitely be a lot of cursing. Fake, not on the same level at all. It was good enough that he could escape. As for why his strength increased so slowly, and why he consumed so many spirit herbs. With such a huge consumption, what did Zichen obtain? Unparalleled battle power. I've already stepped into society, and have passed the age of fantasy. I know that if a person wants to obtain something, they naturally have to pay a certain amount. Even if they pay a certain amount, they might not get anything in return. If Zichen's strength was as fast as a rocket, 1,000-year-old spirit herb could increase his strength by more than 10 levels. Then, with unparalleled battle power, he could challenge and kill people above his level. Killing geniuses, killing monsters. Why? Because he's the protagonist. People train bitterly for dozens of years, and you can do it with 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Moreover, you're stronger than them. Is this reasonable? If I write it, will anyone read it? I'll probably be called a retard and an idiot. Also, why can't Zichen beat the monk? I want to say, there are many people that Zichen can't beat. He can't beat Yukong, he can't beat Drifting Mist. Why must he beat them all? Am I supposed to write that Zichen used extreme yang to kill a master-level existence? He's the number 1 in the world. Chapter 253. Slaying Valley. The 3 monstrous geniuses were standing on a high platform. They said that they wanted Zichen to kill Zichen in 10 moves with one hand. They had been waiting for Zichen for 3 days. Below them, the people from the 3 forces shouted in unison. Their voices were like waves, each louder than the last. Just as the atmosphere in the heroic Slaying Valley reached its climax, and the naval forces brought by the three factions were cursing Zichen to the point that he was worthless, Zichen's words finally came from the small town. Wow! As soon as the news came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at the high platform and then looked around. There are 10 people of the Flight of Flight hidden here. Oh my God! The three forces are really crazy. They hid 10 people of the Flight of Flight just to kill Zichen. They are really shameless. These 3 monstrous geniuses were still shouting here. So this was a scheme. Why? How did Zichen know? Could it be that he was already here and left after sensing the Flight of Flight? The crowd was in an uproar. This time, many people looked at the 3 monstrous geniuses in a different light. They were strong and were known as monstrous geniuses. However, this temperament of his was truly not something that others dared to compliment. Nonsense! He is obviously scared, but he said that there are people of the Flight of Flight here. Yes, he is a piece of trash. He did not dare to come here for fear of being killed, so he spread rumors to smear the reputation of the 3 forces and the 3 monstrous geniuses. Among the crowd, the Internet Water Army played a role again. They used their glib tongue to turn the situation around. Who is Li Hao? He is the monstrous genius of the Li family. What is the Li family? They are one of the strongest forces in the southern region, 7 big cities and 3 big sections. They have countless martial arts and secret manuals. Killing Zichen is as easy as killing an ant. Why do they need to use schemes? This is the excuse Zichen came up with because of his cowardice. Do you really believe it? Wu Yuan has inherited the martial ancestors' arts, and his battle prowess is terrifying. How could he possibly scheme? Trash Zichen. Sun Meng didn't even study his family's secret manuals. Instead, he focused on practicing the saber. He's known as the saber maniac. He's obsessed with the saber, and he's upright and plain-spoken. How could he do such a thing? Zichen didn't dare to come up with such a reason. What a joke. These people were eloquent. With just a few words, they turned a disadvantage into an advantage. Some people seemed to be deep in thought and nodded repeatedly, but some people snorted disdainfully. This Zichen is truly a despicable person. With the situation reversed, the paid posters continued to smear Zichen's name. Zichen's tracks have been discovered. He's fighting with several experts in Little Desert Town. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. That's right. I'm here to deliver the news. Zichen has already killed 2 of them. The rest are no match for him. Another person shouted. Little Desert Town was the nearest town. Previously, Zichen's words came from there. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the voice fell, a commotion broke out in the crowd. However, at this moment, a destructive aura appeared. Around the high platform, figures appeared one after another. There were exactly 10 of them. 10 of them appeared in the sky. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, they flew towards Little Desert Town. 10 rays of light flew across the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the area. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sky really appeared. The truth was right in front of them. Even the paid posters didn't know what to say. Even if they were eloquent, they couldn't think of anything to argue with. Ha! 3 evildoers. Upright and plain-spoken. Ha ha, 3 evildoers. Roaring laughter came from the crowd. Those who didn't believe in the 3 great powers at all were laughing even louder now. Their laughter was ear-piercing. As for those who had believed before, they felt that they had been deceived. Not only had their feelings been deceived, but their souls had also been deceived. The paid posters were speechless. Laughter echoed in the Jianing Valley. At this moment, a bald man walked out of the Jianing Valley. Damn it! The 3 monstrous geniuses stood on the high platform. They felt as if there was a sharp blade on their backs, and their faces were burning hot. They were proud evildoers. However, they couldn't go against their families. They were confident that they could kill Zichen. However, their families didn't agree. That was why they came up with such a plan. However, they didn't expect that someone would see through them. Moreover, they had deliberately made preparations and even used the internet water army just to smear Zichen's reputation and provoke him. However, it seemed to have brought about the opposite effect. Zichen, I swear I will kill you. The three great monsters were enraged. However, the words that sounded like bold words from before had now attracted many disdainful gazes. Who shouted just now? Come out. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. A person flew over. Those with sharp eyes noticed that it was the one who left just now. Speak. Who is the messenger? The terrifying aura was rampant with killing intent. Many cultivators couldn't withstand the aura and fell to the ground. Yukong's body was filled with killing intent, a dense killing intent. They were fooled. There was no trace of Zichen in Little Desert Town. There were more than 10,000 people here. They looked at each other and blinked innocently. Some wanted to laugh, but they hid it well. Boom. The 10-meter-high platform exploded. The three evildoers left. Yukong glanced at the crowd coldly and turned to leave. Obviously, there were so many people that it was impossible to kill them all. After everyone left, there was an even louder discussion. The paid posters left. The truth was in front of them. Who could say anything? The next morning, Zichen caused another sensation. He killed dozens of true essence experts from the three forces overnight. The news spread quickly and caused a huge commotion. The three forces wanted to kill Zichen. However, they didn't succeed. This attracted the attention of the three major sects in the 7 major cities. Zichen had undoubtedly become the brightest star of the younger generation. However, no one could give an accurate evaluation of his combat strength. Boom! Yukong rushed to the forest and started a carpet search. Buzz! The void trembled. A spiritual weapon appeared in the sky. It was a huge sword. It shone brightly and turned into a beam of light that was dozens of meters long. It rushed down to the forest below. The ancient trees were cut open easily like tofu. The mountains exploded when they met the beam of light. Even the sky and earth were shaking. There were more than a dozen Yukong. They attacked at the same time, trying to destroy the forest. This was a big move. They destroyed an entire forest for one person. Roar! A demonic beast that was about to reach the level of lesser demon roared. Its aura was violent, but it didn't dare to fight with Yukong. It turned and ran. Thousands of beasts screamed and fled in panic. Boom! A massive palm print appeared, and it was hundreds of meters wide. It covered the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rippled out. As the palm print descended, everything below it dissipated along with the palm print. All living things were destroyed. Rocks were shattered. Ancient trees were turned into dust. Nothing was left intact under the palm print. This was a super big move. The three forces showed their combat strength to the world. More than a dozen Yukong cultivators appeared and destroyed the entire forest. Outside the forest, there were many true energy realm cultivators guarding. Not to mention a person, even a fly couldn't fly past. Boom! On this day, the sky and earth trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Demonic beasts screamed before their deaths. The Yukong cultivators stood in the air. Their eyes were cold and emotionless. Spiritual weapons appeared one after another, destroying everything in the world. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the ancient trees disappear and the mountains become flat ground, everyone was shocked. They were shocked by the big move of the three forces. Zichen watched from afar. His face was pale. Fortunately, he had left early. Otherwise, he would have died under such a carpet search. He would have been blasted to pieces like those ancient trees. The three forces have gone crazy. We can leave now. Ah Mo's voice sounded. Even he was frightened. Let's go. Zichen smiled bitterly. It was estimated that there were many experts lying in ambush near Sangli City, waiting for him to escape. There were many people here, so he was safe. If he left this place and walked on the road where there were few people, he would definitely be in danger. The three forces had gone crazy. Not only for the treasure, but also for their reputation. We can't go to Floating Snow City. If we can't, we can go to the ruins. That's our world, Imo suggested. Zichen had planned to go to Floating Snow City after visiting Lin Shui. However, he didn't expect that Floating Snow City would know that he had killed Xu Fei and Chu Xiong. His original plan was no longer feasible. The ruins was the last place he would go. This was what he had discussed with Zichen. After offending the major forces and making them lose face, they would go to the ruins. In one day, the forest was turned into a plain. Not a single living thing was left alive. The strength of the three forces was shocking. However, what shocked them more was their determination to kill Zichen. Is Zichen dead? Not even a fly flew out. If Zichen was in the forest, he wouldn't be alive. Everyone was guessing whether Zichen was dead or alive. However, when they returned to the town, they found that the reward of 10,000 vitality stones had become 20,000. The three forces added up to 60,000 vitality stones. 60,000 vitality stones could buy 6 red tiger spiritual beasts at the auction house. Such a high-profile reward had not been offered for hundreds of years. Zichen is good at disguising himself. Anyone who finds him suspicious can receive 10 vitality stones from the Flying Realm experts. At the same time, another piece of news appeared. Zichen's face turned pale. The three forces went crazy. They had arranged a Flying Realm expert in every town. This was really a big deal. The 20,000 vitality stones reward was shocking, crazy, and tempting. However, it wasn't fatal. No one knew Zichen. However, this small reward of 10 primordial stones was fatal. Anyone who was suspicious would be interrogated. Everyone went crazy and began to report all suspicious people. Furthermore, he had already flown into the air and swept down with his spiritual senses, preparing to conduct a carpet search. From now on, you can only enter and not leave. At the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. P.S. For those who don't believe that there are fake reviewers in the other world, it's just for fun. Recently, I've been watching so-and-so's news and I'm about to be dumbfounded. There are new tricks every day. It's just a normal case, but after such a long time, it's almost turned into a mystery novel. Chapter 254. Every small town had a Yukong overseeing it. Near Tsungli City, within a few thousand li of Zichen, there were dozens of small towns, as well as many small villages. For the three powers to do this, it was obvious that they were completely infuriated by Zichen. On the same day, countless people were reported, and the three powers poured out their primeval stones like flowing water. At first, Yukong was very generous, but after scanning with his spiritual sense, he found that the suspicious person was not Zichen, so he took out the primeval stones and distributed them to everyone. But on the first day, there were hundreds of strangers in a small town, and on the second day, not only did the number not decrease, it even increased. On the third day, there was even a stream of people. What was even more ridiculous was that there were people who reported themselves as suspicious. For 10 primeval stones, everyone went crazy, and Yukong was also going crazy. He had never thought that the crowd would be so enthusiastic. And now 7 days had passed. For 7 whole days, 10 primeval stones were sent out one after another. Yukong had already sent out a huge number, and the three powers had sent out an astronomical number. Sir, I brought another person. This person is very sneaky and dishonest. I suspect that he's the person you're looking for. A young man at the 8th heavenly layer of True Qi grabbed a kid at the 3rd heavenly layer of True Qi and came in front of Yukong. You again. Yukong frowned when he saw the young man. Yes, sir, I'm here again. I specialize in serving the major powers. If there's anything, just say the word. The young man grinned and rubbed his hands on his clothes, looking at Yukong with a hopeful expression. All right, here you go. Yukong was a bit impatient, and directly threw 10 primeval stones to the young man. He didn't even look at the kid at the 3rd heavenly layer. Thank you, sir. As for this one. The young man accepted the primeval stones with gratitude and pointed at the kid at the third heavenly layer. Let him go. How can such a person be Zichen? Next time, find someone more reliable. Yukong said unhappily. Yes, yes. The young man quickly nodded and then grabbed the kid, saying, Hurry up and leave. Sir is angry. Why can't you be Zichen? The young man pulled the kid away, cursing. Humph. After the young man left, Yukong snorted coldly. If it wasn't for his powerful strength and noble status, he would have killed the young man with a slap. In these 7 days, other than cultivators, just mortals alone had delivered themselves to his doorstep. He even said that he was serving a major power, but he was obviously a liar. However, he was a dignified Zephyr, so he really couldn't argue with a mere true energy realm cultivator. But it was just a few pieces of origin stones. Yukong did not put them in his eyes and allowed them to leave. Who knew when the other party would discover a suspicious person? After all, he was a native of this place, a somewhat famous local ruffian. Walking to the edge of the town, the young man let go of the little guy in the third heaven and patted his wrinkled clothes. Here, this is your reward this time. The young man took out 10 origin stone fragments and handed them to the young man. Thank you, thank you. The little cultivator was very grateful. He took the primal stones and hurriedly left. Brother Luo, come here for a moment. Just then, someone called out from the corner. The young man turned around and saw a skinny young man waving at him with a wretched look on his face. I have a problem. The young man walked forward and said impatiently. Brother Luo, it's me, little Yen. The skinny young man laughed dryly with a face full of flattery. If you have something to say, say it quickly. I don't care if you have small eyes or small nose. The young man called Brother Luo was very impatient. Brother Luo, I am little Yen, not small eyes. I heard that you have a lot of connections recently. You actually made friends with a powerful expert of a major power. I am little Yen. The skinny young man hesitated for a moment and said, I also have a few people here. See if you can help. When the time comes, we will split it 50-50. What? Brother Luo stared. No, 60-40. I'll take 60 and you die. No, I'll take 40 and you'll take 60. Seeing Brother Luo stare, the skinny young man immediately broke out in cold sweat and said, 738-91, I only want one. Hearing this, Brother Luo smiled and patted the skinny young man's face, saying, You are smart. I'll take 80-20 then. I wonder what good stuff you have. The skinny young man called Little Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly said, Of course there is good stuff. Brother Luo, please wait for a moment. I will go and find it now. All right, go ahead. Brother Luo smiled faintly and watched the young man leave. The skinny young man turned around and walked briskly. As he ran, he muttered to himself, I heard that Brother Luo's temperament has changed greatly recently. He is more humane and easy to talk to. It is indeed true. He is actually willing to give me 10% more. He was only muttering softly. Although he was already very far away, Brother Luo still heard him. Brother Luo, bah! Isn't he just a local ruffian who bullies the good and the evil? When the skinny young man was far away, the smile on Brother Luo's face disappeared. He cursed in his heart. The real Brother Luo had already met the Grim Reaper. The real Zichen had become the fake Brother Luo. That day, when the great powers used this trick, it almost scared Zichen to death. Fortunately, Elder Hiroshi came up with an idea. The old saying was true. He had Zichen catch a local ruffian and then had a few hours of heart-to-heart talk with him. He told him everything from when he was young to when he grew up. In the end, he sent the ruffian on his way. This was a bad guy. He did not do good things since he was young. At the age of 6, he stole chickens and dogs. At the age of 7, he got into fights. At the age of 8, he cut people with a knife. When he grew up and became a cultivator, he became worse. He took advantage of the village and did all kinds of evil. It could be said that he was evil to the bone. Zichen did not feel guilty about killing him. During this time, Zichen wanted to leave the town several times. However, he was reminded by Elder Hiroshi to not act rashly by using his consciousness to lock the surroundings. Therefore, Zichen began to look for suspicious people. In the past few days, he made a small profit, at least a few hundred primordial stones. Brother Luo, they're here. It didn't take long for the skinny kid from before to bring some people over. But when Zichen saw them, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. The person he brought was actually a woman, and a middle-aged woman at that. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that she had no spiritual energy at all. She was still a mortal. Are you fucking courting death? Zichen opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily. Brother Luo, they're suspicious people. They all came from a small village a few dozen miles away. Their identities are unknown, said the skinny kid. Slap. But before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped across the face. Are you King stupid or just pretending to be stupid? It's written on the wanted poster that it's a man. Why did you King find some women? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Zichen glared, imitating Brother Luo. He looked fierce, but that was only to frighten ordinary people. In the eyes of a Xiantian cultivator, he was completely stupid. Didn't he want suspicious people? The skinny kid felt wrong. Suspicious my ass. Fuck off. Let me tell you, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Do you think it's so easy to earn keystones from big powers? Zichen scolded the skinny monkey-like man. Then, he looked at the women and gave them some origin stone fragments before asking them to leave. Furthermore, Zichen warned Brother Luo not to have any ideas about big powers. This was just a small town, but there were people like Brother Luo and Brother Luo. Adding up the other towns, there naturally wouldn't be any less. The big powers keystones were like flowing water every day. Just thinking about this kind of consumption made people click their tongues. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Zichen still didn't have any clues. All the suspicious people had been investigated, and they hadn't found anything in the forest. But Brother Luo's purse was getting smaller and smaller. Even if they were rich and overbearing, they still couldn't supply all the suspicious people. After another 3 days, a total of 13 days, the reward for the suspicious people was completely cancelled. During these 13 days, the 3 powers had given out hundreds of thousands of keystones. Even if it was divided evenly, each family still had to pay more than 100,000. The reward of 10 keystones was cancelled, and at the same time, the arrest warrant for Zichen was cancelled. It seemed that the 3 powers had given up. However, Zichen didn't believe it. He was going to leave Sungli City now. Previously, Zichen had already decided to leave Sungli City and go as far as possible. The current him didn't have the means to challenge the big powers. This kind of small fight would only make the big powers angry, but it wouldn't really hurt them. His next destination was Yongqi City, which was north of Sungli City. North of Sungli City was the ruins, but after going around the ruins, 10,000 miles away was Yongqi City, which was also one of the 7 major cities. Zichen, I'll wait for you in Sungli City. Let's fight to the death on the Qin beheading stage. No matter who wins or loses, the grudge between our Li family and you will be written off. Li Hao's words that day were very domineering and filled with pride. But it was met with disdain. The last Qin beheading assembly had caused the 3 powers to lose all face and prestige. Idiot, going to Sungli City? Is there something wrong with my head? When Zichen heard this news, he curled his lips in disdain. Right now, he was like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. The world was so big, he could go anywhere. Why would he go to Sungli City to find trouble? Zichen I, Tseng also declare that we will fight on the Qin beheading stage. From then on, the grudge between you and the Tsang family will be written off. Tsang Meng also declared that day. Idiot! Zichen still sneered, and didn't even turn his head. Zichen I, Wu Yuan, will wait for you on the Qin beheading stage. After the battle, the martial ancestor will have no more grudges with you. Wu Yuan also spoke at the same time. Pa Mai Zichen's goal in life is to destroy your martial ancestor. We will fight to the death. Zichen didn't believe it at all. The three powers' words were like farts, and what they did was inhumane. Going to Tsungli City, going to the Qin beheading stage. Just by hearing the name, he knew that they didn't plan to let him go. Whether it was Zichen or the rogue cultivators, they didn't believe it. Instead, they mocked the three powers, saying that such a despicable method wouldn't work a second time. If I want to go to Tsungli City, I must be crazy. Zichen looked in the direction of Tsungli City and sneered. He turned and walked towards the ruins. I'm coming to the ruins. I'm coming to Yongqi City. Zichen finally left. But on this day, a shocking piece of news was transmitted. The genius gathering that happened once in 100 years would be held in Tsungli City. At that time, the geniuses of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects would all be there, including the monstrous geniuses of the major powers. Chapter 255. The gathering of geniuses that occurred once every 100 years was considered a grand event in the southern region. All the geniuses from the 7 major cities and 3 major sects would participate. It could be described as a gathering of geniuses, a gathering of monsters, and a gathering of outstanding geniuses. Of course, there was no lack of sparring and competition. Friendship came first and competition came second. The gathering of geniuses. Zichen was slightly startled after hearing the news, but he did not stay for a second longer, and was about to leave. What did the gathering of geniuses have to do with him? It had nothing to do with a single primary stone fragment. His life was more important now. However, the news caused an uproar in the outside world. The rogue cultivators who knew about the gathering of geniuses were even more shocked. Apart from the fact that the gathering of geniuses was taking place, they were even more shocked by the timing of the gathering. It was held once every 100 years and had been held for generations. However, it was different this time. It had not even been 100 years since the gathering of geniuses had started. At most, it had only been 90 years. The gathering of geniuses was 10 years away. This had never happened before. However, this gathering of geniuses seemed to be a little unusual. While the news caused an uproar, an even more shocking news appeared. The 3 major sects of the 7 major cities had issued a joint statement, inviting Zichen to participate. The southern region was vast and boundless. Many cultivators would not be able to travel through it in their lifetime. Even those who could fly could only travel within a radius of 1,000,000 miles around the 7 major cities. However, there was no doubt that the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities represented the strongest forces within 1,000,000 miles. They were also the rulers. At this moment, these forces had issued a joint statement, inviting Zichen to participate in the gathering of geniuses. This was a great honor. It was the first time in 10,000 years that something like this had happened. Who would have thought that it would be given to Zichen? A few years ago, the geniuses of the younger generation were extremely popular. However, in the past 2 years, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere and caused the other forces to lose face. The martial ancestor, the Tsung family, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were all forces that had dealt with Zichen before. Not only that, the Tsung and Li families, as well as the martial ancestor, were repeatedly slapped in the face by Zichen. The experts of the 3 forces were all out, but none of them could do anything to Zichen. Therefore, no one could give an accurate conclusion as to who was the strongest among the younger generation. However, if one were to talk about who was the most famous, it would naturally be Zichen. If one were to vote for the most popular person, Zichen was definitely worthy of the title. He had been accompanied by miracles throughout his journey. When he was in the true energy realm, he was hunted down by the imperial air realm. He was chased all the way until he reached the true energy realm. Yet he was still alive. Putting aside his strength, his ability to survive was something that none of the freaks could compare to. If they were in the same situation, they would not dare to say that they would survive. However, not only was Zichen alive, but his strength was also increasing. In just a few years, he had broken through from the true energy realm to the true energy realm. Such a cultivation speed made others blush with shame. After the various forces jointly sent out the invitations, the crowd was in an uproar. Only then did they understand why the gathering of geniuses was held 10 years earlier. It was all for Zichen. They clearly know that Zichen has enmity with the various major forces, yet they still invited him. Could it be that they want to resolve the enmity for Zichen? Could it be that the major forces have taken pity on him and want to protect Zichen? All sorts of guesses were made. Zichen, no matter the outcome of the battle at the decapitating Qin stage, all enmity will be written off. Li Hao spoke once again. His tone was strong, and his pride soared. This time, no one looked down on him. Many people fell into deep thought. I, Sung Meng, will also wait for you at the decapitating Qin stage. As long as you dare to appear, after the battle, all enmity will be written off. Sung Meng spoke in a similarly high-profile manner. The same goes for my martial ancestor. Wu Yuan spoke as well. The three monstrous geniuses of the three major forces spoke once again. This time, no one looked down on them, no one mocked them, and no one thought that it was a trap. Everyone fell into deep thought. My Li family is a major force. We will naturally do what we say. If we say that we will not pursue the matter, then we will not pursue the matter. Just as the crowd was deep in thought, a senior member of the Li family spoke. This time, he represented the Li family and said such words. Oh my God, could it be that there is really a major force that has taken pity on Zichen and wants to protect him? Just a battle and all enmity will be written off. The words of the Li family shook the world. Cultivators of our generation have always defied the heavens. The conflicts of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. After this battle, Zichen will no longer have any enmity with the Tsung family. An elder of the Tsung family said such words in Tsungli City. That must be it. There is a major force that has taken pity on him. I wonder which force it is. Among the 7 major cities and the 3 major sects, Zichen has had some conflicts with many forces. There are only a few forces left. Which one could it be? Everyone was guessing, and at the same time, they were waiting for the martial ancestor to speak. Everyone knew that among the major forces, Zichen had the biggest conflict with the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor had destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor, and sent someone to kill Zichen when he was still in the true Qi realm. All of this was for the treasure in Zichen's hands. This time, it seemed that there was a major force that had taken pity on Yifutian. They wondered if the martial ancestor had bowed his head. My martial ancestor is the same. Once Zichen enters the battle stage, our enmity will be written off. From now on, I will not have any ideas about him. Just as the crowd was anticipating, the martial ancestor, a powerful expert, said such words. On this day, the world was in an uproar. Zichen, who was the talk of the town, who had done many big things and humiliated the 3 major forces, actually wanted to use this method to resolve their enmity. It was just a battle. For a moment, everyone's gossipy heart was ignited. Who was the one that had taken pity on him? Among the 7 major cities, there was the Yinxiaowang family, the Fluttering Snow Chu family, the Tsungli Tu families, the Yongqi Lu family, the Lingyao Zhu family, the Danyang Qin family, and the Letian city. The 3 major sects were the martial ancestor, the assassins, and the Guangyue. Zichen had enmity with 5 of the major forces, so only the other 5 were left. It's definitely not the Guangyue. The Guangyue pavilion is full of women. Could it be that a female cultivator has taken a fancy to Zichen? It can't be Letian City. It's the furthest from the Tsungli City, and there is no major force in Letian City. Everyone is fighting for the position of City Lord. Who would pay attention to Zichen? Then it can't be the other major forces. They are all so far away, and they have nothing to do with Zichen. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out who was the one who wanted to protect Zichen. Could it be the Wang family? The Wang family. They can't wait to kill him. That day, Zichen broke Wang Shan's teeth. I'm talking about the myths of the Wang family. I heard that when the martial ancestor was chasing after Zichen, Wang Xian'er intervened. The two of them escaped together, and seemed to have an ambiguous relationship. Many people had heard about the matter between Zichen and Wang Xian'er. Moreover, Wang Shan was extremely frightened that day and called Zichen his brother-in-law. This also caused many people to speculate. At this moment, everyone was guessing the relationship between Zichen and Wang Xian'er. There were even some people who were ignited with the flames of gossip. One must know that Wang Xian'er was not only a demon, but also a beauty. Gossip about a beauty naturally couldn't be missed. Should I go or not? Just as the group of cultivators were gossiping about him and Wang Xian'er, Zichen was in a dilemma. This was a great opportunity to bury the hatchet with these major forces. Naturally, there would be many benefits. Of course, the martial ancestor was not included. This was a sect that he had to annihilate. All the major forces had jointly issued an invitation. Everyone felt that this was an honor. Only Zichen was frowning. This might be a trap. He was the person involved and had many things to think about. They want you to go to the beheading Chen platform. Just from the name, you can tell that they don't intend to let you live. If you die there won't be any conflict. Old Emo appeared from the Taiji diagram. Since they made such a high-profile announcement, they naturally have strong confidence. Moreover, those three demons are insufferably arrogant, and feel that they can kill you. If you die, the grudges will naturally be resolved. Die. Zichen lifted his head and looked at Emo. He said, Old Emo, do you think I'm not their match? You have the perfect body and the yin-yang art. As long as there are no problems with your yin-yang at the critical moment, you can still preserve your life. Your chances of winning are also 50%. However, are they really willing to let you go? Emo asked. Then what do they mean this time? All of them made such a high-profile announcement in front of the world. Also, why did the 7 major forces and 3 major sects invite me? Emo shook his head and said, I don't know either. Perhaps some of the major forces really pity you and don't want a demon like you to die just like that. Then should I go or not? If you go, your life will be in danger. Even if you kill the 3 demons, you might not be able to survive. You know the credibility of the 3 major forces best. If you don't go, you will only miss an opportunity and will not suffer any substantial losses. Furthermore, you have conflicts with the major forces now because you are too weak. As long as you become strong enough, all the conflicts will not be considered conflicts. Emo analyzed. Then I won't go. Fate is still in my own hands. How can I use my life to gamble on the credibility of others? Zichen stood up, his eyes flashing. He had already decided to leave. Let's go to Yongqi City. Zichen made up his mind. However, the major forces seemed to have guessed Zichen's actions and spoke again. Zichen, we are sincerely inviting you. In the southern region, there are only 7 major cities and 3 major sections. Don't worry, no one will do anything to you. Another message came from Tsangli City. However, this time, it made Zichen frown. In the southern region, there were only 7 major cities and 3 major sections. In other words, the 7 major cities and 3 major sects had the final say here. If Zichen rejected the invitation this time, he would indirectly offend all the major forces. In the future, the only way for Zichen to survive was to find a secluded valley, and cultivate day and night. Perhaps thousands of years later, he would become an expert, and intimidate all the major forces. Perhaps in a few decades, Zichen would have no resources and his cultivation level would be slow. As a result, his lifespan would be nearing its end. Chapter 256. Zichen was caught in a dilemma. The 7 major forces and 3 major sects were like a mountain pressing down on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. Zichen was already overwhelmed by the 3 major forces, not to mention all the major forces in the southern region. If he really offended them, Zichen could only die of old age in the mountains in the future. As for leaving the southern region, that was even more of a dream. With his legs, he couldn't run out even if he ran until his legs broke. Elder Hiroshi, do you think I should go or not? Elder Hiroshi also had no idea and fell into contemplation. Going is dangerous. Not going is even more dangerous. Elder Hiroshi shook his head. Unfortunately, you're too weak. A man and a soul fell into a dilemma. The invitations of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects also contained some threats, making Zichen unable to determine whether they were being kind or not. It shouldn't be. They're all major forces and they value face very much. Even if they don't want one or two, they still want the others. They won't gang up to deceive you. Besides, if you really don't go, I'm afraid you won't have a place to hide in the future. If the 7 major cities and 3 major sects are determined to find someone, you'll have to go into the mountains and forests where there's no human habitation. Furthermore, it's not like everyone can't see through your ability to change your appearance. There are always some special people in this world with some special techniques. That monk is not simple. I suspect that he can see through your true appearance. In the end, Elder Hiroshi said, Go, but don't show your true face. Go to Tsungli City first and take a look. Be careful. If you find something wrong, blend into the crowd and escape. Zichen nodded. That was the only thing he could do now. Moreover, the major forces only spread such a sentence and didn't force him. Zichen turned back and walked towards Tsungli City. The gathering of geniuses was considered a grand event in the southern region, so it naturally attracted many young talents. Furthermore, apart from the major powers, it was also possible for other people to participate. There were not many restrictions. Just participate. Of course, geniuses in their 70s and 80s were excluded. Along the way, Zichen saw many cultivators walking in groups. He blended into the crowd and headed towards the Tsungli city. Hey friend, what's your name? A young cultivator asked. He was also alone. Luo. Zichen smiled kindly. That's a good name. I'm Tian. Looks like we're really fated. The young man was smiling. He wasn't very old, perhaps even younger than Zichen. His features were delicate and pretty, and he wore a smile on his face. His personality was very cheerful. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he wasn't used to chatting with a stranger. But Tian was very cheerful and always had a smile on his face. You're from Tsungli City, right? Tian was very talkative. Just like any other young man, he loved to gossip and asked questions that Zichen couldn't answer. Oh yes, when I came here, they were all talking about Zichen and Wang Xianer. Can you tell me more about it? I heard that the two of them have an ambiguous relationship. Tian smiled mysteriously. You know Zichen? Zichen looked at Tian, and his expression changed. Tian shook his head and continued smiling. I don't know him. Then you know Wang Xianer? Tian continued shaking his head and smiling. I don't know her. I heard that Wang Xianer is as beautiful as a fairy. She's a demon with strong combat strength. When she got to know Zichen, Zichen was only at the true energy realm. But he actually managed to capture the heart of a demon at the true energy realm. There must be something interesting going on. Tian was very cheerful, but he had a gossipy heart. The fire of gossip was burning in his heart. Zichen was helpless. Along the way, he had heard a lot about Wang Xianer. Some of the rumors were more or less based on facts, while some were based on wild imagination. Zichen wasn't willing to answer this question. He could only say, I don't know. But in his heart, he thought of that beautiful figure. It was just that the two of them met was too different from the rumors. Back then, he had almost killed her. But she was also the one who wouldn't let go of me. Thinking of the past, Zichen smiled. You're drooling. You must be thinking of a woman. A cry of surprise woke Zichen from his thoughts. Tian was staring at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Zichen glared at Tian. You're still denying it. If you're not thinking of a woman, why is there saliva at the corner of your mouth? No, don't talk nonsense. Zichen wiped his mouth without a trace. Indeed, there was no saliva. Tian laughed. Tian's personality was very cheerful, and he was very friendly. He always had a smile on his face, but when night fell, Zichen would feel that Tian's body would emit a lonely aura. He was like a lonely old wolf, licking his wounds in the night. Along the way, there was almost no danger. Zichen just treated Tian as a passerby, an ordinary friend. When they reached Sunli City, they parted ways. But what he never expected was that Tian's battle strength was comparable to a monstrous genius. It was a very melodramatic scene. On the road, the two of them met an unreasonable playboy who said that the two of them were blocking their way. The road was wide, but it was not wide enough for the playboy's strange beast to walk through. The other party was aggressive and unreasonable. Zichen frowned. He did not want to cause trouble now as he was afraid of exposing his identity. Tian kept laughing, but when his smile disappeared, he quickly attacked. Pun! Pun! With a simple push and a pull, the guard behind the wastrel was knocked down. This was the wastrel's trump card. Both of them were at the sixth sky of true energy. As for the wastrel, he was knocked down by the force, falling down like a dog eating mud. Zichen blushed with shame at being able to take down the two of them so easily. He knew that he could at most kill the two of them, but it was impossible for him to take down the two of them so easily. Clearly, Tian was hiding his strength. All right, let's go. A smile appeared on Tian's face again. You are not from Sunli City? Zichen suddenly asked. This was the first time he asked Tian. Yes, I am from Letian City. Tian smiled. Letian City. Zichen frowned. Letian City was at the northernmost part of the southern continent. As for how far it was, Zichen did not know. It was said that it was very far, and there was a legend that if one went north from Letian City, they would be able to leave the southern continent. You are here to join the genius gathering. I came out to relax and happened to come across this gathering. I found it interesting, so I came to take a look. Tian smiled. As they approached Sunli City, Zichen saw more and more cultivators. Almost all of them were at the true essence realm. They were all rushing to Sunli City. Damn it, get out of my way. I'm talking to you. Get out of my way. There were many people at the city gate and it was a little crowded. However, as soon as Zichen arrived, he heard a familiar voice. Damn it, how dare you block the way. Beat him until his teeth fall out. Then kneel on the ground and call me brother-in-law. A familiar voice, a familiar tone. Wang Shan was still as arrogant and domineering. What are you looking at? Get out of my way. If you delay this young master from entering the city, I will beat you all until you kneel on the ground and call me brother-in-law. Wang Shan's small eyes suddenly widened, looking fierce. In Yunxia City, the word brother-in-law was almost the same as Wang Shan, becoming a nightmare. However, the playboy Wang Shan did not change his nature in Sunli City. This is Yunxia City's Wang Shan. Let's go. Yunxia City's playboy. His father is Wang Zhenwei. In Yunxia City, his combat strength is ranked in the top 3. Some people whispered and then hurriedly left. Obviously, they did not want to provoke this lord. This guy is still so arrogant. Zichen secretly said. However, he did not pay attention to it. Now, he had to enter the city and inquire about everything. Sunli City was a big city with a large number of people and endless traffic. This time, the genius gathering was very lively. Even the spacious streets were slightly crowded. The place of the genius gathering is in the square of Sunli City. It is said that the people of Yunxia City have already arrived. Just now, I saw Wang Shan outside, beating a cultivator. His teeth fell out, and he was kneeling on the ground and calling him brother-in-law. Martial ancestor is the closest to here. It is said that the evildoers have already arrived, and there are 2 of them. As soon as he entered the city, there were discussions everywhere. Almost without deliberately asking, Zichen knew the place of the genius gathering. In the center of Sunli City was a large square that covered an area of several miles. Some small battles in the city would be held here. As soon as he arrived, Zichen saw a 20-meter-high platform that many cultivators were building. On the platform, there were 3 eye-catching blood-red words. Chen beheading platform. Obviously, this platform was built for Zichen. It was 20 meters high, and the other platforms were only 10 meters high. These 3 evildoers are really confident. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. There was still some time before the genius gathering began, and some of the evildoers had not yet appeared. During this time, Zichen could cultivate in peace. The inn was almost full, so Zichen rented a room for cultivation at a high price. A piece of primeval stone contained dense primeval energy. Once a cultivator refined it, they could absorb it. Zichen sat cross-legged, his body emitting a golden light that illuminated the room. He placed a primeval stone in each of his hands and absorbed its energy. Pa pa! With 2 light sounds, the primeval stones were completely absorbed. They turned into powder and fell to the ground. Zichen's hand flashed and took out 2 more primeval stones. Others absorbed the primeval stones one by one, and it would take a long time to absorb one, but Zichen only needed a few hours to finish. Although breaking through consumed a lot of energy, if there were enough resources, it would not be difficult for Zichen to improve his strength quickly. During the day, Zichen would go around the square to see what kind of people were coming. Sumli City was thriving. Both Sumli family and Sumli family did not do anything excessive. All the experts had withdrawn, and the 2 evildoers seemed to be in seclusion and did not appear recently. During this period of time, more and more people had gathered in the city, and Zichen had also found some familiar faces. After King Mountain, Zichen saw Lu Bo. He was from Yunxia City's Lu family, but his overall strength was not comparable to Yongqi's Lu family. The 2 were not on the same level. In addition to Lu Bo, Zichen also saw Miao Kong's shadow in another morning. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.